we go, pretty colors. Talking, yeah, see, that's fine.
Do you want me to move the two images from the projectors closer together? I don't know, obviously you can't get both in the live stream, but for the video.
No, the video is in fantastic shape.
Okay.
It's designed so that from there I can pull in everything as I need to. So, why is it? Come on, buddy. It's my Wi-Fi sharing center. For whatever reason, Chrome is just eating it.
Let me know if I can do it. Otherwise I'll stay up.
Like it's working? Morning.
It is. Very morning.
I think I'm going to take over and I'll do the thing because John doesn't know too much.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, man.
He's not very technical, so you can have it. You're used to a post, maybe.
Yeah.
And I hate it.
We should tag team, you know? Yeah, you just tag out.
I'll take over.
Oh, there's a.
I'll explain you guys. I'll school you guys.
Schooling. So,
That's it. I made it right.
this. Right. So let's see what we can do. So then,
Any questions? Anybody? No. Okay. I can bring that guy.
You could also be the muscle,
I may have to ask them.
No, just point him out.
Yeah. I'm not such a big muscle.
You got VJL on your thing?
Yes.
Go get it.
Take it down. Okay, I guess I'll start making slides for this.
Let it fly.
Sure.
Oh,
In theory, shouldn't be a problem. Plug that sucker in. And let's just plug it in just to see if it all does what it's supposed to do. If it works right, it'll see what happens.
Do you right okay in the fin?
It's yours.
It should.
Make sure too.
Sometimes it takes a little while.
That was point coded with.
Consider my request.
All right.
That's what I think is going on. What is this sauce? What that sauce is going on?
I'm so happy.
Pulling the old wire. I mean, you just unplug it from the switch and it's dead. And why take the labor to pull the wire?
So there was one.
I think it's
I didn't bother because the Wi-Fi was you know, this cable on the floor, I heard fielded students.
Good morning.
Good morning.
video streaming stuff.
Taking a room like this.
Streaming is quite up. Streaming is up and it is awesome. Do you remember how these work? This is, yeah. For some reason I'm just having a lot of brain growth. I'm trying to, right now it's only got 4 hours. There's, I'm just trying to remember the secret. Very important 4 hours. We're back. But,
I would.
Appreciate it.
Oh, you already got it.
Yeah. It's trying, but it's actually displaying the things.
Oh, yeah.
VGA.
Or I have an alternate connector.
Yes. See if I can remember where it is. Did not. I was going to. Yeah. When I get home, though, I've got a few left to pull on. I'll probably sell them in the mail.
I know my machine's not late enough to use your computer.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's a 0.
I think if anywhere does try Apple Logic hardware. They've got like most of
Saw your name, but it's all manual. So it's like copy pasta. It's like 14. It did seem like.
Are you looking for a thing to connect your computer?
Yes.
And all these don't work, huh?
Do you need a mini display port?
Like 100 manuals.
Oh.
300 that's.
Good morning, Andy.
All the way.
I'm not first, I'm just preparing.
All right, well, when you're ready.
When I'm ready. Oh, yes.
Yeah, there you are.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Save that for...
That's the Apple II.
I did that already. Thank you.
Check.
over there. Oh. This thing out there, I didn't notice. And it's doing that, I fixed any fuzzy cable problem, I fixed the crap around, it's just, come on.
Check. Test.
Thank you. That's no problem. You have 32. They're doing work. I have 53. Jump it out and let's take a look at those. All those footages.
Like they knock on the door, say I'm here.
So you hear this noise.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like something when I'm sleeping. All you hear is thud.
When no one were in the
realize, oh crap, that's my house.
Well,
we still got 10 minutes. It's like, dude, could have knocked.
The best part about this, so this is just
not very polite.
that's what. Hello, live stream. I hope that the improved location works out for you. I do remind you that we are still at the behest and the will of the network of Rockhurst University, which is run by gerbils. So feeding time comes, it seems, every 15 minutes, and at that point they move the wheel that drives the router. So during those wheel times, please be patient, but now at least we know you will not get buzzing because there is now no audio between here and there. It is coming from the webcam. And we'll do our best to move this to accommodate the second screen, but thanks for listening.
Yeah, boy, that's interesting. I didn't know such a thing existed. It's probably one of those. Yeah, it's probably one of those cars that like shows up in the evening and knows where it is, and there's a picture of it with like no markings on it. There's a lot, like there's hundreds of cars like that that show up, so unless you know exactly what the board looks like. Yeah, if I see anything, I will let you know.
Yeah, the way it works is you should take them all. The only one that matters.
Yeah,
You should always
would
take
know
all.
if anyone would.
There's nothing in the other ones except for the native. Yes, there is.
In fact, if anyone would have one, they probably would.
Oh.
I'd like to thank you for all the work you put into for the Open Apple podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Regular listener.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Me and Mike. Yeah, Mike does most of the work. Thank you.
Wow.
Well, we did. It just came out like a week ago.
It came out?
Yeah.
Okay. You missed it. Waiting.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, let's go.
Thank you. Yeah, most of the work's in the editing, which Mike does. Yeah, it's hard for him to find the time sometimes to do it, so that's why we're chronically late.
I thought you were
Yeah. Yeah, no, we wanted to get one more out before Kansasfest because we interviewed our tradition to get an interview with a committee member before the show.
I don't want to delete everything.
Maybe this is Mike's department too, but I donate to Open Apple through PayPal, but worried that between the credit card
password. Is it
PayPal,
6502?
6502 and then Apple with a capital A.
Significant amount.
They also they just put a sign up on the wall over there too.
It's usually not bad.
No,
It's about
okay, good.
3%.
Let me know when you're ready to go.
Thank you.
Credit card fees come out, PayPal's cut.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we get 97% or whatever.
Other than the fact that
Yeah, and any bit helps. I mean, you can go through Patreon if you want to cut out PayPal.
I'm sorry, I mean Patreon.
Oh, yeah. So Yeah,
the
Patreon
wire,
has a cut
like,
that includes all the pieces as
the
well.
wired stuff works.
Similar to
And then it was like,
$1.
cut the fuck out for like half
Yeah,
an
no, I
hour.
need it.
And what's most depressing about it is this place is
You know, at one time, credit card as a retail business, minimum charge of like 25 cents. Plus 30%.
Starting bidding at a lost key card at $10. Has anybody lost a key card? $10. Do I hear 50?
Small amount.
Oh, that's right, this is a good one.
I did find it, unfortunately, someone else found it. It was Henry. Nobody else?
Nobody now.
Nobody?
And I have his address right there, and so, just you're gonna do the show up. Very good.
See, I'm spoiled. The university.
Melody, we're Americans. We're never happy, it's never good enough, and we're always hungry. That's how it works. Never, we don't just sit in the basement and take it, we take the basement and make it something great.
Melody was ready to surrender. She's like, it's basement, it's a Wi-Fi. And I'm like, no! No! Life hands you lemons. Try to see Life's manager.
See, I'm spoiled.
With the lemons.
The university I work at, we have 100 gig connection internet too. So it's like we never went for bandwidth. There's other stuff that goes wrong, but bandwidth is not it. Yeah. Yeah, Al Gore, when Al Gore came there, they brought one of these units that, connected the network so that he could do all of his video streaming and all of that. And, they were all like, real like, oh God, this is going to be bad. And he helped do it, and it was like, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's expensive.
So, the only thing that's, okay, so where is he speaking from?
He's speaking from here.
Sir, your head is too big and I won't be able to watch.
But with no...
Talk to your parents about that one. Size doesn't matter, man. They brought it up. There's such a chance.
No, I'm a needy guy.
Yes.
I'm so needy. So actually, I need memory. Yeah. I put this in memory. You have no. You think somebody would have here? Yeah, that's good.
64K by 1 inch. I brought some for him.
No,
I think I had. We can populate like an 8,000 card.
I got this juicy that has memory problems, and started playing with it, and yeah, begin to work. So it's
oh, ram in there and check it out. Is that
we
what
got
that
to
is?
solve it first.
Do you have chips, Henry? Yeah, well, just desolder this for me too. While you're yeah, I see how this.
You know,
That's why we're good friends.
get yourself juice. No, actually, he's gonna try to do it. I'm trying to get the iron primus. Probably he can do yeah, for half the day.
Which job?
So I tell him, hey, this I'm looking at. I can show you this. I'm thinking about buying this soldering thing. Well, right. So this is. I haven't used it. I've seen it, but I haven't used it. And he says, That's cheap. It's $27, guys.
Oh, you know what it is? The button, I think it's. Yeah, it's not.
It has yeah. But it's $27. It's a little bit less than $300.
Found it, it's up there. And the sponge was rolling around in the car, so I found that last night.
I just remember seeing it when I was cleaning up my stuff.
Yeah, I think I just left it up there.
Take one more shot.
You didn't necessarily too much with the Franklin. We got so many work years ago, but we never had to do it, so got someone else to help, and then never got around to the soldering and wired. A lot of waiting around and not too much action.
Yeah, I do too, especially. Although I've butchered a few apples with power supplies.
But I guess Ian, very much he said it was
very quick.
up on the third floor. And
Very sorry.
Grab him. He said he'd help me do that. Love your shirt, Jason.
Thank you. This was actually a, so let me just. Well, the Wi-Fi
Sucks.
is well, it's truly terrible.
It is. I don't even see
It's
the
actually a professional embarrassment.
Yeah. Is the SSID broadcasting or you got it?
No, it's at Rutgers.edu. All right, I think we're as good as we're going to get with that. That's there. That's recording. You look. I mean, I wouldn't.
I won't do anything special.
Yeah, I'll keep it inside. Go ahead.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the first session of this morning. One bit of housekeeping. We did find somebody lost their card. Anybody else? We'll keep it up here. Come by later and get it. Okay, we're going to do 3 sessions in a row, and then we'll have a short break. The first session is going to be by John Morris. It's called Disk Imaging with Applesauce. John's going to discuss the development of the floppy drive controller that enables you to connect your Apple II floppy drive directly to your modern computer. Thanks, John.
Okay. Let me get up the slide that I made. Because, yeah. Okay. Yep. This is my slide. Okay, so we're talking about disk imaging. Basically, I had a problem with my EDD card, crapped out on me, and I wanted to do something different. And so basically, just as on a wild hair, I embarked on this journey to try to capture disk information in a different way. That's the end of my slideshow. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I came planning to slides while I was here. I've just been having too much damn fun, so yeah, that's the whole slideshow.
And you need to save it.
I don't need to save it. No, maybe. We'll see. Okay. So, what I ended up building is a hardware device that I call the Applesauce. And it basically is a floppy drive controller that allows you to directly connect a disk to via USB to a modern computer. What else I have to say? That's really it. Okay, so we're gonna dive into the nuts and bolts because it's nice and early. I'm sure everyone's fresh. So we are going to start at what is actually on a disk. You know, there's a common idea that a floppy disk contains zeros and ones. That actually is not correct at all. A floppy disk contains ones and only ones. So what is going on is we basically have, you know, a strip of magnetism. Everything either faces north or south. As the head rolls over this information, or the information rolls past the head, whichever way you want to look at it, the head picks it up and if the bits there are north facing, it sends the AC current one way. If it's south facing, it sends the current the other way. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. What the drive does is there's one chip that's at the heart of it. This is called the 3470, and it basically looks for the current to change one way or the other. So whenever it sees it change from north to south or south to north, it sends a message out. That message is a 1. It's a 1 microsecond long pulse, which denotes a 1. Zeros are derived by the lack of any pulses over time. You know, the Apple II basically expects a pulse every 4 microseconds, and if there isn't one happening there, when it does find one, it basically says, hey, it's been about 8 microseconds, so let's say that's a 0 and a 1 then. So the gap makes the zeros. This thing's gonna keep going to sleep on me. So taking this, basically what that, you know, you're in terms of flux, you know, the flux transitions, that is the movement of north to south or south to north. Okay? So what the applesauce does is it connects up and it reads flux transitions directly. It grabs every transition on the disk and it measures the amount of time in nanoseconds between these transitions. And what it does is it can take that stream and create bit streams and turn them into nibble streams and take it all the way from being a bunch of pulses to actually being the data, basically what the floppy drive controller does. We will do a quick, I just pulled disks out from upstairs, so your mileage may vary in terms of what we actually get here, but we'll do a quick demo of the fast disk imager. So,
you wrote this?
yes. So this is it pulling the tracks. Let's determine that it's 16 sectors. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Okay, successfully got everything. That's nice. So this is, what did this just say?
Already great.
So this is early games. Okay, so we're just gonna write out early games. We'll save that.
Is this a USB interface to the Mac?
Yes.
That's awesome.
And so this is it. Basically, it's just an old disk 2 with a power supply and a little bit of, you know, voodoo on it. So in our disk, okay, here we have early games DSK. So we'll just double click it, open up the emulator. And hopefully it does something. Oh, early games.
All right.
So these are, you know, it's very early, you know. Doesn't even need you to necessarily, oh, we do have addition, okay. So this basically is going through a bunch of steps. It's pulling the fluxes, turning them into bits, turning those into nibbles, turning the nibbles, you know, de-encoding it, and this is creating a disk image. This is what it does for what you can use for unprotected disks, because it uses a lot of techniques to try to do data repair. This one came in fine, but it'll do a lot of, you know, if the address parts of the disk are bad, it will hunt for hunks of data. It'll bring things back. If you have bad nibbles, it'll figure out what nibbles are wrong, and it'll go and it'll look at the flux transitions that actually made up the nibbles and determine what other potential values that nibble could have been, verify that against the checksum, and basically it'll try to recreate the data within the chunk if it's lost. So it uses a lot of different techniques, but all of these rely on the fact that the disk has a known structure, whether it's ProDOS, DOS 3.3, DOS 3.2. You know, there were parts implemented in it to enable it to work. You know, when DOS works, it has, you know, address prologues and data, and you know, everything has its little checksums on it, because really the drives, they're not particularly accurate. So it really is kind of a...
So you're telling me that when it reads the disk, it's actually verifying the data is 100% correct before making the image?
Yes.
Wow. Does EDD do that?
No, EDD doesn't do any validation of data.
Interesting, thank you.
So, this is Henry Michelle. No. Who? Oh, stranger. So, you know, there are a lot of ways to do data recovery just from knowing the fact that there is a set structure, and so it can be very aggressive in doing that. You know, when it comes to copy protection, you know, it kind of turned into a Wild West out there with the whole escalation. You know, all of the, when it comes to real DOS, like DOS 3.3, all of the address chunks on the disk, you know, they start with D5A96. I'm sure all of you guys have heard of that little sequence. That's kind of the beginning of the address information for a sector. Because in the end, there is no physical sectors. Everything's just kind of logically laid out in one big loop. So you put little keys in here, and as it runs through these, it finds this and goes, okay, this is the sector. Let's look at the sector number. Hey, this matches what we're looking for. Okay, let's grab the data that's following it. And it grabs that, and that's your sector. Of course, publishers didn't like that because, well, now you can copy everything. So they started simply in saying, okay, well, instead of D5A96, well, let's make it 97. So when you try to copy with copy A, it sits there and goes, I don't see any sectors. There's nothing on this disk. Even though it's right there, it just does not know how to recognize it anymore. That's kind of where early protection started, and from there, the cat and mouse game skyrocketed. And when it skyrocketed, you know, you then had bit copiers. It's like, you know what, bit copiers, they don't care if it says D5A96. It doesn't matter. It just wants the bits. It doesn't care about whether it's a sector or not. It just grabs the raw information. So then what the copy protection folks came up with as one of the techniques, they had many, many different techniques, but one of them was actually an exploitation of the 3470 chip within the drive. This chip that creates the pulses that make the bits. And what they noticed was, which really was fairly commonly known, you know, the whole idea that you can't have more than 2 zeros in a row on a disk really is because you can't have too much time of the 3470 not seeing anything. When it doesn't see anything, it thinks it's not doing its job well. It has a little amplifier, and it keeps turning up this little amplifier to try to find the data that it's supposed to be finding, until it gets to the point that it's just amplifying its own noise within the circuit on the analog board, and it goes, "Pwah! Here's a bit for you. Pwah! Here's a bit for you." And it throws up. Throws up randomly. So you put a large empty space, and it gets filled with garbage, which is why you can't have more than 2 zeros in a row. Because, well, after that, it just turns into randomness. So to defeat bit copiers, a lot of publishers went and put a big empty area. No transitions. In this part of the disk, I don't want there to be any transitions here. When they run it, they read that area. They look at it and say, okay, I see these bits here. Let's spin the disk around again. Look at it now. What does it say now? Oh, this is all different. Okay, look at it again. Yep, it's all different. Okay. We know that this is a real disk because these bits keep changing. When you put it into Copy 2 Plus, or EDD or whatever, it runs through and it hits this transition, you know, this no transition area, and these random bits spit out. And Copy2 Plus thinks that those bits are real. Doesn't understand whether something is real or fake. It grabs these bits and it cements those in as being part of the image, saying, hey, I got your bits, and I put them in here. When the software runs, it comes to this area and looks at it and says, okay, I have this pattern of bits here. Spin around. Hey, it's the same. Spin it around. Okay, wait, this isn't changing at all. And it knows that it is a copy. So that's really tricky. Yep.
I was wondering, from the perspective of like at the assembly language level, we're dealing all the time with strings of zeros, strings of ones, you know, there's all sorts of different patterns. How is the floppy controller actually converting from the electromagnetism world where you can't have 2 zeros in a row into the usable data world where obviously that happens all the time? It needs to happen.
That is called the nibble. So for DOS 3.3 and above, there are basically a finite set of numbers. It's what's called 6 and 2 encoding is what it uses. And it actually is a set of nibbles that never have more than 2 zeros in a row. And it puts it through this funky little, logic sequence to actually take your 256 bytes for your sector, and it'll spit out 342 nibbles that will represent the 256 bytes. So it increases in size, but you can encode all the data without ever having more than 2 zeros.
So that 300 some odd nibbles is getting stored in typically the Apple II's memory as part of the
So when you tell DOS to write a sector, it's going to take, you say this is the 256 bytes for my sector, and then it's going to take that and it's going to nibbleize this out. It's going to make 342 bytes with a checksum on the end, so that it can make sure that it's simple XOR, but it'll basically make sure that all data, when it gets read back in later on, matches up. So that was part of the thing with DOS 3.2, 13 sector disks. They used 5 and 3 encoding. It required 410 nibbles to do it, because the rules for 5 and 3 encoding and the earlier chip, the earlier state machine chip itself, was that there could only be 1 0. And so the idea of putting, when they came up with DOS 3.3, they came up with the new 6 and 2 encoding. They were able to shrink the size of the packets from 410 to 342, and that's how they gained the room for the additional 3 sectors. But yeah, so there was an intermediate stage in there solely for being able to take binary, because, well, how do you store 0? 0 actually gets stored as, it's a 96 plus a couple of other things, but they all get converted to nibbles. Okay, and it's that intermediate nibble stage. Yep. So, let's see, where was I? Henry, where was I?
Standing there.
Okay. Okay, so basically they came up with a way to make bit copiers suffer a lot in terms of they can't capture these bits, and it's really, really hard to go into and say, when you have a bit stream, to say what is real and what is fake. You have the problem that you kind of need to make an assumption that every bit is happening at 4 microseconds, which is a little bit unfair, because the transitions happen, really, it's pretty variable. The drive speed is constantly wiggling around. It's amazing that the whole thing works at all, really. There are so many variables to what is going on. Wad did an amazing job doing it with what he did it with. Let's see. Wow, I just drew a complete blank now. So we will go into, okay, so what applesauce does, and I will pull another disk here. Master Type, the typing instruction game. Sounds fascinating. Okay. So, like I said, fast disk imager works great with unprotected stuff. So what do we do with protected things? Protected things has a flux imager. Okay, this flux imager, this is pulling everything. Basically, it is recording every flux transition on the disk and the number of, really it's the number of microseconds between each flux transition. Another part of applesauce is that it actually can locate where every flux transition exists on the media itself. It has a special sensor that you mount inside that watches the spindle, that gives me signals so that I can actually keep the alignment of all the tracks. Because those, you know, when let's sum it up with something. So we'll see what it looks like. But you know, basically the disk flux, the density of the fluxes, basically higher bit values show up in brighter colors or brighter grays.
What do you do for empty parts of the disk that have no transitions? How does
so
detect and remove all the noise?
Yeah. Okay. So what this does when it comes to these areas of no transitions, you know, obviously the real bits we can get fine, but we still need to deal with this problem of the fake bits. Luckily, real bits don't move around. We have a little bit of variance due to the drive speed, but they maintain a consistent timing to all their neighbors. So while having the timing, we can basically say, you know, okay, this is, you know, these all match up. When we go across multiple reads of the same track, which applesauce is grabbing 5 copies of every quarter track as it's pulling this stuff in, it can actually look at it and say, is this consistent? Is the timing between these bits consistent? And then when it gets to this area of no transition where we have random bits getting thrown in, we can kind of look at one side and say, you know, we have solid bits here. These ones are good. We see solid bits here. In the middle, these bits are all shifted in time. They don't match up. They dance around. The number of them change. So, you know, it kind of turns into just a big garble. So when you look at it across multiple reads, you have things moving around. They're not consistent. And applesauce will basically see that these bits are being inconsistent and find the extents of it of where things, you know, look like they're physically written to the disk and where they're being generated by 3470, and it will eliminate the fake bits. So it will pull the false things out. Well, this is an interesting one.
What does the pattern mean?
So what's going on here? Track 0 is basically at this outside edge, which they got something funky going here with a bunch of nothingness. These dividers here, these are all between the sectors. You know, between all the sectors, when you have a bunch of bits in a stream, it's like, where do they start? You know, you want to break them down into nibbles, but, well, I just got a bunch of bits. How do I know where things are started? And that is done typically with sync nibbles. The typical one is a FF followed by 2 zeros, which kind of delay the system. And when you have at least 4 of these in a row, you know, the logic machine within the Apple II sees this and it will bring it into sync because of the way things interleave. And so if you have four sets of, that was not me. If you have 4 sets of these sync nibbles, it will bring it into alignment and guarantee that you have alignment through the data that you have. So these vertical lines here are the sync areas. So this is where it is telling the system that it wants to make sure that the data that's following it is properly synchronized. So it ends up leaving basically watermarks on here. What's interesting about this is not done on a regular disk 2. Because on a regular disk 2, all these things actually are skewed. Because at disk 2, it has no timing. It has no idea of the position of the disk when it writes a sector. When it starts writing a sector, it writes it wherever it happens to be. It just sits there and says, okay, next sector. It doesn't care. It's writing an entire track. This, having every single sector aligned this way, it's obviously coming off of high-end equipment that is writing, at least has hardware synchronization on the disk, or is writing the entire set of tracks simultaneously. This darker area here, that's more than likely the fudge factor when you're writing it. You have a lot of variance in drive speeds, and so what they tend to do is they'll write a big area of sync stuff, and then they'll write the track, and then come around, and then they'll overwrite the end of that. So they make sure that they have a good set of bits all around, and it's the safest way to do that. So that's what this fat chunk here more than likely is. The dark areas here, I'm not sure what they're doing there. They're playing some games here. They're throwing a lot of nothingness on track 0, which is a little bit important for starting things up. So yeah, basically, well, that's a distance image there. We have master type now. Okay.
If you save that, what do you get?
So this is generating a raw file. So, part of this is, the idea that we want to be able to improve the ability to, recognize and analyze disks. But we do have all the disks failing. That's like the work that Mark is doing, is trying to save these things before they're all gone. This is kind of another way to do that. Because what I'm doing is I pull 5 copies of every flux transition off of the disk, and then it gives us something that we can process later. When you've captured this, you've captured everything, including enough statistical information to be able to keep the copy protection intact. And that is a big part of what I want to do. I want to be able to preserve. They did some crazy, amazing things in the protection stuff. I mean, sometimes I'm working on this, and I start looking at the disk, and I'm like, wow, what are they doing here? And then I spend 2 hours spelunking through disk image, like just exploring the craziness that they came up with to keep people from being able to copy their disk. And it's truly fascinating. It really is an art form in itself, and a lot of times it's far more interesting than the content actually on the disc. There's just a lot of brilliance there. So what this is doing is it will generate an A2R file, master type.
What does that process A2R button say?
Well, I'll show you that. Nibs, they're terrible in terms of, they can contain the most simplest forms of copy protection, but when it simply comes down to it, there isn't a disk image format that can actually contain a disk with the copy protection intact. And the process A2R will actually let you go to an archive, and it will extract everything and be able to generate different disk images, be able to have different analysis stuff. So if you had a giant repository of A2Rs and you realized, hey, let's come up with a new file format or whatever, you could actually just dump all of these in and be able to generate images solely based off of this, because there is no interpretation of the information here. The raw is the raw timing of flux transitions. There's no, is there a bit here or not? Is this a 1 or a 0? There's no questions involved in it. This is the raw disk, in its lowest form. There's some other images that I've done, like Choplifter. This is spiral tracking. Everyone talks about, this is the spiral track. I don't have noise reduction going on it. This is normally black. This is the tracks all in some funky spiral. He did not believe in actually having sectors. Oh, this is what I was asked to do. Yeah, that's what, this one. You have a little bit of sync field. You definitely have something different going on in the center of the disc. Cool little spiral pattern. And so part of when Applesauce actually generates the raws, it's actually generating 1K by 1K PNG images of what the physical layout of the disc looks like as well, so that can be saved along with the archives. Oh yeah, Frogger. This is Spira disk. This is basically all empty. The entire game actually exists on this edge with really tightly packed in quarter tracks that are interleaving each other so that they don't interfere, and it's insanity here. This Spire, is this crazy? Spire disk? Yeah, say. Peter says it's crazy. It's crazy.
Does the Flux Imager require a special capacitor with plutonium, or is this all the software?
No, the hardware itself is pretty straightforward. Really, it is an interface. Most of this is done by software. You know, I'm pulling the fluxes, running. You know, it'll keep them accurate to within about 125 nanoseconds, and that's its clock. And any questions for 30 seconds?
When can we buy this?
Working on that. The hardware, well, I was hoping it was about done. I'm seeing a couple of problems with things exploding. So, so fire bad. Well, no, there's no fire, but I want to definitely make some revisions. I'll probably be looking at ordering new boards probably within about a month or so. There's still stuff I want to do on the software side of things. Working with a bunch of people here to try to come up, you know, trying to standardize the image, you know, the image formats, things like that. Yeah.
You just do 34 tracks. I guess the earliest drives can only do 34, but the later ones can do more. Like Reyna had some drives that did more.
Yeah. Right now, I only have it scanned 35 tracks. So, you know, I do go for the Hex 23. It images everything on the quarter tracks. There's no reason why it couldn't go to 40, except that the drives that I have it hooked up to, which it just hooks up standard. I mean, I can take this and plug it into my Apple II and it'll work just fine. So, you know, you don't have to make any, you install a sensor, but it makes no permanent electrical changes to the drive.
Can this be used to read portions of unprotected damaged disks, or not really?
Yes, it can, because that's like what it does. You know, the same way I do with the disk imager, it can go through, and when it finds damaged areas, it can point out, you know, there's something nutty here, and allow you to look at that, and it will show you the flux transitions that do exist for it. And so actually I have a whole other tool that I'm working on after this that really is just getting into a disk and being able to dive in, being able to look at, you know, almost like a nibble editor. You know, you can kind of go sector down to nibbles, down to bits, and then be able to look at individual fluxes that are associated with every nibble on the disk.
And then would it be able to interpolate what should be there?
Yes.
Based upon without you having to do it yourself?
The DSK imager does that, yes.
It does do that?
Yes. So because it has the checksum there, it looks at what bits it has, and it looks at variations of what it could possibly be, and then cross-checks that with the checksums.
Just badass.
One more question. Would you be able to extend the software to make the disk 2 image other formats of disks? Like
Yes, absolutely. And the entire interface to the Applesauce open sourcing. It's a nice simple interface, so if anyone else wants to write software that accesses the drive, more than welcome to. You know, encourage it.
Can it be used with a 5 1/4 Unidisc, or does it have to be a Disk 2?
It will work fine with a Unidisc, but a Unidisc is so tightly packed you cannot get a sync sensor in there. So if you're doing unprotected things or even protected things that don't require cross-track synchronization, you can do it. But if the protection requires that all the tracks be synced, you know, because it jumps back and forth because a Disk 2 can't replicate that, then yeah, you need the sync sensor, and there just is not room inside of the Unidisc case. Can I take one more? Yeah. Yours, this is mine. I think I got it. Yeah, I still got a mic, yeah. Like, okay, you got that?
Cool stuff. Thanks, Chad.
Yes.
Well, that was what I mean. Right. I mean, that's what anticipation of it, right? It's definitely the same limitation you would have for Ethernet as well.
That way, yeah, it's more than one way to make
All right, we're going to get right into the next session. This is Peter Ferry doing porting games from Booter to Prodos. Thanks, Peter.
So, I like to think of it as being as easy as 1, 2, 3. It's save the data, package it up again, and then we just return it on demand. If only it were that simple. To save the data often requires that we play through the entire game, and not all the paths are obvious. Fortunately, with emulators now, we have a much easier time of it. We can save the state in case we die by accident or because we're not very good at the game. But in some cases, it's necessary to die on purpose. For example, in Conan, when you die, you get a little small picture, death scene. In some cases, it has clues as to how to solve some of the other levels in the game. And there are 6 different pictures that it can display. So, if you don't have them all, and packaged up everything except those, then the game would crash when it can't find the picture it's after. But with the emulator, we can also trap the disk access. We can intercept the soft switches on demand. We can disassemble the code around where we're after. And we can change values on the fly, force certain code paths to be taken in order to go where we need to go. In order to package up the data, we have the question of, do we say to multiple files or just one? If we use multiple files, it means less code in memory, because we just have a simple lookup table. But it requires more data on disk. There's file system overhead per file. We might end up filling a disk more quickly than we would have with just one file. On the other hand, using one file means we can use a map of the locations within our archive to find the location of the data we need, and at that point we need to consider things like data alignment. We don't want necessarily to span a block to access just one sector, because that would mean that we'd need to load into a private buffer and index into that to copy just the bytes we need. This might slow things down a little bit. To restore data from multiple files, this is the code. That's all it is. These are the data for it. So we can just replace the entire RWTS, RTS, assuming it's read-only, with this sequence. And we use the trick here that the file length, if we make a very large length, Prodos knows when to stop reading. So as long as it's at least the size of the file, it will stop for us. We don't have to worry about an exact number. In the case of restoring from one file, this is the code. and these are the data. What I'm not showing here is the code that works out what the file offset is within the archive, and the code that sets the exact file size you need in order to read it back in, because that is very much dependent on the data structure you use, the techniques you use to find how to do that. We might have an issue if the game uses the BF page. One thing we can do is to find another page that isn't used, and then just use this code to swap it in and out. So you call this prior to calling ProDOS to swap the page back in, call it ProDOS, and then switch this back out and allow the game to continue running. The screen holes are used, which is a problem I had with AirHeart for the longest time. It worked perfectly on my hardware, because everything always does. But some other people reported that in certain configurations it would crash. And it turned out that the screen holes were being used by AirHeart to store actual code, and so I had to deal with that. The hardware was saving state about the current track and sector, so that when I messed it up, it didn't know where it was. It got confused. But we can deal with this by using this code. We simply set the slot number at this point here, and the first time we call it, change the store to a load. It will save the existing values that are in the slots, in the screen holes, to a private buffer. It's only 16 bytes. Thereafter, we change the load to a store and call this each time we want to swap it out in order to call ProDOS, and then swap it back in again afterwards. I was working on Crisis Mountain recently, porting it to ProDOS. Apparently it was originally developed as a DOS program. They simply removed track 11, so it has real track sector lists, and the game knows exactly where they are because they put the files on first, then erase track 11, and then they put the game code on with these hard-coded locations in there. So all I had to do was read the track sector lists to extract the files, make corresponding files in the ProDOS file system, and it only took me 2 hours and I was done. So this is great. I wish they were all like that. They're not. And I got very, very lucky in the case of Crisis Mountain that all of the regions had unique track numbers. So, and there are only 6 files, 2 background files, 2 layouts for where the obstacles are, the waterfall, and the location of the rocks, and there's one file for page 3 locations, had all its vectors in there, and one file for saving the high scores. So I was able to just do a compare and branch for each of the files, which simply set, in my case I used one character to distinguish the different files. And so my branch just simply set the appropriate number, stored in the file name, and allowed me to load the file. Another problem we might have is if there are lots of data, and one solution is to compress them. We have a number of options, including APlib, LZ4, ZX7, for which I have decompressors in 6502 and 65C02. There's also a compressor called PU Crunch, which I found fairly recently. Still evaluating what I can do with that. It's compresses better than APlib, which is better than LZ4, which is better than ZX7. But it has some data tables that it needs to use for decompression, which means that it ends up being much larger as a decompressor than APlib, which APlib fits in less than 1 page of memory, so I can even put it on the stack and run from there if I have to. Obviously compression requires more memory than it would have otherwise, because we have the packed data, the unpacked data, and the unpacker itself. One way we can minimize the increase in memory usage is to overlap the packed data and the unpacked data. But we can't unpack forwards beyond BFFF because there's no way to put the additional bytes that would need to be fetched in order to store the BFFF. So we can deal with that by unpacking backwards instead, starting at BFFF, going towards 800. We do this by taking the original input, we reverse the whole thing, then compress that block, and then reverse it again. So that then the last byte of compressed data will be the first byte of uncompressed data. We go back to unpack the whole thing. The problem is when we get to 800, there's no safe way of loading bytes in prior to 800 that we can use to store the bytes to 800, because that's where the screen holes are, and Prodos refuses to have a file load directly below 800. So we need to use a jump and restore technique. And it looks like this. If we have, for example, a block from 800 to 8000, we take the first 6 bytes. I chose 6 here because in the case of APLib, usually the minimum overlap I can support is 3 bytes. And so we have 3 bytes of overlap and then 3 bytes spare that we need. Place those at the end of the compressed block. So our new location is 806, our new ending location is 8006, and we have a gap in the front. We move the whole thing down to 803, and then at 800 we put a jump. That goes to the end of our compressed block where we have our unpacker. And then to unpack at 7FD, we just copy our 6 bytes back, and then we begin unpacking all the way down to 7FD after saving the bays and screen holes to it. So once we've loaded the file in, we can afford to save that. Prodos doesn't have to care anymore about what was there. As far as unpacking goes, I find it's best to display the title page as quickly as possible. So I pack that one separately from the rest of the data I want to unpack. Because once the drive turns off, there's no visible activity unless you explicitly code it in. So, and sometimes the unpacking can take longer than the disk read. In the case that the original read was say 4 and 4 encoding, which is very, very fast. I can't compete with that when I'm unpacking. So I need to have some kind of explicit activity. In the case of sneakers, when the original disk was loading, one of the creatures would stomp its feet once for every track it was loading, so it had this nice animation. For my file-based version, I simulated that by having the animation every 4K or so, because it has about 48K of data. It had this nice animation as well. In the case of Dino Eggs, the original booter would load the 2-bit array directly onto the screen, so you had this fluctuation while it's loading. It had the title screen, the credit screen, and then it has garbage at the bottom. From my file-based version, I actually put the data that was being unpacked in there as well as the original location, so it had some variation as well. See, it's doing stuff. And we replace the packed data either before the graphics screen or after the graphics screen, depending on where it fits. So just unpack directly. Unpack and display the graphics screen first, and then unpack the rest. What if the image is too large to load if the graphics screens are avoided? Imagine we have a layout that looks like this, and this matches a number of titles, including Tomahawk, which actually loaded to the language card as well. It was solid. And we had the title screen right in the middle. The question is, can we fit this into one file? Because this is always the challenge I have first. If I can avoid multiple files, I find that's best, because then I can override Prodos if I have to, and I don't have to worry about disk access anymore. The first thing is to compress it, and imagine it looks like this. To deal with this, we have to rearrange a little bit. So the first thing is we have our title screen in red that's we can't load from there, so we have to move it out of the way. Move it down here. We take our section of code that was next to it, and we move it down, and we put the title screen in at 1 FFD. This is allowing for the 3 bytes of overlap that I'd have with APD. We take the rest of the data that follows where the title screen ends, and we move it up a little bit. Take the bit at the end that fits into that space, and we put it there. It's like a shell game. So now we have a rearranged image that fits in the same space as we had before, and that still fits into one file. But to unpack that, we load our original image. We take the bit that fits from the end of the title screen up to the end of the graphics screen, and we move that back to where it was at the end of the pack data. And then we unpack the title screen into the space we just created using 2000. So now we have our title screen, we can display that. And we start unpacking from the end of our compressed region into BFFF backwards down to 4000. And then we use a trick that we make the unpacker aware that the compressed region spans the graphics screen. So we make a skip from 4000 to 2000 and resume unpacking the rest of the image all the way down to 7FD using the 3 bytes overlap that we replaced as before. So now we have one file that unpacks all 48K in one pass with the title screen in the middle. So that's read-only version done. In the case of something that wants to write to disk, saving high scores, for example, we take our original code that we use for reading, and we make these changes. That's it. 1 byte. So we can deal with that by having 2 separate entry points. One that sets the read opcode, looks like that. The other one sets the write opcode, and then just use the rest of the same code. The only difference between the read and write beyond that is we have to set the exact length to write out. Otherwise, if we ask ProDOS to try and write 64K, it really will try, and then it tries to access the soft switch space to copy into its buffer, and the screen goes crazy, the system probably hangs, hilarity ensues. Other issues we might have regarding compressed games in general is that what if 64K is used? Can we still have ProDOS in that case? We can if we move ProDOS to the auxiliary memory space. We can run from main and then have a little entry point that switches to Oxys memory and runs ProDOS and then switches back. But that requires 128K of RAM in order to run. Alternatively, we can copy the game into Ox memory with an entry point that switches back to main memory to access ProDOS. That also requires 128K of RAM. My philosophy, though, is that we shouldn't require more memory to run than the original used. So if the original game fitted in 48K, I'm going to fit my access in 48K, excluding the fact that ProDOS is in the 64K range. I do make an exception regarding the CPU, though, that I will generally require a 65C02 for unpacking, just to maintain space. But I do have a 6502 version that I've used in some cases. So I had some complaints that some people can't run things like Tetris on their machine because they only have a 6502. In any case, I try to keep it in the same space that I had before. And another issue we have with ProDOS is it requires 1 kilobyte of contiguous memory for its file-specific data. 512 bytes for file management, 512 bytes for its block that's the next block it wants to load in case you request it. So So that's a bummer if you can't have a kilobyte available. And then we have the other problem of what if 127 kilobytes is used and then Protos is gone. And so I have a solution for that. I have a library that I call Pro RWTS. It's a completely independent RWTS to the Protos file system. It does not rely on Protos at all once it starts running. And in fact, from a floppy boot that I have, it doesn't require Protos at all. It's able to, in just about 350 bytes, it's able to load in a driver specific to floppies that can then pass the Protos file system and find any system file that you nominate. It doesn't have to look for just the first one. Pick anything you like. The library has both floppy and hard disk support. It handles seedlings, saplings, and tree files, so you can go up to 32 meg files in a single file. It supports subdirectories, so you can open a subdirectory, fetch files from it. You can go as deeply as you like. You can read and write Ox memory directly, as long as you're running from either stack or language card. So you can switch over and just do the direct access. And the whole thing is less than 1 kilobyte of RAM in the default configuration of hard disk read only. It has 512 bytes of data for the single block at a time, and the entire code is less than 512 bytes long. Even within the read only configuration, there are various options, the smallest of which is 132 bytes of code. That one does seedlings and sapling files, and you can do, you can read anywhere you like. As of today, I have all of these titles. Woo! Gumball was the first demonstration title I had for Pro RWTS, which I was all ready to release until 4 AM says it's too slow from floppy. Gumball's original loader is extremely fast. Pro RWTS, on the other hand, is faster than Protos, but nothing compared to what Gumball does. And so for that we came up with Gumboot, which is faster than Gumball's original loader. But still, I'm working on some things to make Pro RWTS faster from floppies. Plan to implement scatter read and in-place decoding, so that I can compete with some of the other loaders. In the future, these other titles are coming. I was almost done with Up and Down, but I ran out of time because it uses all 64K of RAM, and I'm having trouble fitting all my stuff in. But it's close. It seems to work. I have to go through, test the game. But I have one more title that I'm testing right now. It's my dream title for demonstrating Pro RWTS, and I hope it actually works. It uses more than 63K of RAM, so I was essentially required to use Pro RWTS support. It reads a great number of chunks from the disk, anything from 256 bytes up to 4.5 kilobytes at a time, and it was 384K of data. So I put the whole thing into one tree file and enabled tree support in Pro RWTS. I compressed the whole thing to reduce the amount of time it took to read, and now I'm faster than the original loader was. And it also writes to disk. Now let me see if I can get it to work. running from Protos.
Awesome.
And the difference in resolution, you see, this is the super high res version that you can see on 2GS. So. I managed to fit Pro RWTS in 2K, including the unpacker. I used every single byte. I spent a long time optimizing it down to exactly 2K. At that point, I said it's good enough. I'm going to stop. I made the demo, and then I did iterate after that to try and get a little smaller, see how small I could go. But then the different data structure I used to get the smaller space actually had an impact on performance, and then it loaded noticeably slower. So I just left it as it is. I think exactly 2K is beautiful. That's all the room I had. I needed the other 2K as a buffer for decompression. I compressed it down to 200K of data compared to the original 384. And it includes a super high res picture at the end. It also has all of the Easter eggs. So I took the original 800K disk, extracted all the data from that, but that version did not have the Easter eggs. Then I had to go back to the 5 1/4 version, ripped out the Easter eggs, pack it all together, and you can access the Easter eggs by, when you start up the game, type -prints, and while it's loading, hold down the key sequence for whichever the Easter eggs you're after, and it will show. That includes the motorcycle effect, the chipped carrot. It's only for hard-coded slot 6 though, because I couldn't fit the additional space I needed to work out which slot was running. And you can even save your game. In the release I will have later today, I have a save game with the end sequence ready to go. You can just copy the file over and load that, and see what the ending looks like on the 2E and the 2GS. There's also the previously undocumented Easter egg that if you press the caret while loading a game or after you finish level 2, it will show an animation of Jordan waving. It's a double low-res image, and that one works as well. So just ask it to load the game, and then it will play. So that's it. Thank you.
Is there any time for questions?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes.
Is the process of replacing the RWTS calls at all automated, or does it require walking through each game looking for the disk access?
It would require looking at, on a per game basis, knowing exactly where it is, and then putting in the appropriate code.
I just have a comment. If you're considering using Pro RWTS, it's awesome. When we switched from ProDOS to Pro RWTS for Marvel's Legends, we got back 10K of RAM, and our boot time pretty much halved. So it's an amazing little thing. And if you try to read the code, have a great time. It's super hard to read.
Is this documented for Pro RWTS? Like, is there a place I can go and look at how to use it and stuff?
I should have said so. The bootloader is in GitHub already. Version 1 is also there, but version 2, which Lawless Legends is using, and Nox Arcade, I'm still iterating on some new options I plan to put in, but I will upload it as soon as I'm happy with it.
What compression did you use? What algorithm did you use? Did Red Drill or did you?
For Prince of Persia, I used AP Leap, which is a freely available compressor. It's not open source for the compressor, but my decompressor has a source available. It's on my GitHub page, along with my other unpackers. But I did originally try using ZX7 and LZ4, and it didn't do the job. I actually have a presentation about that on my website. I'll show you afterwards. At that time, I was trying to get Prince of Persia floppy version onto 2 sides, which was never done before, in 16-sector format. And so I went through all the details about how the different compression techniques I tried. APLib was the winner in that case, and it managed to fit. So we have a 16-sector 2-side version of Prince of Persia as well. So, and in this case, I had to refine the techniques I used for the compression to make it fit into my 2K buffer, because in the floppy version I had much more room to move, because I didn't have to deal with the file system. I could just load directly certain sectors from the disk and unpack those directly. But in the case of the file system, my buffer was much smaller, so I had to compress it even further. But that was just a matter of finding the right place to cut the data and then compress it. Questions? Okay.
Okay, we have one more session before we'll have a short break. So, Evan? Okay. Also, remember, we did find a card. Is anybody missing theirs?
Dan's.
Dan's. Okay.
Could I move this? I don't know what that is. And VGA. I got both actually. Do you have composite?
We do.
Oh no. It's on the side over here.
Do you want to talk off you?
Oh, sure. A podium. Yeah. Fancy. You don't get this in school. Okay, thank you. Somewhere on your shirt or something?
Very centered.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, this is Evan Wright, and he's going to be talking about Text Adventures Revisited. Thanks,
Okay,
Evan.
thank you. Hi, everybody. Normally, there's not this many bright people when I give talks. Actually, there's bright people. There's just fewer of them. So it's cool to see so many people here. So I'm going to talk about this thing that I've been working on for a bit, but I'm not going to talk specifically about the project until the very end. And if you want to see it or you want the code, I'll be happy to give it to you. It's more about how text adventures work in general as opposed to my specific project, although I'm definitely going to talk about that. So just a little blurb about me. There's a bad Photoshop of me in a cave with a lamp. I'm really, I love text adventures. I watch Get Lamp like Rain Man's got to watch Wapner. I'm also a teacher. These are some nice buildings where I teach. During the day, I teach at a vocational high school, and I teach game design. And then in the evenings, I teach C# at a community college. So game design, if you're not familiar, that's what we have to call computer science now to get people to enroll. Sad, but it's true. And I haven't always been a teacher. Before I was a teacher, I was a programmer until I decided that it made me miserable. And they called me Eeyore. That was my nickname. Okay, I'll go fix that bug. Right, so now I'm much happier now. So that's what I do. I get to do I bring a lot of retro gaming into the class, and I think text adventures have a real place in game design classes. And maybe I'll talk about that later. Obviously it's the 40th anniversary, and I thought, well, okay, what kind of cool retro project could I come up with for the 40th anniversary of the 1977 Trinity here that would kind of maybe glue them all together. And I thought, okay, well, I love text adventures, and text adventures are easy to port, so maybe I could design some sort of system that would run on a modern computer, like a PC, and then it would export your game to whatever target platform from 1977 you wanted. Now, there was a hiccup in this plan. It turns out I don't actually own a Commodore PET. I don't really want to own a Commodore PET. My wife definitely doesn't want me to own a Commodore PET. But up in Chicago, where I live, there's a very active Coco community, and Coco 2s are plentiful and cheap. And it turns out there's a really cool processor in there, the 6809. It is, I think it's like the one in, I think it's very similar in its instruction set to the one that's in the 2GS. So it's a really cool processor. And in fact, it's probably my favorite out of the bunch in terms of just ease of use. It's like they read my mind. So this is kind of what I ended up with, this tool that would export to these 3 platforms. And I've actually since thrown in Sinclair Spectrum, but I didn't have room on the slide for that. So it actually exports to 4 platforms right now. So if you want to do text adventures, there's some really good starting resources out there. Like, where do you start? There's a language called Inform 7, which which compiles down to these virtual machine that was used in the early Infocom games. So that's if you want to know like what capabilities should a text adventure have, or text adventure tool have, that's a very good resource to use. The Z machine, which is Infocom's virtual machine, has been reverse engineered, and the spec is out there. Unfortunately, the spec doesn't tell you how the parser works, because the parser isn't part of the Z machine. It was actually built into the game itself. So I had to do a little digging to kind of figure out, experimentation, trial and error, try to get it working. And then also, this is a book I love. It's available for free on the internet. It's Creating Adventure Games by Tim Hartnell. Somebody has lovingly PDF'd the whole thing and put it online, and it's great because it explains an adventure game in very simple terms in BASIC, and there's lots of pictures that kind of that show you how a simple text adventure game written in BASIC would do. And this is what I did on the Apple II, by the way, when it was like the mid-'80s. Like, we had an entire lab full of Apple IIes, and I loved it at the time, but now looking back on it, I feel even more lucky. Because I've realized that most people didn't have that experience. So that was my intro to Apples, was when I was in middle school. So it turns out text adventure is basically just 3 things. You need a parser to get the user input and chop it up and try to figure out what the user is trying to tell you. You need lots of data tables, so that what you're trying to do is map that input to the data for your game. You're trying to convert words to numbers, right? And the tables are the way to do that. And then you need subroutines. So if I say, if the verb is kick and the noun is can, then call the kick can subroutine, right? So that if you can put those 3 things together, you can have a text adventure. But the thing that really makes a text adventure kind of stand out or fall flat on its face is the quality of the parser. So that's why the Infocom games were so great. It was really the parser kind of allowed you to talk or type to the computer in the language that you were thinking in your head, versus some of the clunkier ones where you have to kind of do this translation process of learning how to talk to the game. And to me, that kind of breaks the immersion a little bit. I want to enter commands to the game the way I hear them in my head. I don't normally hear things in my head, by the way. So this is going to be mostly about the parser and how to get that to work. And then what else does the game have in it? Well, it's got rooms and objects, and it turns out that those are the same thing. Right? There's no, as far as the game is concerned, there's absolutely no difference between a room and an object. It's just an entry in a table that has properties and attributes. So an object knows what its ID number is. It knows what the ID number of its description, how it's initially described to the player. It has like north, south, east, west attributes, so it knows how it relates to the other objects in space. It maybe have a weight. And it has flags on it that say, like, is this thing portable? Is it a container? Is it a supporter? Like, can I put things in it? Can I put things on it? Is it open? Is it closed? Is it emitting light? Right? And those are just bit flags. Those are just 1s and 0s, right? So there's a little bit of space wasted, right? Because a room could be emitting light, but a room probably isn't locked. A door could be locked, but a room couldn't be locked. So there's sort of it's not a perfect match, but it works, right? And if your table entries are a fixed size, it makes crawling through your tables really, really easy. And you spend a lot of time crawling through tables. Okay, so these are the bit flags I was talking about. Like, objects have little 1s and 0s on them that say, is this thing a container? Is it lockable? Is it open? Is it emitting light? So like a lamp can emit light, but a room can emit light too, right? So there's a commonality between objects and rooms aren't really as different as you might kind of, or objects and rooms are not as different as you might think they are. And here's that in kind of a visual form. Like here's a map I was working on with my son. We were making a Doctor Who text adventure game. He's 11 years old. He actually really likes text adventures. And you can see here, if you go west from the street, you end up in the cave because I didn't really finish making the map. And if you go east from the cave, you end up back in the street, right? There isn't really a cave in the middle of London. But hey, it's Doctor Who. You can do whatever you want. So that's, objects really have relationships to each other spatially, and then here's another kind of picture about how objects relate to each other in terms of containment, right? So in these Infocom games, or in the system I've come up with, there's a conceptual object called off-screen or off-stage, and that's the parent, that's the root of your object tree. So all the rooms generally have off-screen as their parent, and then the cave could contain the rocks and the player. The player is the parent object for the bag and the lamp, right? So the player is carrying the bag and the lamp, and then the bag contains, gold and bottle or something like that. So there's kind of this weird graph tree structure going on here. But again, that is all very, very easily represented as a table, where every room or every object has an entry in the table, and you've got your attributes and your bit flags that say like whether this thing, that describe how you can interact with that object. Okay. I keep talking about tables. You need lots and lots of tables, but unfortunately, thank God, tables are actually pretty easy to process. Actually, with the 6502, I was totally scratching my head, like, how does this work with only 8-bit registers? Until I found that, like, indexed, 0-page Y indexed address modes. I'm like, yes, it can be done. These are examples of the tables you need. You need tables of articles, and that's for like removing white space from the input. You need prepositions, because the prepositions are the flags that you use to kind of chop up your sentence. Or if it's on the right side of a preposition, it's probably the indirect object. If it's on the left side, it's the direct object. The prepositions are kind of the delimiters in your sentences, or how you tokenize things. You need a dictionary that just has a list of all the words that the game understands. So if the player types like, read the Smurf, right? You're like, I don't understand the word Smurf, right? Because it's not in the dictionary, right? You get the word, you crawl through your dictionary. That's your gatekeeper. That's your bouncer. It's like, sorry, you're not on the guest list, right? I don't know the word Smurf. You need a dictionary. You also need a list of verbs, and notice that the verb table is a little bit different, right? It has an ID number on every verb, and that's so you can have synonyms. Like, so get, take, and pick up are all ID number 0. So the user could type in any of that stuff, and it would all map to verb number 0, right? And that's a way of creating synonyms and creating like a more intelligent, or a parser that kind of catches more input and funnels it toward the correct action, as opposed to like having to play hunt the verb. So that was how that's how you can do synonyms for verbs or nouns too, right? Okay, so you also need this other weird table. I'm not the best PowerPoint slide designer, I apologize. So the purpose of this table is to map the words in the dictionary to that object table. It's the glue that ties those two things together. So let's say the player has typed in the word get rusty. You're like, okay, rusty is the direct object. Can I map the word rusty to a particular object? So rusty here in this table is word 0, and then word 0 maps to object number 5, right? So rusty iron lamp, right? That would be words 0, 2, and 3 in the dictionary, right? So you've got some mapping of the words in the dictionary to the objects in the game, and that way, and that's how like the Infocom works. Like you could type, you don't have to type like kill troll with sword. You could say kill troll with elvish, right? Because it's an elvish sword. It recognizes any one word in that it recognizes those words as belonging to or being associated with that particular object. You need another type of table. You need jump tables. So you're going to have your subroutines that carry out the special actions in your game, like kill troll with sword or whatever. Give something to Floyd. So you need this, and this is the point of having like ID numbers associated with all of the possible input words. So it's like if the verb is kill and the direct object is troll and the preposition is with, then call all that kill. Then call this subroutine. And these aren't words; they're actually numbers, right? Tried to put the number sign in here. I missed the one on verb. But so this would be if the verb is 5 and the noun is 3 and the preposition is 2 and the indirect object is 7, then call that subroutine, right? So you're trying to take this possibly broad input and funnel it down to a specific case that you can then execute. And then if you can't find a case to execute, then try a default action, and if you if you still don't have a default action for that, then just say, I don't understand what you're talking about. Yes?
I just had a question. I might be jumping ahead or
No,
something
no.
to the sideways,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but when you're writing the logic to string together the verb, direct object, number, preposition, and so forth to then get to the subroutine represented by each of the different combinations, have you engineered that into essentially like an indirect jump to get to the subroutine?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was weird going to implement it because I don't think the 6502 has indirect jump. It's like you have to fake it somehow. Or maybe I'm wrong about that, but you guys might know better. All the assembly languages have kind of blurred together in my head at this point. And now when I go in to type assembly code, it's like I start typing Z80 instructions into 6502 files.
The CO2 is indirect jump.
It does?
I think so.
Even the straight 6502 does.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe it does.
0 right?
Yeah, you have to go up.
Yeah, it's a jump table.
But that's exactly what it is. It's an indirect jump, and somehow I got it to work. It doesn't have an indirect a call, right? So you can jump, but you have to set it up like a function call. So you push a return address onto the stack and then jump.
Right, yeah.
So the subroutine you're jumping to can return as if it were a subroutine.
Right. There's no like indirect JSR essentially.
Yeah. So the 6809 actually does have that. I'm like, oh, that's so cool, right? And then I went to Z80 and they didn't have it, and 6502 doesn't have it. So so you have to mock it up using. You have to do what the call instruction would do for you anyway.
Yeah.
But this is generally what you do is you build a big jump table and then try to map what the user typed in to a subroutine and then call that subroutine. If you can find a specific one, that's great. Call that. If you can't, try to find a generic subroutine, like for the verb get or something. You're going to have a built-in get function. If you can't find that, like if the verb is something that's not in the dictionary, something that's not in the verb table, then print like I don't know the verb, whatever. So you're trying to build like a generic catch-all case and then try to find specific stuff. Yes. Sorry.
Have you ever talked to linguists to see what they think of your structures and how that corresponds to their?
No, I'm really sure my middle school English teacher would be like really psyched that I'm using the word predicate. Like, I know what that is now. I'm using that for something. Right. But but that brings up the question of like what about writing text adventures in another language that doesn't maybe has a different kind of imperative structure. Yeah. No, I mean like so the next bit is going to be how it actually like breaks up the sentence into words and like the weird rules that English has or the simple rules that it has sometimes. Okay, so there's our jump table. Okay, you also need string tables. So like the description of an object is like string number 3, right? So and then string number 3 is the large trunk of jewels, or the large trunk of jewels is battered and rusty, or something like that, right? So you've got you don't hard code text and things. You're printing out string ID numbers. And the description for this is string 5. Print message 12, right? So you need some sort of big string table you can crawl through. Okay, so here's like the heart of the talk is how the parsing works. So the first thing you want to do is like clean up the input, remove like the articles that people might be tempted to type in. Try to figure out what's the verb. Is there a direct object? Is there an indirect object? And then try to map those. Make sure that those words are actually in the dictionary. And if they're not, just say I don't know that word. And actually, it's kind of cool. If you go play Zork, you realize that's how it works because you could type like get back to the Smurf, get Smurf, right, or get squid or something. Make up some word. It says I don't know that word, but if you type like get scarab, it says you don't see that. So you can actually, if you're smart about it, you can use that the way the parser is structured to tease out the vocabulary in the game. You're like, oh, there's a wrench somewhere in this game because it recognized that word. But that's cheating too. That's like taking stuff from the free pile and selling it on eBay. And then once you've got those parts of speech isolated, try to map them to words in your dictionary. Or map those to words in your dictionary, map those to objects in your object table, and then crawl through your sentence jump table and see if you can actually find an action that maps to that. So here's, so here's an example, right? So pick up, basically, I just decided everything was going to be uppercase, Right? So I have a TRS-80 thrown in here somewhere and it doesn't have lowercase. So I'm like, okay, everybody gets uppercase. So if they type in that for some reason, maybe it's the version that does have uppercase, convert it to uppercase, and then remove the, right? You go through that sentence, you try to remove all the articles out of it, right? That's what the article table is for. So you've cleaned up your input. You said pick up iron sword. You've uppercased it and removed the white space. And then in English, the rules of imperative English sentences, the first thing is always going to be the verb. The first word is always going to be part of the verb, so pick. Now, we have compound verbs too, like pick up, turn on. And if you wanted to get really fancy, you could say, hey, turn the light on, right? So there's this preposition dangling way at the end of your, I use the word dangling preposition. Happy English teacher. You could have a preposition all the way at the end of your sentence that actually applies to the verb, which is the first one, right? So if you wanted to get really fancy, you could say, if the last word is a preposition, that's actually the second word of the verb. But I didn't go that far. So pick up, like here, the second word's a preposition. So that's actually a compound verb, right? So the first two words are actually the verb. So then you try to look that up on the verb table and say, oh, I don't know that. Or I do know that. Okay, and if you do know it, then keep going, right? So the next thing is, like, can you find a preposition here that would be breaking, like pick up the iron sword with the pliers or the tongs or something, right? If you can find a preposition here, then you've got an indirect object stuck on the end. That's not the case here. So the rest of this thing, the predicate, has got to be the direct object of the sentence. So so both of those words should be applying to the same object. And Infocom, and I'll get to this in a second, how they do their disambiguation, they would look at all of those words. I just cheaped out, I kind of cheeseballed it, and just looked at the first word. So like in my thing, it would just look at the word iron and try to say, can I map iron to a noun? And that costs you, you save complexity, but it costs you when you have to disambiguate things. So you can't disambiguate. So there's no preposition in here, right? So that whole thing's got to be the noun. And then, why is my slide not going to the next? Okay. If I try to look up iron, okay, there we go. I've talked ahead of my slides. There we go. So iron is in the dictionary. Look it up in that object table. Figure out what object it maps to. Okay. And then go crawl through your sentence table. Here's like the more complicated version of that. Remove the from its board with the shiny pliers, right? Something from Planet Fall, right? Okay. So here's the same thing. Like the first word is the verb. Let's say it's verb number 10. Then you've got your direct object. I'm ignoring the second word. Like Infocom would actually look at that. And then there's a preposition here. So that means that there's an indirect object. So I'm going to look at the first word of that thing and say, okay, well that is associated with object number 12, right? So now I've mapped that whole sentence down to 10, 3, 4, and 12, right? And then I look at my sentence table, I crawl through there, and I say, can I find a routine to jump to that would handle that, right? So that's kind of how you map your user input to your functions. And how am I doing on time? Okay, well I'll keep talking then. All right. Okay, and then the disambiguation thing. I was like, how does it disambiguate? Do you mean the rusty key or the shiny key, or the nasty knife or the rusty knife or something? How does it disambiguate? Okay, and that goes back to like the whole thing where it's going like the inform parser Infocom will look at every word in that sentence. So what it does is it says, it gives every object a score. I think I've got a slide for this, right? So it looks at, there's 3 words that apply to this object, and it's going to look at each word and say, okay, well, if it applies to an object, I'm going to add 1 to the score. And then like this other word, like shiny or whatever, it applies to that object too, so I'm going to add 1 to its score. And what you're doing is you're trying to build up a score for every object that indicates whether, how well it matches what the user typed in. So that's pretty clever, I thought. And then if you get a tie, then you go through your object table and you print out, all of the possible matches. Like, which do you mean and then you print out everything that had that tied score. And then there's a couple of things like, if the object isn't visible, like set its score to 0, right? So like, if in a game you might have 10 desks or 10 locks or 10 doors or something. So you don't want to just match the first one you find in the table. You want to match the one that the player sees, the one that's in his room, right? So discard things that you don't see, and then also, and then, sorry, I got these backwards. And then, like, if there's a word that doesn't apply to an object at all, just then set the word score to 0. So if you have like the orange elvish sword, like orange doesn't map to elvish sword, right? It doesn't map to any. It doesn't map to elvish and sword. So that object is it's not. It's unmappable. It's unmappable at that point. You just say, sorry, I'm not going to consider that object. Okay. So when it explodes, it becomes a pile of wood. You've just moved the crate object off screen and moved the pile of wood object on screen. It's very easy to create that user experience just by changing those properties on objects. And in fact, that's all it is. But it's like it's like there's only like 12 notes on a keyboard, right? But we have an infinite amount of music, or four letters of DNA. But somehow using that, we come up with all the life on Earth. Right? So it turns out just with that little simple tool set, you can make some really cool stuff. Okay, so look, why don't I just give you guys a demo, and then I don't want to run into the next guy's talk. I got 5 minutes. Okay, perfect. All right, great. Thank you. There is no next guy's talk. So let me quit out of here. Oh, wait, there we go. No, what happened to my my video here? It just conked out on me. How can I connect back to the projector? PC's duplicate. Come back, projector. There we go. Okay, so yay. Oh my God, my presentation's ruined. All right. Oh, by the way, this is really cool. This is a picture of me from 1983 in Timex Sinclair User Magazine. That's the kid with the army jacket. Thank you. That's me in the army jacket and with the kid with all the hair. And I have to stress the hair when I show this picture. So that, yeah, that was a long time ago. Okay, so here is the tool. Let me just start it up in the debugger, and this is all available online. It's up on GitHub, and I'll track me down, or I'll put up the slide. But if you miss it, just track me down. I'll give you all the code. I'm the worst salesman ever. I'm like, here, have it for free. So I'm going to create a new project here, and I'll just call it KFest Demo. Whoops. KFest Demo. Why can't I type? This is really bad if you're doing text adventures. All right, I'm just going to call it KFest underscore. KFest. There we go. Okay, short welcome message. KFest adventure. It's hard to type with so many people watching. Okay, and I'll put in for my author name, Evan Wright. There we go. And then I'm just going to save it here. I'll say save as. I'll call it KFest. So it's saved it as an XML file. And then what I can do is I can go to my next tab over, and here's where I can add in all the objects and the rooms. And it gives you off screen. That's the parent of your hierarchy. It gives you that by default. It gives you a player object. The player is no different from any other room or object. And it gives you a default room to start in. So let's go to, I'm going to go to the room 12, or sorry, room 2 here, the first room, which is object 2. And it says this is the end of a dirt road. I'll say you are in a large conference hall. Hall in Corcoran Hall. There you go. And I can say whether this, by default, I've got the emitting light thing checked. And I could go in here and I could add other rooms. I don't think I really have time, but you could add other rooms and other objects in here and hook them all up. I could create objects and put them in this room. And then let me just do the export and see if it works. I can add, here's a tab, I can add my own verbs. I can put rules on verbs. Like if you want to wear something, you have to be holding it. If you want to open something, you have to be able to see it. You know, something like that. And then it's got its own little language here that's kind of like C, and all it does is there's no looping, there's no function calls. It's just comparing. You know, if this attribute is true, change these other attributes on these other objects. And it turns out that's all you need in a text adventure. Here's where you create the mapping. Like if the verb is this and the direct object is this, call some subroutine. And then you can make subroutines that get called every turn, like the thief randomly pops up in Zork or something, or if you don't have light for 3 turns, you get eaten by a Gru. You can put in stuff like that. You can add your own variables. There's some built-in ones too, like a score and health and all that. Okay, so just to export this thing, I should be able to. Now there's a lot of people here, so that increases the likelihood that this will fail. It's like an inverse relationship. So now I just go up to the export menu and I say export to Apple II, export complete. That tells me go open this directory. So now I'm going to open up Cygwin here, and I'm going to type ls, and there should be, okay, there's a folder here called KFest underscore Apple II. So let's go in there, KFest underscore Apple II. And if I do an ls in there, you can see there's all these assembly language files, right? So that tool actually wrote out the assembly language for that game. There's a common shell for the Apple II games, and then what it does is it takes the data you put in, and it writes out the tables, and then it copies them all into the same directory. And I should just be able to type build.sh. Okay, there it is. So now I just assembled it, attached it to a disk image, and popped up the emulator. And I even had it copy a file into my ADT Pro directory. So now I can make copies of it. So now if I type catalog, so game.bin, brun game.bin. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, it almost. Oh, K-Fest Adventure. I just don't think it saved the. Oh, I didn't save it after I changed the name of the room. But there it is. K-Fest Adventure, Evan Wright version 1, room 1. This is the end of a dirt road. So it just didn't catch that room. I'm not clapping for myself. Thank you. I just wanted to be part of the group, right? So, and that works for TRS-80. It works for Radio Shack Color Computer, and it works for Sinclair Spectrum. There's still some glitches with it. It's not really quite ready for prime time. But if you want a copy, I'll be more than happy to give it to you. It's up in my GitHub account right now in the badly misnamed directory front end. So it's github.com/EvansCWright. And if you go there, you'll see the right project. The description says what it is. I can't give out the tools that I don't have the license to distribute. I don't have a license for the, I don't have permission to distribute the assemblers that do the final assembly, and I can't really package up Apple Commander and stuff like that. So you'd be on your own to get that stuff, but I'm sure you have it already since you're here.
But do you have any documentation saying what we would need to get if we wanted to create our own build environment here?
No. Would you like some? Because I got a couple more days here, right? So yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it's a work in progress. I'm trying to get it to the point where actually my students could use it. And so back to my point, at the very beginning of the class about game design, I get students that walk in I want to make an MMO. Back up. So slow it down. So a text adventure is the one kind of thing where I could see you could come up with this amazing design for a game and then actually go do it, because you don't have to be an artist, you don't have to be a 3D modeler. With limited programming skills, you could actually do it if you had the right tool. So yes.
Is this running under Visual Studio? The thing that you just did, that created that, not what created the disk image, but whatever you had all your.
That guy?
No, the thing before that.
Yeah, I'm running it in the debugger right now, but.
But what is that actually? The thing that you showed us, where you put the names on and said this is the end of a dirt road, and you had.
Oh, that's the output of this project, right? So so I would upload the.
So what do I need to run this if I want to do that myself?
Oh, it's up on GitHub. It's in the bin debug directory.
It's a Windows executable.
It's a Windows executable. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Creating the executable as well, or is the source?
It's all up there. The source is up there too.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm that kind of guy.
Okay.
Might it ever be a design goal to have it be able, since C# to have it run under mono, or is that not possible?
It's in the back of my head to do that. I think actually, because I teach C# at night, I think doing the parser would be a great programming exercise for students, because you'd have to use all the .NET data structures. So that's on my long-term goal, because you should be able to test your game without having to actually run it in an emulator. You should have some sort of little test environment to speed up your development cycles. So it's in the back of my brain. Yeah.
Yes, you could run under Unix.
Yeah, if it could run on Mac OS or Unix or Linux, basically, yeah.
I don't
using Mono Project.
So but the interface is all done in Visual Studio, or it's using the .NET libraries, and I don't know how much of that Mono.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't think Mono encompasses
I'll
that.
test it out. I'll take the executable and see how it runs.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, we can do that.
Mono has pretty good .NET support now.
Oh, great, fantastic.
There's
okay.
also .NET Core 2.0 just came out today.
Today?
Don't forget to check that out. I don't know what any of you guys are at.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, I'd like to throw in Commodore 64 as well. And
that was my next question.
Yeah. So it turns out, once you get it on one architecture, like, so to get it to the Commodore, I just have to change the input and output routines, and I'd have to change the, the 0-page variables it's using, and that would be it. It would probably take me like a weekend. Yeah.
So does it have Atari 8-bit support?
Not yet.
Good. Okay,
No.
good.
I'll put it in just for you. Okay, so we're out of time. Okay, thanks. Oh, I'm in room 201, or you'll see me wandering around. So if you want this thing, I've got a demo game too. So I've got like 10 copies. If you want a free demo game I made using this, I'll give it out to you. It's like in baggy 1980s style. If you want it, just ask me. I'll be happy to just give the whole thing to you, and you can have fun with it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we have basically a 3-minute stretch break, and then we have 2 more sessions before lunch. At 10:30 we have Charles Mangan, and at 11 o'clock we have Jason Scott. Thank you.
People are saying, I'm really looking forward to your talk. I'm like, I'm really looking forward to my talk being over.
Really interesting. So I went through all that.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you very much. I did the same thing. Same flag, same everything. I ended up weirdly at the same place where, yeah, you have just a bunch of flags where it's in the ready to fold and you put in things what it is, that's wrong. That's right. And it was more, it's the language. Sit down and knock out the articles, do I don't even know. So, and there was a lot of the same kids that subject to injury. Same thing. It was one way to do for a minute.
I'm actually going to go to the bathroom. Is it miniatures player or HDMI? That was great. Or I would have been there, everything else. It's just you died. It was very easy. Yeah, like all done. I know. Bang down a little bit, you walk away and come back. What I want to do this before how once I had all that parts, I'm like, oh, so I can what I'll do is I'll all the strings that I stored those I'll carry in real characters out of 2 bytes, all these breaks. What is he doing? That was my beginning. I was all this and like, now you can have 50 words in your life. So I use massive strings and all the other things. Oh, that's what it is. That's what I need to do. So it's hard to find the space now. Once you that, very little. You have to try to do it with more people are watching. Yeah, where I know right. That'd be better than I do. So all I did now is take all the text and just compress it just with that 2 characters in every 3 characters in every 2 bytes thing as one on the screen, and then as ever I have visualized room description has a lot of this one. You want this, it's not like this. So any text can be reused, and that was it. So still limiting me to like something like 7 years.
So don't start it until I get this thing going, but once I get this one thing going, you set for the day. All I want is set for the day.
Except when they fall on your feet. I was moving stuff to get it ready to go to in my car, and this fell on my foot, and I was honestly worried that I broke my toe. Walled out, but I gotta be back.
No breakage.
He said something about yeah. He said knock yourself out. Look, this is
It's not going to be doing anything, but if anybody wants to actually play with it.
Long enough tight to get this?
Do we blow the fuses?
No.
I like coming here because I had a checklist of things I've never seen in real life before. Just check on all I have.
Sort of probably the worst celebration.
Just to prove that it works.
Is this nope.
Jet engine.
I will say that it is being a customer. The battery life is adequate, but it's still for such shit. I hate it. Except I love its appearance.
Jason, are we ready?
Just in terms of the value, what you're paying for what you're getting, you have to get it. You need more money. You need better things. It's just for getting
Jason Scott.
I really like the touch bar from a wow, like visually dynamic down there.
Are we ready, Jason?
Everybody hear me okay? Are we ready?
Sorry, I was my mic on. No pressure. I'm up here.
Testing. Everybody hear me okay?
No. Now you're ready.
Raise your hand if you can't hear me. All right, good.
Okay, we're going to get started. I'd like to welcome Charles Mangan. He's going to introduce us to the Kim 1. Thanks, Charles.
So everybody, this is the Kim 1. Kim 1, this is everybody. Hi. You're welcome to come up and take a look at it, and if you want to punch in a program using the keyboard and the little display on there, go right ahead. I would just avoid anything that is bare metal and exposed wire, mainly for your own health. This does have a pretty beefy power supply. That's why it's in this giant cabinet. Yeah, so this is the Kim 1 that I call Bruce, named after its previous owner. So this is a little bit closer view of it. This is the Kim 1. It is a single board 6502 based machine. It has a monitor in ROM. It has 2K of ROM on these two mask ROM 6532s, I think they're called, or they're 6530s. Anyway, it's a 6530 something. It has 1K plus 128 bytes of RAM. There's 1K of RAM here, and then there's 64 bytes in each of the two ROM chips of RAM. It has a tiny little keyboard for inputting assembly code and a little LCD display, or a LED 7-segment display for reading out memory locations. And that's pretty much it. It has a keyboard, input, and a monitor, and that's what KIM stands for, K-I-M. And it's essentially like a 6502 with some training wheels. So you can learn 6502 and alter memory, write code, and all that kind of stuff. There's a whole bunch of recipe books for doing things with the KIM 1, including building hardware. There's a whole family of peripherals and add-on boards, power supplies, and things that existed back in the late 70s when this was available. It was made by MOS and then Commodore. So this one is actually in that sort of transition period where it's actually branded with both. But you'll find it under the MOS name, and then later as a Commodore product, and then there's a variety of similar boards, SIM1, AIM1, various things that are essentially a 6502 with some ROM and a monitor.
Saying this is off-the-shelf components?
It is all off-the-shelf components. This was delivered as a single board, already made. There were plenty of ways to build your own or make, get a bare board and make your own with off-the-shelf components. The only thing that was custom were the 2 ROMs, and those could be replaced with a standard 6530 chip with some EPROMs. The interesting thing that I found when I acquired this from an estate sale, in addition to the KIM 1 itself and this lovely solid wood enclosure, is it has 2 memory expansion boards in it. One is a 16K memory expansion, and another is an 8K memory expansion called Visible Memory, which lets you write directly to memory. Then it gets displayed as pixels. So each bit is a pixel on essentially a high-res 1-bit display. And that's working. The memory expansion's working. I've tested it with a couple of assembly routines that I found in I think it's called the first book of KIM. And so all that is working. What I found in addition to those is this board is a wire wrap board. And I've identified most of the chips on it, but these were EPROMs, 2708, so 8 K bits per, so 8 kilobits per ROM, so 4K of ROM there. There's some sockets for either some more ROMs or maybe RAM, I'm not sure. There's a 6532 here for doing, that has some RAM on it. Another 40-pin chip that I'm not sure, a socket, a bunch of glue logic, and then a power supply to drive all that. Written on the ROMs on very old masking tape was KVOS and then the addresses. So I started looking for KVOS. So the address range for each ROM was written like on a little tiny piece of masking tape on top of the window to keep it from degrading in the light, and so the contents, I was pretty hopeful, were still there. A lot of the labels on the other chips have worn off, and like I said, several of the sockets are empty, so I'm not really sure what this board is other than just a ROM board. And if you want to look, it's all wire wrapped on the back. I have this board with me if anybody wants to take a closer look and tell me, oh, well, because of this, this is a 6532 or a 6520, whatever. It also had what looks like a tape output, or a tape output here and then a video output there, but that may have just been a pass-through from the other boards. I'm not entirely sure. This is well beyond my expertise in decoding, disassembling, and all the rest, and you'll hear that a lot in the rest of this presentation. So there's the back of it. So as I was saying, I was looking for KVOS, and I knew it was 6502 based for the KIM 1, and pretty much this is all I could find. This is an advertisement from the December 1978 issue of Popular Electronics, and this same ad can be seen in a few other issues of different magazines around the same time. And it may not even be referring to the same product, because this refers to S100 machines, a floppy disk adapter that it comes on one 2708 ROM or 2, with the inclusion of the TIM monitor, which is TIM is another acronym which escapes me right now, but it runs on the KIM 1 as the standard monitor for showing the memory addresses. So whether or not this is the KVOS that was referred to on those masking tape squares, I don't know. And unfortunately, because of the pollution of the time stream, so to speak, I've diluted the Google results for KVOS by posting anything about KVOS, and my search for KVOS is the first thing that comes up when you look for KVOS 6502, KIM 1 operating system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if anyone has better Google foo than that, I would welcome any interesting or entertaining or informative things that you might find about this operating system. So what does KVOS even stand for? It could be, and the ads don't tell me. It could be the Kim1 visible operating system. It could be for keyboard and video. It could stand for Kyle's virtuous operatic sparrow. Who knows? But the version that's on the ROMs that I've dumped seems to take advantage of the visible memory board, and may or may not address RAM in the expansion board. So it may be either a homebrew or a product that requires certain hardware to work with. So I'm thinking that the V may stand for visible because it refers to putting bitmaps and such through the visible memory board and displaying them on a screen. So that is what I've discovered. And how did I discover that? With Omnivore and some other tools that I'm going to talk about right now. Omnivore, if you haven't used it, is a great disassembly tool for 6502. It's also a Jumpman level editor for the Atari folks. I was using it mainly for this feature here, which gives me a visible look at what the bytes in the ROM were doing, and that way I could find patterns and things that made sense to me, I think, more visually. And so as I'm scrolling through the listing, there's a whole bunch of garbage, there's a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense, and then there's cohesive steps of jumps and compares and branches, and I knew there was good stuff in there, but there was also a bunch of garbage. But when I looked at the garbage, I don't know if you can see what I saw, but here's an A, a B, C, D, E. It's a little scrambled, but if you look at it in the chunks here, you can see it's an A, B, C. Okay, this is ASCII. And those are bitmaps that start out looking like this, end up looking like this. And that was one of the first things that I really kind of started chewing on was, well, there's bitmaps in there, there's ASCII artwork, essentially. So it must have some way to rearrange the things. So I figured out how to rearrange the bits. And this may be a little hard to see, but so this is byte number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then bit 0 through 7. And the darker ones are where the bit is set. So you come up with these 40 bits rearranged to these 45-ish bits with a few leftovers here. So you can see the A. Probably should have made that a little bit darker, but anyhow, you can see the A there. And there's these other bits left over, or flags like this bit means that this is a lowercase character that has a descender. So that character set includes upper and lowercase. So there's the A, and we get from there to there through 7 steps. And I'll just go through this quick because it's kind of a little animation here. So you take those and flip them, read them bottom to top. Then you take these 2 and these 3, and they become the first 5 bits of the character. Take these 2, or these 3 and the next 2, and they become the next 5 bits of the character. And then the rest of it is read in from reverse. So that takes this kind of messy looking, I'm not sure what it is, and turns it into a character set that is nicely legible. It's 5 characters, or 5 bits wide, 5 pixels wide by 7 pixels tall. And it has full upper and lower case. And here you can see the bit that's set on the descender on the P and on the Q and on the G. So the display routine says put these 2 pixels lower when you're displaying them so they go below the baseline. And I thought that was pretty impressive for 1977. So there's the descender bits. So once I found that and got into the meat of the code in the ROMs, I went looking for some help. And Quinn and a couple of others helped me find some disassembly tools that would take these raw bytes and convert them into readable source code for something like Merlin or Big Mac or whatever that that you can reassemble and add comments and that sort of thing, you know, show your branches and all that. So I got to the disassembly, and DA65, which is part of CC65, which is a cross-assembler for various 6502 platforms. It's all command line, so there's not a whole lot to see as far as, you know, graphical wizardry. But the input that it takes is a plain text file. And so this is an example of what I've got in the input. It's an info file. So it has various statements like setting it up, whether whether the display has new lines after each jump, where the memory actually starts, and how much column width to do various things. And then you can set up ranges, and labels. You give various points in the code labels so that it's more readable, and it'll automatically generate in your disassembly nice readable code with the labels that you put in and any comments that you've added. So this section here, at least as far as I could tell, looks for the looks for a particular character in input, compares it to the letter R, and if it's not R, then it does something else. If it's the equal sign, it does something else. So I've got a whole bunch of routines like that that compare an input byte to various ASCII characters, R, W, equals, semicolon, colon, tab, a variety of things. So it's like, okay, so there's input. Where's that input coming from? It's probably coming from a teletype keyboard, but I don't have the hardware or exactly the rest of it disassembled to know where that goes into the memory map or where it gets displayed. But the output from this can then be commented, edited, and go into your assembler of choice. So my findings so far are the character ROM is kind of the main thing that that excited me and got me kind of diving further into it, because I was able to see it visibly reassemble in front of my eyes once I did the this sort of convoluted bits pixels into characters. The 6502 reset vectors are there. That was the first thing that I checked to make sure that it was actually, a working, something that actually worked instead of something that was going, an actual operating system as opposed to just code that was going to get loaded somewhere. So the reset vectors are there. There's all those routines for checking inputs. There's routines for moving around on the visible memory screen, so moving up a line, down a line, moving up a character, down a character, left, right. And then there's a variety of jump tables. And I learned a good deal about 6502 assembly just by trying to figure out what various things were doing, various routines were calling each other, and following the loops and following the string through the code. So that's what I've gotten out of disassembling this. I haven't got a working operating system that I can run in MAME yet. That's the ultimate goal, but right now I'm learning a lot about assembly, which is kind of like learning a new, learning a new language at an advanced age. It's a little bit harder to get than when you're younger, but it's, as far as programming languages go, it's the one that I'm finding the easiest to learn. Strangely enough, it was very intimidating when I was younger, and now I'm much more comfortable with it. So if you're interested in learning assembly, don't be intimidated by it. Take it from me. It's not that hard to get your head around. When you start looking at things that Peter Ferry's doing and the the stuff that you know, the guys are doing to deprotect disks and, you know, more complicated, convoluted things, you can feel your head swelling, but the basics of it are easy enough to grasp because I've grasped them. So that's my public service announcement. So I have questions, so many questions about it. Is it a homebrew operating system? Is it something that the software and hardware engineer that owned this Kim 1 before he passed away, was it something that he was working on that he made himself as a hobby? Is it a commercial product? Is it something that was a shipping product and then he was modifying? I don't know. Is it even complete? Would it run as is if I could have all the hardware emulated? I feel like it could, but I feel like there's enough missing hardware that I'm gonna have to kind of make things up to fill in the gaps. Like where do the inputs go? Where does the output to the tape go as far as memory addresses and that kind of stuff? And they may be standard addresses for the hardware of the time, but again, it's well over my head. What hardware do we even need? Right now it's got that 16K board, divisible memory board. Is it using any of the routines from the 6530s? The built-in ROMs from the Kim? Are the ROMs themselves even clean? There's some question as to whether there's a big empty section at the end of one of them. Is it empty, or did it somehow get wiped with age? Everything leads me to believe that they're intact, partly because they were in this light-safe enclosure for however long. But the code doesn't refer to anything that is outside of itself for the most part. There's a lot of stuff that refers to the same thing over and over again, so I know it's not just a total glitch. And there's not big sections of garbage or ones that would have gotten written by light getting in. So I feel like it's in good shape. Is a taco a sandwich? That's a question I have. Where do the jump table addresses get set up? Is there a startup routine? Is there some kind of bootstrapping that builds these jump tables that it refers to? Because there's nowhere in the code that says, you know, here's where it looks at a jump table and does an offset from it, but it never sets up that jump table to say this is where they are. So is that another ROM? Is that something that's in the 6530? I don't know. There are some unreachable sort of subroutines. Are those getting called from software that maybe is coming in from a tape or from a disk, and they're just ROM routines that don't ever get called internally? I don't know. And then any of your questions? Anybody have questions for me? Anybody want to?
Yeah, the taco isn't a sandwich.
Okay. Well, I'll just strike that off of the list then.
What about hot dogs?
As much as I enjoy that conversation and that topic of conversation, can we limit it to 6502-based hardware? Yes.
So, Charles, you said, I mean, if you actually tried to do anything, like fire it up with your card in there or something?
As far as the hardware goes, yes. The first thing that we did actually last year at Kansasfest was make sure that the power supply wasn't going to release the magic smoke from it. I fired it up with the ROM card in it and the wiring as it was, and it didn't do anything. Pulled the ROM card out and took out some of the other peripheral type connections and just wired it up as a standard Kim 1 with, you know, basically one connection to ground. And the Kim 1 fires up and the memory tests fine. So if there's something in that original configuration that was doing something with the ROMs, I've disassembled it, but I haven't taken those connections completely apart. I just took the connector off and replaced it with one that just has a standard connection on it. So ideally, I could put that back on, follow all the traces, figure out, okay, this is going to a TTY, this is going to a whatever, this is going to tape, this is going to who knows where, and get it fired up to where it'll actually display something on the screen. But there's enough missing pieces right now that I don't want to go any further down that road and end up, burning something out because it's expecting, a different voltage or whatever.
You figured out what the characters were. Like you have that odd configuration you figured out was A.
Yeah.
Well, several questions. When you move the bits around, I don't mean bits in the sense of, the pieces.
Yeah.
Was that just what it looked like to you, or did you figure a formula to apply to the entire alphabet, or?
Yeah, I figured out how to do a couple of the characters by hand. Just blew them up in Photoshop and moved the pieces around, and then did that same arrangement with the A and the B until they both looked like A and B, and then some of the lowercase ones as well. And then what I ended up doing was cutting up that section of the ROM into bitmaps, and then running a batch program on each of the bitmaps as if I were doing it the same, that same convolution, whatever, just to get the bitmap done. I didn't do any of that in assembly, but I found where it happens in the ROM, but I didn't go through and do that step by step in the in assembly to get that character bitmap out. I did that with ImageMagick and graphics program.
Did you look at patterns to see if they were trying to spell something, or maybe they were commands?
Yeah, I looked for ASCII, anything that was ASCII, and there's a couple of places where there are what look like a monitor display, because it's doing A, X, Y, S, V, and N. So you've got A, X, Y registers, sign, overflow, and what was the last one? And for negative or whatever it is. So, and it's going through, stepping through each of those to display the letter. So my inference is that there's some routine that takes that and displays it on the screen as a monitor routine, so you can see what the current program counter is doing, and you can see what the current registers are. But that's the only ASCII I could find. There wasn't a copyright statement. There wasn't anything that said, here there be dragons. The only ASCII that's in there is looking for a character to then either display or do another routine. So some kind of input, and it's like one letter input at a time.
Do you know when it was built?
The Kim 1 is from 1977, I think. Yeah, 26th week of 77. So sometime after that, and the other boards are from around 77, 79. So it could be any time after that, but my guess is probably around that same time.
But before? But before?
Before his death.
Before today, right?
Before today. Well, he passed away several years ago. His wife passed away 2 years ago. So the work was probably done around the time that the Kim 1 was, in production, I'm guessing. But it could have been a project for later in life. So.
The ad that you found, $65 ad for ABOS, do you know what the date was on that? Or what year that?
That was, let me go back. I think that was 78, December 1978. Okay. So that was from the December issue of Popular Electronics, and there was another, I think I found one in September as well from another magazine. So late 78 is when this was in the magazines. But they may be totally unrelated. Who knows?
Have you tried to track anything down on about looking for who you used to work for and going to coworkers?
Yeah, I tried contacting the family after the estate sale through the estate sale company, and they passed my message on, but I never got anything back.
They probably didn't know you were talking about it.
They knew he was a he was one of the lead engineers at MTU, which made the peripheral boards. These are all MTU boards. They also made the MTU 130, and now they make a bunch of karaoke machines. So if you go to MTU, there's still an MTU now, and they talk about their early computer history and their early work with sound and digitizing sound with computers and stuff like that. But they don't have enough of their history going far enough back. And I've contacted them as well, tried to get any information about the hardware, and I haven't heard anything much back other than thank you for your interest in MTU and blah blah blah. Blah. So now I'm on their mailing list. I don't know how much time I've got left. One more question?
No, it's really quick. Did you run into Corsham Tech at all when you were searching on Kim stuff?
Yes, and yeah.
Okay.
They make modern peripherals and recreations for
for
Kim. Yeah.
Is the ROM around somewhere? And how big is it?
It's 4K. It's on GitHub, and I thought I had that address on here, but it's at if you look up KVOS on GitHub, it's on there, and you're welcome to disassemble, show me what I've got wrong in probably many places, yeah, there's a big README in there about the process and what I've found so far, and kind of my notes on the various routines that I have found.
Well, nice work on decoding that character set. That looks tricky.
Yeah, if you've seen any of my other presentations, I'm more of a visual thinker, and that's kind of what struck me was that first sort of spotting that pattern, seeing the alphabet in it. All right. Thank you.
Should there even be a choice? Look at you all, you're talking like it's a golf club. Just gotta get my act together. Oh, don't even. Yeah. Well, I mean, no, but yes.
I didn't know if you'd already been.
Nah, nobody mics me. Anyway, good time, man. Please allow me a moment.
While he's getting set up, if anybody wants to come by my room and bang on the Kim 1 keyboard and put in some assembly stuff.
Oh, actually, I've got a question for you. So the Kim 1 has lowercase. Apple II didn't have lowercase built in until '83. Do you have any idea why Woz didn't put lowercase in?
Save money.
Well, but like,
it's all
and
at that time, it saved money. That's all.
Yes, it would have made the character run like this.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, that was
so you put flashing and
why is it
inverse instead of having upper
Is it only 4.3?
So anyhow, I've got this in my room. It works, and you're welcome to come by when my door's open and put in some assembly if you want to try it.
Probably because they built the thing as an extension from a terminal program, and pretty much all of the simple terminal programs are all lowercase. So he said, well, I'm using uppercase here. Let me put it in flashing, so let me put it in inverse.
Flashing and inverse you can use running a code or something on top of the.
Now let me just.
So you don't need
Why? Now we'll play the game.
26 characters.
Why it doesn't see it. And that's yeah, maybe that's everything wants to be your pal now. There you go. So that goes in. It's really crazy. It's so helpful that now the old guys are not in any way helped because all their old techniques don't work anymore. It's all designed for people who just go, and it works. Is this actually going through, or is there any?
It's a fairly simple implementation.
That's good. Sorry, because I'm everything. Can someone just quickly check to make sure that the camera has still got the red record on the top? Good.
But I mean, it's like.
This is our last session before lunch, but I want to remind you, right after lunch at 1:15, Quinn Dunkey is going to kick off the afternoon. I'd like to welcome Jason. He put out a public call earlier this year for Apple II floppies to Image, and he's gotten spectacular results back, and he's going to share them with us. Thanks, Jason.
No problem. Hello, and hello to my stream, my little 25 friends who have been with me on the way, and I have sacrificed way too much for you, and you do not deserve any of it. But remember, all the good stuff is happening here at Kansasfest Gold, or Kansasfest Plus Pass, which is what we call attending Kansasfest and not being on the internet. Anyway, so hello, this is called the Great Apple Roundup. My name's Jason Scott. I've now been here for a number of years, and so one of the problems with my talks now is I'm kind of torn between talking for 5 minutes about what it is I do in life and not having everyone go, we know exactly who you are, shut up. And so I'll do it very, very quickly right now, okay? So I work for a place called archive.org. My title is Free Range Archivist, and I do a massive amount of stuff involving the ingestion of material into the Internet Archive, which itself is known for the Wayback Machine and a bunch of other stuff. And it's in this big, crazy building, and it's a beautiful place to work. In there, they have all sorts of material online, and it's a digitally oriented place. So for instance, these are 78 RPM records, which we have been now digitizing by the thousands. And we're putting them up, and they're getting a lot of reaction, and it's great. My area is more in the realm of software. So I've been doing software to a great degree, especially this last couple of years, and we now have something like 7,000 or 8,000 CD-ROMs up. And we're just going to continue that kind of trend. Problem with all this, of course, is that I was quickly asked, well, it's nice that you've got these ISOs up, but that doesn't really help the regular patron. Can you do something? So I got involved in something which eventually has now been called the emularity, which is the ability to run things in the browser, which for the purposes of this crowd means the Apple II and other things. And it's a success. This is the year we just 2 weeks ago, we switched over to WebAssembly, which means it now runs really fast, and then we started turning on the main code like an errant child, and we've started to look into changing the program flow in the case of putting it on the web so it's faster and more effective, and also the using some of the better details that MAME now has for accurately emulating the Apple II disk operation. So that's going to be a thing that's continuing, and it's a huge success, right? So the emularity mostly portrays itself to people for the purposes of this crowd for something like this, where there is a bunch of disks with screenshots. You click on them, you play them. And if you are like, I will not be able to live my life much longer unless I can play Microzine Junior 3 Disc 2 Side A, your day is now complete. There it is. You're going to be great. All right, and of course a lot of these things are completely useless on the web, but they do provide you with 1 or 2 second load times to be able to experience them, and I think that's one of the hardest parts about old software. You go for the classic if you know it's there, but being able to speculatively look through, do that virtual flipping through of the box, booting it up and seeing what's in it, I think that's like a vital part of the experience and discovering works and arts that haven't been there before. Anyway, so here's a wallaby. In Australia, you can feed a wallaby right out of your hand. So this little guy ate out of my hand, and I had a GoPro, and he wasn't the wiser. Anyway, but I also had a heart attack. So this is what my heart looked like when I went into the hospital in Australia, and then this is after Sonny Palmer removed the blockage. So all this came back. Somehow I was able to walk 25 miles and go up 100 flights of stairs because of my Fitbit during the process of the heart attack. So I'm really hard to kill, so remember that tonight. Okay? And actually, this is Dr. Sonny Palmer. So he was able to go in, kind of like mess around. I was awake for the operation, and they played Bon Jovi's "You Give Love a Bad Name," which is a terrible choice of heart operation music. Anyway. So anyway, so this was unexpected. That was earlier this year. I'll let you know that I'm completely back to health. My heart did not get any damage. Everything's fine. My cholesterol is now so low they had to take some of my drugs away from me. So haha. But I'm doing fine. Now, when you hit something like that in some kind of live operation, and I'm 46, you might be inclined to go like, well, I guess I better slow down or something. So I instead, this is me, of course, immediately doing a selfie in the bathroom in my full hospital scrubs, because the Australian hospital scrubs are really awesome. They're like full things. So this is the new ad for Obsession. And of course, one could be inclined to just kind of like move on to other things, right? And I'm just not really kind of built that way. Screw it. So like within like a couple weeks afterwards, this is 40 pallets of manuals being loaded into a truck to go to the Internet Archive that I'll see about scanning. So yeah, no, I'm going on full steam. And these are all the software boxes that are sitting at the Internet Archive waiting for me or others to ingest. That's actually inaccurate. There's 6 of them. But you know, I'm going full steam ahead. So anyway, that's the path I took. Not everyone might take that path. In doing so, I wanted to kind of reimagine a lot of what I was doing. There wasn't much to shift around or get away from. But I did feel like it was really important to note that right now, like 2017, we are in a golden age of Apple II preservation, especially software, because we are blessed with an enormous skill set, a pretty finite software set, a popular computer that was worldwide that has really functional use. Like it's not hard to get one up and running. It's not hard to work with. A lot of it has been explored. So like we're in this like really beautiful place right now. Unlike a lot of other platforms, and I don't have time to go into them, where that is actually difficult because of the way the market worked and the way they made things and who they made them for and how much interest there is. I mean, there's software that is available down to some cases where there's only like a handful of 4 or 5 people who could really even do half of what literally hundreds can do in the Apple II. So we're blessed with people like 4AM, pictured here, who's able to like apply rocket science level technology to this, along with others, of course. And so I recognized that this was the time to kind of go after it. And also I was worried about people like 4AM getting bored, because once you create something like Passport, you end up with a situation that there's just this kind of clonking machine, and you're like, well, anyone can do this, and then you let anyone do this, which means that all the stuff that they can't do gets considered to be industrial waste and thrown off to the side. So I wanted to like increase that numbers. There's a lot of things involving communities, which is probably intuitive once you hear it, but communities become very insular, and they also have a habit of kind of shifting the worldview to function around that community. So the theory is everybody knows about Asimov, everybody knows about Kansasfest, everybody knows about Call Apple, everybody knows. And the thing is that that's not fundamentally true. It basically indicates whether or not you are active in the community. So there are people who are active in the community who aren't really checking up on what other people are doing. There are people who have a small circle of friends, or there are people who were big cheese and walked away in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, and they have no idea that any of this horseshit's going on. They have no idea. So I wanted to break through that. And that was what I did. So I wrote this thing called Please Help Us Track Down Apple II Collections. It was a very large explanation of what we needed. And it was basically, please give me all of your piles of floppies, because I think we can do anything we want with them, and we can get around stuff not existing. So The Guardian picked it up and talked about it. Cult of Mac picked it up. A bunch of places started to pick it up. Even Reddit picked it up. And for instance, here in Reddit, we have somebody saying, well, I have 4 shoeboxes worth of discs. I got it for $1 20 years ago that I thought about making a copy of. What do I do? Do I just mail this guy? Like, what do I do? And then somebody in the room stops by and says, well, he'll do it. He's good. Do it. I vouch for him. And the guy goes, great, awesome. So he sent them to me, and this is what they look like. So he laid them out. That is one bold little pirate. Walk in and your kid has misspelled the thief box. Wow. But it's also a little bit of OPSEC going on here, because you see this little like uneaten plate, and it actually gets important, because if you look down here, this is very obviously some sort of baby's thing. So what this starts to tell you is the story of somebody who actually got a family life. Because if you have a plate that's not cleaned and you have the dishwasher right there, you're pretty busy. So the Apple II stuff is like, yeah, I got some stuff, I thought it was cool, but they've lost all those other steps. Steps that for us are just completely non-existent. We don't even think of them as barriers, like, what do you do with a floppy? And we're like, what do you do with a floppy? And so people saw this call and they started to send me lots of floppies. And in fact, I got tons of floppies in all varying styles and approaches to getting these things. People are just unstoppable. Massive amounts of commercial software, home compilations taken from user groups, and everywhere else. And what we did was we had to come up with a workflow. So here's an example of one that's been packed up. This is how I would often have it. And then here is one where it's packed into bags. Most of this stuff is me and 4 AM. So what we would do is we would have me go through all the discs and use ADT Pro. And I live stream it on Twitch because that's what Twitch needs. And we go through and I'm just reading them. And if there's any errors, bad disk, it's getting weird up in here, I throw it into a second box. And the purpose of this was just to cause me to triage out of 4 AM's life the scintillating experience of copying Lemonade for the 5,000th time. So I would go through, and you'd have like 1,000 discs, and maybe in the 1,000 discs you'd have 500 to 600 of them be fine. And then there would be a problem with the last third, and they would be commercial or whatever else. And then I would send those to 4 AM. And so, like everyone else, I've joined the Brotherhood of the Missing Disc Cover, the mystical hand symbol of scraping the crap off of the crud of the. There have been discs in our lives that have taken this from totally clean to completely unusable in one disc. So that scintillating. And so what I would end up with is this massive collection of disk images, which I would sometimes check in Cider Press or drop over onto, in my case, AppleWin, just to see what it would do and go like, what are you? Because sometimes the label was awful. Like the label would just say games, or the label would say, calc with a scribble, and I'd be like, what the? And it would just be Choplifter. But it would just all be these are all like the discarded remembrances of the youth, and youth are not really great indexers. And so again, with 4 AM, I'd send it over. 4 AM would crack it through various approaches, and then it would eventually be uploaded to the Internet Archive. Right now, we're using MD5 hashes. And so what I do is I have MD5 hashes of everything on the Internet Archive, and then I take all the images, I send them back to the person who sent us the discs, along with the discs, and then I run it against the this program I have, which is internal. I'd like to API it. We were going to do it before this, but I didn't have time, but we'll do it. Where you can just say, do I have any disk images the Internet Archive doesn't? And then you can just go, oh, okay. And, a massive amount aren't, are not up there, but for various reasons, and a goodly amount are, and so that was a very simple process, right? So I just wanted to address this, and people have had various opinions about addressing this, but so this was intended to like go after people who weren't even thinking of us. So I had people who responded to me with, the best one was a guy who said, our school basement is filled with Apple II discs. Do you want them for now? And I said, you betcha. Right? Well, this was some school, and so it was piles and piles and piles. We had one case of somebody who had, 60 to 70 completely unpreserved educational discs. Anyway, somebody thought it was a really smart idea to post that this was going on to CompSys Apple II. And room is immediately split into and people going, oh no. You left the baby with Clorox? So there were a couple, I had to deal with a lot of people saying, please don't respond to the people who responded. And so I just want to address it because it's very interesting to me, right? So there's multiple criticisms of a person like me within any sort of a community. So the first one is he's a self-aggrandizing bastard. That's fine. It's true, and I own it. But the other ones were like, this is actually bad. They're not going to do the right thing. But one of the ones that got me, that's just ridiculous. The drama, people live very stable lives nowadays. Like, you don't wake up and your kids get a pox or a cold and you go, well, that's it for that kid. Who's going to bring in the potatoes? And it's not like that anymore. So, yeah, okay, fine. You're going to fill it up. You can turn yourself into the star of your own reality show program in which you are beset upon by people saying things you don't like. Fine. But there was one in there that I really liked, which was, this is stupid work because we're finished. That was my favorite. It was said basically, all the good stuff is already gotten. We're already there. We got Shoplifter, we got all of it. It's all there. Anything else is like icing on the cake, and it's a ridiculous waste of time, and it's really so. Okay, so he's wrong, and so like here's a collector in Canada who has a lot of money. I can't overstate how much money they have, which is why I can't tell you who they are. There's others like them, but a lot of money. And unbelievably generous, which also kills me, and I can't tell you. Because, for instance, a long time ago, a one-of-a-kind signed PDP-1 manual for Zork came up in printout form. They paid $1,400 for it, and 4 hours later mailed me a PDF scan. So that's unbelievable generosity and weird money. But okay, so they've been buying up Apple II stuff for a while, because it's nice. These are not the same picture 4 times. These are all fully commercial programs from the early 80s in pristine or semi-pristine form that they were like, how do I get these to you? And they weren't comfortable mailing them to us, so 4AM and John Morris and others, we sent them the hardware so that they could do the imaging at home and not let it was worth it, okay? Like, this doesn't exist anywhere, right? Like, now it exists on the Internet Archive, and it's scanned, but this program can't find it. Like, there's like one mention of it in one ad in one scanned magazine we were able to find. So now we have it, because they bought it. From who, I don't know. This thing is not even commercially available. This was like an internal copy maker, a copy protection making program with its own serial number and all of it. Like, so we have this now, right? So this is like crazy ass stuff, way down deep there, right? Or when I was shown a picture of the Print Shop Companion source code discs. And what's interesting about them is it's Print Shop and Print Shop Companion source code, but they're all Apple discs. It was all the work was done on the Apple and then cross-compiled over to the other systems, right? So we were sent some of the initial stuff. We imaged it. So actually, it's on GitHub. The Print Shop Companion. We're waiting for the other ones. So there's actually a place where you can go and look at the Print Shop Companion source code, which, as you know, needs Print Shop to work, but it enables us to have this source code, which was just sitting there of like, oh, I guess you want that? And the answer was yes. So people are sending beautiful versions of discs that we think of as existence, and this is one of 4AM's things, and others have talked about this. The program that won in history, it tends to be the program that got cracked the fastest, i.e. the most shoppingest screwdriver in door jamist program approach and gotten out to the AE lines as fast as possible. That is not the mark of quality. That is not the German level of engineering required for the, the sustained image. And plus, it's the version that just happened to be in that person's store or where they were working or whatever. So there's no guarantee. Going back and revisiting even the classics means that we end up with ones that are great. So this is, anyway, so I'll be the better person about it and just tell the guy he was wrong. Oh, I like this. It actually, did it crash on this? Did it crash? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is the greatest thing I've ever had happen. All right, well, I'm going to go right there and go back again. That is the most fantastic thing I've ever had happen. I wish. Oh, yeah, that's the new blue screen of death. He's walking by a guy's place at his cubicle, and he's like, it's down again. It's just Bill Gates going like that at you. Anyway. All right, so fundamentally into this thing brings up a whole bunch of philosophical issues, and this is kind of where I am now. So like I said, the program is, everything is a success to me. This is a wild, unbelievable success. There is a collection on the Internet Archive called Apple Floppy Contributions, and it's extremely unsorted. What it is this is everything that I have ever imaged or gotten from 4AM, and it was unique according to the MD5 signatures, and this is all what's thrown up. And you can see that number, it's 3,590, didn't exist before February on the internet versions.
Yeah, but it's just icing.
What?
That's just the icing.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I love icing.
Yeah, so that's all. So it's an absolute bonanza. Now, the variant worth of each individual program is meaningless to me, but there are things in there that are unique, kind of weird programs people wrote, their user groups, and commercial programs, and there's just a beautiful variety of these things. And again, it's 3,500. And again, for the people who don't know this whole way I do things, these programs may never have actually been touched by a human. They would have been imaged, uploaded, and then I have a computer that plays them and makes the screenshots. So it's a terribly sad machine somewhere in California that just plays bad Apple II software all day and takes pictures for me at my bidding. So that program is doing its thing, and it's an absolutely lovely little program. But as a result, some of these are like waiting for exploration. They are unexplored caves. There are connections to be made, things to be found, names to be mentioned that are completely unseen, right? And there are other scenes. So this is actually the Amiga stuff that we have up on the archive. And this is like something on the order of 3,000 to 6,000 demos, that I put up. That I, again, screenshotted. I had nothing to do with it. It's just completely up. I'm doing a lot of work on the MS-DOS side as well, and now we're starting to run into very interesting problems when you have a bonanza. Like, how do you even derive any functional interest in it? And we often do this in a lot of work, right? We create a thing that makes other stuff, and we hope that the people on the other end want it. And I'm even more. I think last time I talked, in a lot of talks I gave about emulators, I would talk about, actually, I don't really care about, like, how perfectly is it emulated, because I already know where this is headed, right? Emulation will become the platform of choice, and by that I mean, in the entirety of time, the amount of time an Apple II program will run on real Apple IIs versus running on emulators is going to always be a larger factor, because in theory the emulators will run forever. In the same way, all these other programs are dealing with that as well. Did I just make some people existentially unhappy about that? Except for one Apple II, which will always live forever, and it'll be fine. It'll be right there. It'll take 3 people, all of whom look suspiciously like Ken, to click 3 keys, and then it turns on and they can play it. Anyway, so outside of that, though, I said that all I care about now is just ingesting media as fast as humanly possible. And that's what I've been up to. So again, we've been, the 3,500 plus floppy disks represent multiple thousands more that have been gone through. So I'm actually looking through all of these, and I just bought an automatic CD reader. So actually I'm now able to do 100 to 200 CD-ROMs a day in this system and pump them into the archive to everyone's delight. And it's like, before I said that's all I cared about. So I'm actually doing good with that ingestion mode. We're still out there looking for more Apple II people. We're still looking for things to come in, but like, that system's actually now working. 4AM's happy, well fed, and the chocolate chip cookies of uncracked disks, and it's all kind of functioning, right? But now I'm like, okay, now what about presentation and research? Like, that's where I am now. So I'm over here now. I'm way over in there. And I'm doing varying experiments along that line. So here's one that's called the Festival Floppies. Now, the Festival Floppies have only one thing in common. They were all in the same plastic bin at the Timonium Hamburger and Computer Festival in 2009, and a guy named Josh bought it for like 30 bucks. And he took them home and was like, now what do I do? And his answer was similar to everybody else's. Shoved it into a box, never to be seen until they heard about this crazy idiot. And so he sent them to me, and they were 3.5s, which are much easier to grab, as we've seen. And I imaged them all and put them up. And I called them the festival floppies. But again, this is a completely arbitrary thing. I just 568 floppies. And screenshotted them so they all look pretty. But it was another person who worked with me, who volunteered, stepped up, put in the name of the person who made it, copied over any README files that were on the floppy, and turned them into perfectly pristine, beautiful views. And the top ones are getting something on the order of 200, have been played 200 times. Pornography always wins. Weird graphics always win. Weird names always win. You know, the same kind of attention grabbing of pick me, pick me. But it's kind of arbitrary. It's just, this was a system that was set up, right? And then there's like the weird stuff, like this is a sneakers movie press kit that came on an MS-DOS floppy. So I helped him image it, it's up on the archive, and the rest of it's scanned in. This is more effort because it's in a weird system, but it works. Last year we started Mac OS emulation at the archive. And so you can now emulate up to System 7.5.3 on the Internet Archive. And it will boot up and it'll run fine. Mouse works. The first thing everyone bitches about is that when you click on the menu and you let go of the button, it goes away. You would not believe how much this ruins people. Like, it's functionally terrible. It's like finding out that a welding machine doesn't have any protection. You're just like, oh my God. They're so angry about it. This got an enormous amount of press, but one of the things that I tried with it was this time I tried not to do shock and awe. I mean, there's the shock and awe of the operating system, but in point of fact, what I did was we chose programs this time. We went out and we said, does it work in the emulator? Is it functional? Can we describe it? So when I first emulated MS-DOS, we put up 2,400 commercial programs, of which 30% didn't work very well. But hey, 2,400, shut up. Same thing with the arcade. Put up 1,100 games, many of which suck. I mean, truly suck. Truly, a quarter spent there is a quarter lost. It's a childhood memory that's negative. And we put them all up. And they kind of floated up to the top, went down, had takedowns, went up and down. So similarly with the Mac, we said, let's go for small. Let's do it small. Let's try to present it a different way. So like, this is a really disturbing hypercard stack. But it's part of a compilation of hypercard stacks and others, where basically what we did was we actually made, we curated and put together 50 megabyte hard drive images that are there, that when they boot up, present you with 300 hypercard stacks. So there's a shock and awe, but it's all in one box. Instead of all of the items and looking at 300 different screenshots, you've got to dig down and go into bathroom info server and carrot patch and go, oh, okay. But you're going to discover it. And so this approach has actually worked really well, right? So as I'm looking at these new collections, I'm still doing the old approach. But these are endless amounts of exploration, and it's all being done with the theory that there's more beyond. So it gets really deep here, right? So, for instance, one of the things that I discovered in my process was, damn, why does this game keep showing up in my beautiful MD5 hashing? And you can go MD5 hashing collision, but screw you, you're crazy if you think that's what's happening here. But it's basically saying, oh, these are different. And I'm like, how the hell are you different? So luckily there's a tool called VinBinDiff, but there's 1,000 others, but I went with VizBinDiff, and basically it looks at binary files and helps you figure out. And so I just used it just to go, okay, what's going on here? So it turns out that not everybody who copies things copied them onto clean disks that were set to 0. So some of them are just, some of the copy programs just overlay the new data over the old. So those are two different programs to it, even though they are functionally the same program. It is the same Pop-Tart lying on two differently colored placemats. There's just no way around that. That's in there forever, like everything in there. So any side, and so a certain percentage of you go, well, I want to see all the crap because that's fascinating. Maybe it has some Bitcoin wallets that aren't anywhere else. So yeah, good gold rush there for you. And so like that exists out there, and I would claim that because we know the provenance of these discs, i.e. I know that this guy was in New Orleans, I know these are from Rhode Island, I know these are from other areas like that, we can say, now we know that this disc went from here to here, and then this was changed. Because sometimes people would change the crack screens to indicate that they cracked it. Some people would put them into weird compilation sets and reverse like order and add them. So there's an entire bit of analysis and process there to kind of go even deeper into the disks and pull out the contents of the disk to figure out like which of, like how many different of these are there. And it is completely possible to emulate things like a CFFA in such a way that it would be possible to make a mega Apple II that had one of every program, or ones that had ones of every program to start. You'd probably want to split it by 2-letter alphabet or you will go insane. Like, don't make one big one. But this is out there, right? These projects are out there, but I'm probably not going to do them. I'm probably not going to make that visualization. There's a beautiful visualization out there that I love. Somebody put in over time, they put in all the captain's logs from all of the different ships all through the 18th century, and in doing so they were able to show all the routes and where there were the most crashes and which places the sailors knew inherently where to sail that match other things later. And that's just kind of buried in that weird metadata. Somebody out there, maybe they're in this room, maybe there's one of them out there, who has a idea to go, well, then I will write a visualizer, I will do processing, I will come up ways to come up with that. But I have to work, and we have to work in the functionality of hoping that happens and not knowing it happens. That is where there is undiscovered country still in Apple II. There is an enormous amount of that. People are going to say, like, is that at all what you want to do with your life? And my answer is actually yes. I think that is a fascinating bit of history. I think we continue here at this place to find really rich, interesting side. Last night, just for fun, there was a particularly hard to crack chess program, and we were trying to figure out, like, why? Because Cucumber's sitting there trying to go after it, which is like using a diamond-tipped industrial drill to go after a bike lock. It's like, that's a hell of a bike lock. Holy crap. What's so good about the bike? What's up with the bike lock company? So we were just like, why is this chess program protected as if it's the friggin' Oak Island chest? And the answer, we don't quite know yet, but we do know the history of everything about that guy now. We know his home address, we know when he was working on this, we know that he hired the following company to do duplication, so we have 2 different names. We know that the guy who maybe did the protection moved to Australia. Like, we had a grand old time invading privacy last night. It was a good time. And it was all based off this like random problem of an Apple II disk. And so I think that's going to be there. I think there's like a peat moss and evergreen area of research there. And again, I hope people look into it. And so just as a side note, to say that life does come at you fast, I'm dedicating this to my friend Dan Saldo, who when I was sick in the hospital sent me this joke, right? And the reason it says, thanks pal, sorry we didn't get a chance, is because a few weeks later he laid down to sleep and didn't wake up at 39. We don't quite know whatever happened. I helped dedicate a grove out in California to him. So like, life's random and crazy. So if you're gonna do it and you don't know what's going on, get your priorities straight and do Apple II. Thank you very much. Are you coming up to touch me? Okay, good. All right. You're always waiting for that one. There was one speech I was going to give, and as I came around the corner, a guy came out of the curtain and said, I need to speak to you. And I was like, okay, all right, go ahead. And he started to tell me there's a file I don't like, the file of mine, you wish you'd take it down. And I said, I never do that, but I will do it because you do not have a knife. That was your thank you for not having a knife. Same thing with this. When I did one with the CD, somebody sent me a CD that was blank. was a blank CD. I'll always remember this, and scrawled on it, it said, maybe this would have had data if you weren't such an obtuse dick. But it wasn't a bomb! It had all the hate, none of the sugar, so that's fine. I'll take the diet crank letter every single day. Anyway, anyone have any? It's a great life. I'll keep you to live. We'll go with you first. Go ahead.
How many people actually want the discs back, and if they don't want it back, what are you doing?
It's about 75%. About 75% of the people want their discs back because they have emotional commitment to it. They don't just want. Some of them bought them speculatively to go, I want to copy whatever's on these, and hooray, a service came that's free. Most people want it back. Some of them borrowed it from work or from school, so they want it back. The other 25%, I'm just sticking in the Internet Archives. I'm writing scanned, putting them in the archive, because I mean, it's not that big. I mean, I have a tractor trailer full of manuals at the archive. A couple boxes of a few thousand discs aren't going to kill anybody. Yeah.
Speaking of manuals, preserving the bits, great. But a lot of the software, especially productivity stuff in the early days, inscrutable without a manual. So the appeal, please ask the folks that hold the manuals and still have them, please scan them and upload them, which poses its own challenges. Some of them are spiral bound, some of them, the ones with 3-leaf binders or 3-ring binders are great.
Yeah.
So scan, snap, and put them up.
So there's a whole. So you get actually into a very interesting, deep problem, which is how many people are using any of this in any way that is a functional utility that plays parts of their lives? And how many of them have manuals that are interesting enough for us to put them up to understand them? I don't mean in terms of like, oh no, they'll be destroyed. I just mean in terms of focusing the laser. So what happens is that if somebody has something and we determine it's pretty unique, we'll say, could you please scan this manual for us? But sometimes we will get, we're discovering, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that in other talks, that there are cases where there's what's the two greatest, it's the I'm trying to think of it, what's the they give it, it's what they give you in the hospital to kill any germs on you. Boy, I'm hearing a lot of murmuring medical terms. I should not have done that. Yeah, well, no, like, so you have bacteria that's resistant to that. Yeah, you have stuff that kills you even though you took the thing to make it not kill you, right? And what we have in the Apple community is silent versioning, which is where it's completely the same except they randomly started changing the contents or the protection or what's on it. So it pays to go into each one, but it does mean that we'll end up with, if we were to say, and each time we found a disk or something, please scan the thing. I'm hoping that somebody will build a registry. I didn't even talk about that in this. I decided not to, but there's been some question, and one of the great holy grail questions is exactly how much Apple II software was there? And let's just separate it from not just like 10, hello, 20, end. How much time did somebody go, this is going to be it, Martha, we're going to get rich, and they put it into a bag or a box or a thing, and they put it out there? Apple cheats in their marketing. Sometimes people completely the marketing. They mention everything that's CPM, and they put it into that. So when they're like, with 45,000 or whatever the number is, it's some huge number, over blah thousand available for the Apple II, if you plug in this card and use all this software that's already over here. So I don't know what that number is. And somebody conclusively going after that number would be a real boon, because then we could kind of cross-compare. Similarly, this is why it's been my destiny to put up massive amounts of magazines to be able to go, look, here's all the ads, all the books that are out there of like Apple II software directories, there's a number of those. Try to find educational catalogs and just say like, what's out there? I think that number is not known, and I don't think we actually really do know. And I think somebody could do a great talk about everything they discovered from this point now to next year about how much software there actually is, because we have this glorious golden machine that is ingesting everything. And then we'll be able to say, do we have the manual for this? Do we have the manual for that? Do we have the card for it? Do we have the disk label scanned? while I've been doing this, I've also been scanning the sleeves that are unique because it was easy, but it's going to be non-comprehensive. But there's some whack-ass sleeves out there. That was a great business for whoever got into that. I have a Fred Meyer disc. Didn't hit. All right, it's fine. But Fred Meyer's a supermarket chain, but they had discs, so they had customized supermarket discs. Damn, people, go to Fred Meyer. It's much better than Walmart. Anyway, another question. Anyone have a question? Go ahead.
You said you had takedown requests from copyright holders in the arcade.
I implied that.
Can you publicly say if there have been any in the Apple II section?
Yes, I can publicly say. First Star Software does not want you touching their motherfucking Boulder Dash.
Yeah.
And technically Spy, and then while they're there, they elbow Spy versus Spy. But it's obvious they could not care less about the Spy versus Spy program. It's just that also has our name on it. So they were not happy about Boulder Dash. So that's why there's only 17 copies up! Anyway.
Theories as to why they care?
Yeah, because they still sell Boulder Dash for iOS, for PlayStation, They continue to manufacture Boulder Dash.
The Apple II one competes with
Exactly, as a direct monetary strike is this anyway, yeah, so no, and I know where they live. Anyway, so let's go for it.
You just do certain makes of computer, you do something, things through a certain date. What is your scope?
My scope, okay, so, no, everything. But, for this crowd, I talk about the Apple II stuff. But I'm like, we're doing Commodore, we're doing Atari, we're doing there's a really strange machine that they only made 100 of in New Zealand. We have that one. There was a bunch of machines that are like weird off-brand versions of the Apple, everything. MAME is continuing to be glorious. They just started emulating a point-of-sale system. They've actually emulated a synthesizer deck that can take MIDI commands and work. So we'll put those up. It does the deck talk, if any of you remember the deck talk, or anyone listening, can you remembers the deck talk? It emulates the deck talk, speak and spell, handheld games, game watch games. We'll do all of them up in the emularity. Whatever comes up and can fit, we'll do. So no, I just kept it for this group. They didn't want to hear about my DOS problems. We're hoping to get Windows 95 working this year. Gonna get Commodore working this year. Let me think, what else? Is there any other that's like big names? The thing is, like, at some point you get into like a weird, like for emulation purposes on the archive, you get into like a weird, like, is this worth it? Because like already we're seeing this weird problem where once you get to past a certain era, you're dealing with like 200, 300, 400, 800 meg payloads for the data. And you're going to sit there and you're going to smack a gig into your browser. I mean, when it doesn't work, the letters they send are amazing. There was a guy from Australia who waited 13 hours to find out it didn't work, and he was angry, but he was far away. I figured he'd calm down on the flight. Go ahead in the back, and then.
Given the 40 years of the Apple II and the multiple versions, a lot of people, their only first and ever representation of a game included various crack screens and stuff like this.
Sure.
And now we're coming through and we're re-preserving them and the clean cracks for those people who bought the images and bought it that way. Do you have a way that you sort it or preference? Cracked by so-and-so, and then the ones that didn't work versus the ones that did, and the battles back and forth between the groups?
I put them all up. The archive is not very good for individualized perceptions of reality represented as they want it. We'd like something like that. There have been attempts over the years, but they've all come out weird, where a person goes, you know what, I just care about books in which women are the protagonist. I only care about software in which there are guns. Oh, I only want software. Like, there's no way to like really build those lists directly on the archive, but we've also, conversely, on the developer side, tried to make it that everything is open, so that you can get down into, like, you can actually go straight down into an ISO and actually link down into a file in the ISO. which I will tell you a lot of people use, and the .zips. Similarly, people can build up their own external listing stuff and then use the archive freely. We won't play any refer tricks. We won't photo bucket you. So my hope is that people who have a specific, like, this is the way to go, they'll just use the archive, which is what it was always intended for, as the jumping off point to go, here were my favorite games, and then here they are. And look, here's a cracked version, here's a multi, and like do that scholarly work. So that's my hope. We'll see. I'm going to skip you just so everyone gets a shot. Go ahead.
Is there any attempt to preserve like dongles used for copy detection and some of the other kind of off-ball hardware?
There's definitely been use with the hardware, and I didn't do it here, but there's definitely, I've been working hard as I can to, there's like another layer to MAME, which is they do ROM dumps, or they receive ROM dumps, and I'm really trying to, I'll keep doing it in this community. It's very hard, this is a hard ramp by any stretch. We are in the golden age of software deprotection. We are not in the golden age of ROM dumping. We are not aggressively going through stacks of them, going which ones are new, ripping all their ROMs and transferring them. Like that, it's a smaller crowd. And I think part of it is just that it's really super and mysterious, like floppy disks used to be. I put it in, I copy it, it does not work. I do not understand. What magic is this? Are you a wizard? Now we're in that with like ROMs. People think it's like really impossible unless you have arcane super knowledge. And so I'd like to see more of that, because I think there's a whole variety of Apple II cards for this community, whole variety of Apple II cards who could have their ROMs dumped and we could be emulating them. And it would be really neat. Networking is going to work eventually in the future. Being able to save to other kinds of attributes is going to work in the future. The way that the emularity works on the archive, for instance, it's possible to call two different items' contents and combine them in your load. We do that mostly for like the Macintosh stuff. We're like, use this system, boot off this Mac OS hard drive, now load this floppy disk in, and it'll do it. So you don't have to have any other piece in. And if we ever get to it, we're going to have it that you can actually declare the configuration of the machine and hit reset. Like we've been working on that. So eventually you'll do it. There'll be a command here. It'll say like, well, put a Mockingbird in this one and reboot, and then you can try it again. Or make it, don't be a 2C. I mean, you think it's a 2E. Make it a 2C. What's that do? And that will happen. Like, there's a place called De Facto 2 out there. They do that with the PC emulator. Like, they have it that you're like, what sound card do you have? And how much memory did you have this? And it works. So yeah, I'd like to see all that happen. The ingestion of the software needs to happen no matter what. Ingestion of hardware is the next frontier after that. Any others? Do we have anything else? You get, oh, yep.
So, have you actually had to take down anything though because of the request?
Well, we just answered that. Were you not here?
You know, I heard the one it sounds like they sent you to take this on request, but you didn't take it down.
Well, we took down the one they had.
Oh, that's the one they asked.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, people will say to you, am I saying this on a no. No, like if a person says to you, like, hey, that's mine, take that down, and any other of mine you have, we took down the one you requested. Because we're not your errand boy. We're not going to take your homework assignment. Plus, we have no idea. All of the Omni magazines came down on a request from New Omni Media, who own it, except they just got sued by Penthouse because they don't own it. All they did was buy the storage container that had Robert Guccione's old stuff and then claimed they owned it all and all the contents. And George R.R. Martin disagrees! And so that's going on. Like, so we respect it, especially if it comes in the form of a proper DMCA, which it doesn't always. Sometimes it's just, might as well be written backwards with a crayon. Like, oh, yeah, make things go down. I've also had we've had people who emulate lawyers, like they're running lawyer emulation. They're not actually lawyers. They're not even the owners. They're just angry we exist, and they'll say, "This is terrible. You should take this down based on the following rules." Conversely, there's people who are like, "You can never take it down because of the following interpretation I made up." That's fine. It's only because America isn't. I went to okay. So during the time I was having a heart attack, I gave a speech, and I hosted a 5-hour games marathon. So again, take me on. But in there, my talk, which I wouldn't allow to go up, was just basically about how much of it, like that the actual Mad Max landscape is the American copyright system. And I just kind of like talked about how just horrifying it is here. And because Australia has no fair use provision, and has discussions right now about copyright and getting themselves up to copyright. And my thing was like, don't do it. It's a horrifying. People spend way too much time lost in the morass of how to even read it. And like a lot, is this political to say? Like a lot of law, it eventually filters down to who has the most money to execute perceived rights upon people who are scared and unable to sustain even one round of legal discussion. So there's a lot of people who will give me things, and they'll give them to me to put up because, fine. I mean, I've been in courtrooms before, it's fine, but they are literally terrified that their children won't be able to eat, and it's an honest and real fear that they have. So they're like, I don't want to put this up on the disc because it says that I'm entitled to go up to 10 years in jail for putting up this Apple II floppy, and I don't, and the copyright is actually longer than my children's lifespan, and I'm afraid to do it. And so you basically say, look, that's a ridiculous thing to do. I'd rather, I want to be that guy in the holding cell explaining why I'm here. And I'll be like, and they'll be like, no stabbings? I'm like, no, not one stabbing. But that's also going into, I mean, if you want to get all crazy or whatever, I mean, like I said, I went, this is going to sound like I'm being way too emotional, but it's not, so please don't take it that way. But when I was really sad when I found out that when I'm talking to the doctors, I was supposed to be, I didn't feel well for a week because I was having a heart attack, but I didn't know it. And I go in and the doctor's like, well, it's either, indigestion or a heart attack. Take this. I took it. And he goes, ooh, that's bad. And he takes me to another doctor, and that doctor is and he was fantastic, and he was like, I'm going to drive you to the operating room because they'll let me in, so we'll get past all the other garbage because you're an American. And he drives me in there, and there's a doctor there, and he's like, we're going to see you tomorrow. And I said, oh, George gave me a note. He looked at it, he goes, huh, all right, we're going to operate on you in 20 minutes. And they sit down and they gave me the super, if you've ever gone skydiving, the really fast, rehearsed thing, they're like, do this, tuck your arms in, don't hit the ground with your head, go! He was basically like, survival rate is very high. And he's talking about, they operated, I don't have any scar on my chest. They came in through a catheterization through this wrist. So they went in all the way up there. And they said, paralysis chances are very low. And I wanted to do this arm because I'm right-handed, and they were like, we really need this arm to get to the heart. And I was like, okay, fine. You've got the MapQuest, I don't. And I was awake for the operation. So basically, I had to hug my fiance, and my last words to her were, you were the best of everything. Go into the emergency room. They're playing Bon Jovi. My last tweet was, everything was great, and I had a really wonderful time. And I went in, and they're operating on me. And now I'm either going to die or it's going to be fine. And I didn't even know at the time it was a heart attack. But I will tell you that I'm lying on there in my stuff, no general anesthesia. I'm not crazy, but I was like, this is fine. I'm not joking. I'm like, this is fine. My belief system has been transferred to a new generation. People liked me. I'm famous for the right things generally. People know what to do with my crap. Most of it was made of plastic and paper. It'll live or it'll die. This was fun. And that was it. And then they operated me, I was fine. But I literally was as zen as you could possibly be. No tears, no wreck. So for me, everything else is a goddamn bonus round. And if somebody writes me and says, we own Spy versus Spy, I'm like, tell me more. All right, enough of that. All right, see you later.
Hi, everybody.
Huh?
In 1984.
Yes, sir.
A program was introduced. I don't even remember what it was, like maybe MPC.
So do you know if he stops long enough to talk seven?
And he'll be around.
I'm sure he will. It was true. Your copy was saying you're reading down on copy. I'm going to ask about the chess game.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, we're talking to Peter as well.
No, just leave it. Actually, just leave it running. We find it's easier just to leave it running. It's quiet. And it says check. Yeah, no, there was a CD-ROM that somebody sent me.
That's what I want to learn how they did
game
that.
cover CD-ROM. And so it had the game, and then there was a subfolder, and it was just all the game source. That's nice.
That's
pretty crazy. Yeah. One of the things I'm finding is like all the places that people were like game cover CD-ROMs, like they all like CD-ROMs have names for the CD-ROM, and
They don't know anything about what it is. If they look online, they'll find some of them.
April 2010, and it would say March 2010, but it was April. But March was also March 2010. It was like the guy just said, time to do the new one, drag, drop the new crap in. Lots and lots and lots of crap.
You learn all kinds of
We're all mortal, some people are doing mortal.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully I have an opening.
What was that chess program you guys were struggling with?
Cucumber knows it. Peter, he was screwing around with it. It was a.
Is that who that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Is 4 a.m. known either? I mean, I'm just asking.
You'll figure them out. Yeah, they're here. They're here. We just don't talk about who they exactly are. It'll become very obvious to you who they are.
Got to go to lunch. Trying to figure out the protection. Let me know.
Yeah.
Because that's what I did supply.
Right. Well, you would. Okay. So if you, I will tell. If you go upstairs into the back left corner of the social area, that's all of them. That's all the crackers, and they're all just sharing ideas. That's where they all are.
You're talking with the computer stuff. Yeah.
That's all them.
Yeah.
They're the ones.
Yeah, there's John and John. Right. So I got those two.
Well, there's John and John, and
obviously
right.
you because you're
There's John and John. There's Mark and Peter, and they're all like doing tracking and doing things and doing stuff. And Peter's been on that chess program for 4 hours. Normally it takes him 10 minutes. So he's.
Are we still working on that today?
He was still working on it last night, well into the night.
I figured he wouldn't go to bed until he was done.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Yeah, I should probably lend him a hand.
Yeah, maybe.
And by the way, I'd be happy to help you with the Rob.
Okay, it's all good.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
I meant to put a link to it link to the thing in the slides, but it's GitHub, and just look for KZOS.
So I think you and I already talked. So basically,
I can't even wear my formal jacket around to make it look nice. I cut out the figure. It's so goddamn hot. Like if I walk out there in the jacket, I'm look good, dying.
We've got to be able to get some simulation wrap around it, poke it. Might be something I can do.
And if you know anything about emulating the hardware, and you know like, oh, where's the RAM start for the visible memory, that kind of stuff. I've got all that information. A lot of it's in the notes.
Yeah, that stuff shouldn't be too hard because I had no tools as a kid, and I had to learn all kinds of tricks. And capture cards and other things, just trying to poke around. Thank God, here's a beneath Apple Protoss thing. Now tell me about what I'm doing here, or what, you know.
Yeah, watching the back of someone's head.
Anyway.
Cool. Well, I'm looking forward to anything that people find.
They must enjoy that.
By the way, that's exactly the way you learn is what I used to do with scanning through data for disks, like Copy 2+.
Oh, yeah.
You have bit patterns, and I'm not just talking high-res disk scanning. I'm talking you do it yourself, and you scan through, you're looking through the data.
I've learned like how bit works and how to test for the 6th and 7th bit of a bit 6 and bit 7 of a byte, and taking taking a byte and breaking it into 2 nibbles and rearranging stuff like that. It's like, oh, hey, that's cool.
So wait, the next one's 1, right?
It's neat stuff. It's been like 20 years since I've been tapped, so I'm surprised it still didn't get overwritten by something required for work.
Hey, webcammers. So it's going to be about an hour. That's when Quinn starts her talk. I've got to do some business myself. But that's when it's going on. Always be sure to check the schedule link at the bottom of the video. We're just going to leave this running because don't mess up a good thing, which is a good policy in life. Talk to you soon.
I feel pretty safe in my laptop.
Oh, there it is.
Just like that.
Hi, buddy. I hope the talk was adequate. Did I step on anything of yours? Good. I tried to focus, like I said, on the that's why I started to not try to go down any rat holes of stuff that I thought would qualify for your talk. So.
Yeah, let's talk about my talk.
Sure. Sure. You want to talk about it while walking to lunch, or you want?
Yes.
Okay. Absolutely.
I need to test this first.
Sure. There's a
component cable.
There's a component cable that was there, and if it's not there, then they put it back over. Let me see what this is. This wasn't it. So nope, those were the 2 plugs for people who have those. It wouldn't be here. Here's no. This is crap. This is actually a crap cable, and it's going to go away soon. So it's not useful. Although I mean, okay, wait. So there is a component cable that I saw, but if somebody
I have one upstairs.
Yeah, but look, we can just grab this one and use it.
Okay.
Of course, here's the stereo out.
Yellow?
Yellow. Well, here, give them well, you know, obviously give it a moment to, there we go. So it'll liven up in a moment. Okay.
Make sure that this.
Well, you gotta do all the. Look, I did not expect it to flip out over the Schmorpy animation. That just makes me laugh. I'm so glad I didn't do it anymore. No, what a great blue screen of death. I'm like, why are you freezing? But then I recovered. I was able to make it seem fine, as I often do. And unfortunately, I did go into the philosophy of the meaning of life. But what are you gonna do? And you know what the best part is? This is all no caffeine. 0 caffeine. Used to like take a nice Red Bull just before I started, just to get it all lined up. Now I stand. This one's a good one. Yeah. Why? Why, Barnaby? It appears that this thing has a serial number. Oh, Barnaby, my hand slipped. It's a 00000 now. Man, that's 00000.
Can you turn that off?
What's this?
The projector again. Leave mine.
Okay. Perfect. And that's set up like it is. Get stamina mode. See y'all.
Do we have a
yes, sir.
dongle? I have a new style MacBook.
They seem to be pretty on the wall.
Has my seal of excellence. And call me right now and I'll take $120 off every window. Protect your home with a Pro. Energy Pro Windows Insider.
For years, political insiders and politicians have wasted your money. When Governor Greitens took office, he inherited a budget mess so severe, he only had 2 choices: raise taxes on Missouri families or cut spending. He chose to cut spending to balance the budget. Raising taxes would reward the politicians, hurt Missouri families, and drive jobs out of our state. Call Governor Greitens. Tell him to continue to balance the budget without raising taxes. This fresh cracked egg from Isabella. This sausage that's sizzled by Israel. Even this freshly toasted English muffin from Isaac. Behind the scenes, we're stacking all this to make you what we call a good morning maker. A delicious breakfast sure to get your day right. Because when the sun rises, we shine. Enjoy a breakfast combo for just $1.50 and choose a sausage biscuit with hash browns or a sausage with muffin with hash browns.
As our sleeping city awakens, we're here. We love our work and train to be the best. When we come to your home, we bring more than 50 years of commitment to quality, service, and integrity. This is what sets us apart.
Call your servicemen from AD May.
It's our midsummer clearance sale at Family Leisure.
Why wait? Get your pool installed now at clearance prices. 24-foot pools now only $14.99 installed. Save $1,000 or more on do-it-yourself pool specials. Patio furniture, wicker, sling, cast, and more. Save up to 60%. Melt away stress. Spa starting at $17.99. Huge savings on all remaining play sets. These great items also on sale. Grills, fire pits, barbecue islands, and more.
Midsummer clearance sale going on now at Family Leisure.
A station that's working for you. Nick Vassos, Hugh Burns, and meteorologist Michelle Rogowitz. You're watching Fox 4 News at noon.
Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and former Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort are scheduled to testify to Senate panels next week as lawmakers investigate whether the campaign colluded with Russia. A source told CNN Kushner's testimony would be behind closed doors. Lawmakers will likely ask about the meeting with three men that they had with Russian nationals who promised to give damaging information on Hillary Clinton. All three men say nothing illegal happened during that meeting. The president has defended the meeting as well on Twitter, of course, saying it was just politics. Meanwhile, during an interview with the New York Times, President Trump said that he had second thoughts about his appointing Senator Jeff Sessions as Attorney General. The president is upset that Sessions recused himself from the ongoing Russia investigation.
Sessions should have never recused himself. And if he was going to recuse himself, he should have told me before he took the job, and I would have picked somebody else.
The president also says that he is upset that Sessions told the Senate he had no meetings with Russians during the campaign. It later turned out Sessions had met with the Russian ambassador at least twice. Michelle?
Nick, we are going to be talking about that excessive heat warning continuing throughout the day today into the day on Saturday. Dangerous heat energy. Not that forecast.
Thrills of every size for everyone. From coasters to water slides to family rides. Get the best deal on a day of family fun at worldsofun.com.
Shazam is this summer's #1 music series. What? I said the #1 music series.
Oh my God, wait, just wait a minute.
It's fun for the whole family to play along at home with the Shazam app.
Get it. Title, all for you.
I think so.
You guys got me nervous. Tonight at 7 on Fox 4.
Permasil is a penetrating sealant that goes past the surface into the wood or concrete, making it solid and 23% stronger. Environmentally safe products, done on time and on budget. Free estimates with no obligation. Call Permasil today and get 25% off.
It's the flooring sale you've been waiting for. Empire Today's half price sale. Get $2,400 in flooring for $1,200. $5,200 for an amazing $2,600. That's half the price of your entire purchase. Shop for carpet, hardwood, tile, vinyl, and laminate right from home and have it professionally installed. Don't miss Empire's half price sale. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. Big accidents cause big injuries, and it's costly. Medical bills, car repairs, lost wages, pain and suffering. If you've been hurt, call the Lawyers Group. Call 1-800-677-2020. The call is free. The advice is free. Call 1-800-677-2020. If you've been hurt in any kind of accident, Lawyers Group is waiting for your call. Call 1-800-677-2020.
Permasil is a penetrating sealant that goes past the surface into the wood or concrete, making it solid and 23% stronger. Environmentally safe products, done on time and on budget. Free estimates with no obligation. Call Permasil today and get 25% off.
Got a problem? Go to fox4kc.com/problem solvers.
In headlines across America, the bride-to-be shot and killed by a Minneapolis police officer actually called 911 twice to report a sexual assault, according to transcripts of those calls released by the city. Justine Diamond first called about a woman being raped. Then she called back 8 minutes later when police had still not arrived. Minutes later, she was shot and killed by Officer Mohammed Noor. His partner, Officer Michael Harity, told investigators as he drove down the alley, a loud sound startled him. Just then, she approached his window. But it's still not clear why the officer, his name's Noor, fired his gun across his partner through the driver's side door. Under Minnesota state law, Noor is not required to give a statement to investigators.
A Baltimore police officer is under investigation this noon, accused of planting drugs, and he was caught by his own body camera. The body camera video was released by defense attorneys. It shot a drug arrest in January. Well, it appears to show an officer placing a can on the ground as 2 other officers look on. They all then head out to the street for a few seconds where the officer activates his body camera and then returns to pick up that same can. He then pulls out a bag of white capsules. But the cameras save 30 seconds of video before they're activated. Charges against the suspect in this case have been dropped. The case against the officer remains under investigation. Candlelight vigil and moment of silence were held overnight to remember the victims of the Aurora Theater shooting that happened 5 years ago. Before the vigil and the procession, residents gathered near Aurora City Hall. Just after midnight is when they did this, to coincide with the time of the shooting. The names of the 12 victims were announced and white balloons were released for each victim's name. They were all called out. People there say today is about remembering and honoring the victims. It's also about moving forward.
I know this impacted the entire community, whether you knew anyone in the movie theater or you didn't, or, I mean, even if you, I've heard of people halfway across the world that are saying, like, I'm still scared to go to movies. It's a very real, intense moment to realize that a life was lost. And so whether you knew someone there or not, to come here and see their loss and realize, like, these were real people, this is their picture, this is their obituary, is very humbling for a lot of people, and I think it helps.
The 720 Memorial Foundation raised more than $250,000 to construct the new memorial. Foundation says it hopes it will give strength and courage to all of those affected by what happened in Aurora 5 years ago.
Happening today, the body of Spanish surrealist artist Salvador Dali will be exhumed today. This as a result of a paternity case. Pilar Abdel Martinez, born 1956, has filed a paternity claim, stating that the artist had an extramarital affair with her mother, who worked as a maid. The family of Martinez has attempted to prove Dali was Pilar's father since 2007. On this day 48 years ago, the Eagle landed, making one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind. The 1969 Apollo 11 mission marked the first time that man set foot on the moon's surface. It was mind-blowing achievement for everyone, for space travel, and heralded a new era of exploration. Through Apollo 11, though Apollo 11 happened nearly 5 decades ago, it still is making news. A professor is proposing that the landing site be named a National Historic Landmark.
So 19 now, and you are taking a live look on our MCC campus cameras on the Weather Bug Network, showing bright blue skies all around the viewing area, and temperatures that are heating up, and due in part to all that sunshine. We're already at 94 degrees in downtown Kansas City, 95 for Lawrence, DeSoto at 93. The cool spot, Olathe at 89, it's 92 in Lee Summit, 90% Mill at Excelsior Springs, and 95 up in Plattsburgh. When you factor in the humidity levels, many cities already pulling into the triple-digit heat indices. It feels like downtown's at 104. St. for Lawrence, 102 is what it feels like outside in Lee Summit. and also for KCI this afternoon. Both of those numbers continue to climb in response to the sunshine, but also the southerly winds start running 10, 15 miles per hour, at least providing us with a little bit of a breeze for today to kind of stir things up so the air's just not setting in place and becoming rather stifling. It's still going to be pretty hot and steamy as we head on into the afternoon. Later today, we should hit 97 degrees for high temperatures. And when you factor in humidity levels, it'll feel anywhere between 105 on up to 110. Very easy to burn today with all that sunshine as well. The UV index number is coming in at an 11. Sun is going to be very, very strong. So don't forget, we still have our contest going on. Keeping It Cool contest. It runs through July 30th. It's your chance to win a brand new AC unit. So log on to fox4kc.com/contest and enter to win. All of our ACs working overtime. We'll be into the upper 90s for Friday and Saturday, coming dangerously close to that century mark. We have not seen that at KCI in quite some time. 2013, September 8th. That was the last time. We're going to come very close. I think downtown will make it there, but I think we will fall just shy of it, KCI.
Good.
That's a good thing. I agree with you. And then some relief. You notice there's a little relief on the backside as the little shortwave moves through Sunday. A little extra cloud cover, maybe a little rain. 80s for Monday.
Amazing what that little 1 degree. 99 versus 100.
So Sunday, it's a mental thing. It's a mental thing. Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday are the days to mow. Yes. Okay. Yep. I gotta do that.
We're checking out.
Well, record levels on Wall Street. The wireless carriers seeing the biggest rise. You're watching Fox 4 News at noon. Here's what's coming up tonight on Fox 4.
Summer is here, and there's no better time to get into a vehicle. At Instant, Kansas City's right your favorite destination for friendly service, quality vehicles. We make it so easy with no credit check financing. Stop by or visit us online at instantauto.us.
We're celebrating our 80th anniversary the only way we know how. How big?
Anniversary deals store-wide big.
So many ways to save big. $80,000 in prizes big.
Start with store-wide deals, like this reclining sofa for only $9.49 and waterproof wood flooring only $4.99 a square foot. Discover anniversary deals in every department, plus store-wide finance. No one else is big?
Our gratitude.
Big selection, big savings, big ideas, big celebration. The 80th anniversary at Nebraska Furniture Mart.
There's nothing like the elegance of real granite countertops and high-quality kitchen cabinets. KC Granite and Cabinetry. We are Kansas City's leader in granite, with over 120 colors of granite in stock, starting at just $35 a square foot. Pick your own slab of granite right here. Artisan quality at wholesale prices. Full kitchen remodels completed in as little as a week. Call us now for your free and-home estimate. KC Granite and Cabinetry.
Half the year's over and we're way behind. So through Sunday, it'll like the Toyota. You got to see our rock bottom prices. Huge savings on every new Toyota. 47 Highlanders up to $3,600 off from $283 a month. 74 Tundras and Tacomas up to $4,780 off from $256 a month. 42 Siennas up to $54.70 off from $272 a month. And get a lifetime warranty. Through Sunday only. 935 Santa Fe. Only the Toyota.
When you have fraud tape, something magical happens. Because fraud tape is the only paper tape with patented paint block technology to give you the cleanest, sharpest lines possible. The patented paint block reacts with water and latex paint to form a micro barrier against paint bleeding. Fraud tape delicate even works on freshly painted surfaces, giving you maximum creative flexibility or professional results when you paint. There's only one name to know. Fraud tape keeps paint out, keeps lines sharp.
Did you know that you can turn your car and your title into cash with TitleMax in as little as 30 minutes? Call 1-888-TitleMax or go to TitleMax.com now to find out how much you can get. $3,000.
$2,600.
TitleMax turned my title into $10,000.
Call 1-888-TitleMax or go to TitleMax.com and find out how much cash you can get. And you'll say,
I got my title back with TitleMax.
It's a title back.
California Loan Company by TitleMax Incorporated. California Finance Limited, license number 603K.
Low down payment, no credit check financing, make it so easy to get a vehicle at Instant Auto. Simply show us proof of the job, insurance, and where you live, and you'll drive away in less than 30 minutes. No stress, no hassle. It's a great buying experience. Stop by or visit us online at instantauto.us.
All three stock market averages opened at record levels this morning as investors continue to digest strong corporate earnings. Wireless carrier T-Mobile handily beat Wall Street estimates in earnings and in revenue, saying its promotions, price cuts, and giveaways are attracting more customers. T-Mobile boosted its subscriber growth forecast. And a good report from Railroad Union Pacific 2, reporting a 21% increase in revenue thanks to rising freight revenues, especially in industrial products and coal. For more, log on to foxbusiness.com. I'm Lori Rossman.
Millennial spending is on the rise, and they're spending money pretty differently than other generations. According to a new bank rate survey, millennial spending on necessities, things like groceries and gas, surpasses those of older adults. But they're also spending money generously on extras like restaurant orders and cell phone bills. However, they have cut back spending on other things.
There were two areas that we found millennials were actually spending less than expected, and that is on television and on travel. Television isn't as surprising since so many of the younger generation tends to be streaming device driven, not necessarily sitting down to watch a TV show the way our parents and grandparents might have. Travel was a little bit more surprising only because, again, the stereotype of the average millennial is preferring experiences over things.
See the full report, go to bankrate.com.
Are employees working hard or hardly working? A new study shows that most people are spending more than 8 hours a week on non-work. That study comes from the staffing firm Office Team. Professionals say they waste 56 minutes per day using their mobile device for non-work activities in the office. Workers also admitted to clocking 42 minutes a day on personal tasks, and that adds up to 8 hours per week. Managers say they think employees are spending time on social media while checking their phones. But workers actually say they use that time to look at personal emails.
A new monument will soon be built in downtown Kansas City. We'll show you who it's going to honor when we come back.
I just want to say I am thrilled to be your new captain. I want this to be an efficient ship, but also one that you're glad to be serving on. A beer?
Yeah, I'm nervous. It's a new ship. I want to make a good impression.
It's 9:15 in the morning.
Sorry.
The Orville, coming this fall to Fox.
Join the thousands of drivers who have their auto insurance through AAA.
I didn't know how easy it was to just switch auto insurance.
The amount of money I was saving was staggering.
After comparing a few other rates, it was clear that AAA was our best place to be.
As a AAA member, you could save an average of $396 a year. Compare that to State Farm, Geico, or Allstate. You could save even more with AAA discounts.
We have a multi-car discount, multi-policy discount.
We save quite a bit of money by keeping everything we can with AAA.
Best of all, get the service we're famous for and peace of mind.
Our reaction was, wow. I could not believe how much money I was saving when I switched over to AAA.
I definitely feel I can rely on AAA, no matter what the circumstances.
At AAA, my job is to help you get more AAA out of your AAA card. And that starts with great savings on auto insurance.
Call 866-552-8862. AAA. So easy, so smart, so switch.
We believe when you're treated right, you feel welcome to be yourself. And we wouldn't have it any other way. So feel free to own it. At Isle of Capri Casino, feel free to feel free. Ride away on a 2017 Harley-Davidson motorcycle during Red, White, and Maroon Fridays and Saturdays, July 7th to 29th, 6 to 8 p.m. Win a Harley-Davidson Street 500 every Friday and an Iron 883 every Saturday. Or choose cash instead. Only at Isle of Capri Casino, Kansas City.
You've seen college tuition on the rise, and you wonder if it's possible for you, or maybe your children, to get a college degree. National American University announces its new Tuition Advantage. Now you can save up to 35% while earning your degree in less time. The NAU Tuition Advantage. Lower tuition, graduate sooner. National.edu.
The year's over and we're way behind. So through Sunday, it'll like the Toyota. You gotta see our
rock bottom prices. Huge savings on every new Toyota. 100 Camrys up to $5,500 off from $19,600 or $158 a month. 97 RAV4s up to $4,300 off from $163 a month. 75 Corollas just $99 a month or 0% for 72 months. And get a lifetime warranty through Sunday only. I-35 in Santa Fe. Only for Toyota.
Fox 4 News, streaming live on the web, working for you. From the station that's working for you, you're watching Fox 4 News at noon.
Welcome back. With the heat index expected to reach more than 110 degrees during the next few days, electric usage may see some peak demand as people crank up the air conditioning.
Oh, I think it's going up for sure. Our John Pepitone live at Centerpoint Medical Facility in Independence, where doctors recommend that people stay indoors in a cool place during the heat of the day. Right, John?
Yeah, that's right, Nick. You know, as early as May, air conditioners start running all across the metro area, and often they don't stop until the fall. But these next 3 days could cause a huge spike in people's utility bills. Now, Kansas City Power and Light says you can take some steps to curb those costs while still keeping your home cool. The utility says simple things like closing shades, blinds, and curtains to the sun can help prevent your air conditioner from working harder than necessary.
But rather than turning your thermostat down a few degrees, we recommend you turning it up a few degrees, especially when you're not home, if you're at work, if you're running around with the children, because when you get home, that 76, 77 degrees is going to feel a whole lot better than 100 plus degrees outside.
Programmable thermostats can help control cooling costs using a smartphone app, so you don't have to be home to make temperature adjustments. Keeping your air conditioner free from debris also helps to prevent it from working too hard, and use fans indoors, even with air conditioning, to keep the air moving. Doctors here advise those who must be outside, get up early and get your work done before the heat of the day. John Pepitone, Fox 4 News, working for you live in Independence.
Speaking of the heat of the day, here at 12:32, we're at 94 degrees in downtown. The hot spot over in Lawrence, 95 there. A little cooler in Olathe. They're hanging on to the upper 80s. We're at 92 in Lee Summit, 95 up in Plattsburgh. Warrensburg sitting at 91 degrees. Factoring in the humidity for folks in downtown and over in Lawrence, it feels like 104 degrees. The heat index up at KCI and also in Lee Summit, 102. Feels like it's almost the triple digits for both Gardner and Olathe. As we head into the afternoon today, our numbers will continue to climb. You can see how we should be pulling up into the middle and upper 90s. The heat index anywhere between 105 on up to 110 degrees for today. And the heat, it's going to linger around into the evening as well. So for whatever plans that you may have, maybe you're headed out to the Royals game, it's going to be pretty hot and pretty sticky. We'll talk about relief finally showing up in that updated warm temperature. All right, Michelle, thanks. Well, a new monument will soon be built in downtown Kansas City. It's meant to honor those who built the city. Fox 4's Carrie Stoll is live at 10 to know with the city. Carrie?
And we're at Island Davis Park where the groundbreaking celebration has wrapped up. I tell you what, though, it was quite the party out here with several tents. They were making hot dogs and we had live music. But if you take a look at your screen, you can see exactly what that monument is going to look like when it's finished. Again, that groundbreaking for the monument happened just a couple hours ago. Local leaders joined members of the Native Sons and Daughters of Greater Kansas City organization to turn some dirt. The organization is dedicated to the historic preservation of the Greater Kansas City area on both sides of the state line. Those involved with the project believe it's really important to honor those who built our city.
As I look at this park, the most beautiful park in Kansas City, the federal buildings there, the city hall's there, and we could put it right in the middle, and we would be honoring your great people.
And I am told that construction on this new monument will start right away and should be finished in the next few months. And those organizers who are here today say that they are next looking forward to the ribbon cutting. Carrie Stoll, Fox 4 News, working for you.
The parole hearing for O.J. Simpson continues as he goes before a Nevada parole board to argue for his freedom.
Here's a live look at the hearing. In 2013, Simpson received parole for some of the lesser charges on his 2008 conviction in connection with an armed robbery. Early in his imprisonment, he nearly lost his chance for parole when he was caught blatantly eating a contraband cookie in front of prison personnel. Regardless, O.J., who turned 70 this month, is expected to be granted parole for the remainder of his charges. New on Fox 4 News at noon, an Oakland Park man is dead after he was hit by a car in Virginia. Police in Henrico, Virginia, say 54-year-old Julius McBride was struck by a car when he was crossing the street around 10:30 last night. McBride was taken to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. So far, no charges have been filed in the crash, and it remains under investigation. No word yet on why the Oakland Park man was in Virginia, but there are a few athletic tournaments happening in that area this week.
A man is dead and charges are expected later today after a stabbing outside a Subway restaurant. Police say the suspect attacked another man outside the Subway near Westport Road in Roanoke. This happened about 6 o'clock last night. Now, earlier today, police say the victim died from his injuries. The suspect was arrested there at the scene. Charges are expected again later today. The little girl is back with her family this noon after police found her by herself this morning. The girl was found near Drury and St. John. Paramedics checked her out. She seems to be okay. The girl's grandmother was eventually found after police reached out for assistance.
Disney World is developing a new attraction that will honor Walt Disney as well as the place that inspired Mickey Mouse. Walt Disney was born in Chicago, some say Marceline, Missouri, but his family moved to Marceline, Missouri when he was 9. We had a little bit of a discussion about that this morning. Disney got his start at the old Laugh-O-Ranch Studios off 31st and Truist. That's where he drew his first animated movie. And he would also feed the a tame mouse, which later inspired the official mascot of Disney, Mickey Mouse. While a nonprofit continues to try to renovate the old Laugh-O-Ranch Studio, it's another Kansas City landmark that's about to get the Walt Disney treatment. Yeah, take a look. This is a rendering of the new theater being built on Main Street in Disney World in Orlando. Tourists will soon be able to go there and watch all sorts of live shows based on all the popular movies. The design is inspired by the old Willis Wood Theater, which once stood at the corner of 11th and Baltimore. And here's an old picture of that from the Jackson County Historical Society. It burned to the ground back in 1917. Pretty cool.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, drivers along the bridge are suddenly blinded. Listen to this. A tarp meant to keep construction workers safe made it dangerous for drivers. We'll explain when we come back. You're watching Fox 4 News.
It's our biggest sale of the year, Christmas in July. Take 50% off all flooring, plus 0% financing, plus free granite. And best of all, the craftsmen at Jericho do it all. Christmas in July at Jericho Home Improvements. Everything on your kitchen and bathroom model wish list is now on sale. You'll come out better with Jericho and love what we do.
Jericho Home Improvement. Now you're living in style.
At Menards, home improvement means saving big because right now you'll get an 11% rebate on everything, even sale prices. Oak Ridge Architectural Shingles from Owens Corning come with a limited lifetime warranty. In 14 colors, get an 11% rebate. Give your landscaping a clean edge with Master Gardener Plus lawn edging. A 20-foot roll is $622 after rebate. Stop waiting and start saving with an 11% rebate on everything, even sale prices, now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Hi, I'm Todd Tramidia, your Mazda dealer in Olathe. A big thanks to all of our customers and employees for helping us win the President's Award, Mazda's top award for sales and service. We're one of only 50 dealers nationwide who win this top award, and the only one in the Midwest. Come to Tramidia Mazda and experience this great service for yourself. And as always, we have a huge selection of Mazda certified pre-owned cars with a 100,000-mile warranty. Come to Olathe today, and I'll see you on the showroom floor.
Your life is in a state of constant motion, and only Spectrum can help you make the most of every moment. With Spectrum, you'll get the best in TV with a crystal clear picture and sound, plus more free HD than ever before. Just $29.99 a month. Call 844-353-2999. Then enjoy smoother surfing, streaming, and gaming with the fastest internet starting speeds, 100 megabits per second. with no data caps and a free modem. Just $29.99 a month. And when a picture or post can't say it all, get unlimited nationwide calling, plus unlimited calling to Canada, Mexico, and more with no added taxes or fees. Call 844-353-2999. Make the most of every moment with Spectrum TV, Internet, and voice. Just $29.99 a month each with no contracts and our 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 844-353-2999. Time Warner Cable is now Spectrum, redefining what a cable company can be.
Mattress Firm announces our coolest sleep sale ever. Don't sleep hot anymore. Get the newest in cooling mattress technology, like the Serta iComfort Temp Touch Gel Infused for cooling comfort. Only $37 a month. Serta Memory Foam Queen mattresses, just $499.99. And get the exclusive Beauty Rest Black Memory Foam with black ice. Interest-free for 6 years. Plus, get daily deals on everything from free pillows to 50% off mattresses. Only at Mattress Firm.
This Fox 4 segment is brought to you by Papa Ceo.
Caught on camera, a massive fire rips through a Texas marina, destroying at least 20 boathouses. Here's a look at the scene at Pottsboro yesterday afternoon, where the flames left behind a trail of destruction. Fire crews arriving on the scene just in time to stop the flames from spreading to nearby docks. Luckily, nobody hurt, but a lot of damage there, as you can tell, caused the fire under investigation. An emergency landing on a Long Island highway here. A small plane landed on the busy highway. Let's take a look here. Drivers quickly posted photos to social media after it came down on Sunrise Highway. The FAA says it landed just before 1 p.m. yesterday. It took off from Brookhaven Airport, headed to New Jersey. The pilot was the only one on board. He was not hurt. It's unknown what went wrong with the airplane.
A bridge in South Carolina is back open after a tarp fell on vehicles trying to cross on it. That tarp and cables came down from the top of the Charleston's Downholt Bridge last night. Police say at least 10 vehicles were trapped, but all the drivers and passengers were rescued. No injuries are reported, although one person was taken to the hospital for what appeared to be a panic attack. Police say the tarp was put up to protect maintenance workers from heavy storms happening in the area. Major drug bust in the Lone Star State. Police in Austin, Texas say a woman is facing federal charges this noon after they found 75 pounds of liquid crystal meth in her car. Officers pulled her over last week for speeding, but authorities say they quickly became suspicious about the suspect. A narcotics unit dog was brought to the vehicle. Drugs were found. Police said the liquid crystal meth was found in white jugs with the label purple powder.
Fans from across the world flock to California. A look at why people go crazy for the Comic-Con in San Diego. Michelle?
And this heat is probably driving some people crazy here in Kansas City. It continues to build along with the humidity levels. We'll take a look at your updated forecast.
Fox 4's John Holmes, working for you.
If it drips, leaks, or clogs, KB Complete can fix it. Call us today, and we're on the way. For a limited time, mention this ad and get $35 off any plumbing service repair. And ask about our $99 sewer drain opening, but only for a limited time. Schedule your KB Complete plumbing service. Call today. Serve so good you tell a friend.
For my home and my family, it's KB Complete.
Remember, a plumbing job isn't complete until it's KB Complete.
Nature Valley.
Hey folks, Jerry O'Neill, Continental Siding Supply. I'm 35 years old. Well, Continental is 35 years old. And even after 35 years, we're still the fastest growing siding company in the Midwest. The reason? Homeowners are demanding the best quality for their homes. That's why they're choosing us. I'm thanking you by giving you a birthday present of 35% savings on our seamless polymer wall system. Call now.
Big ass
Accidents cause big injuries, and it's costly. Medical bills, car repairs, lost wages, pain and suffering. If you need help, call the Lawyers Group. Call 1-800-677-2020. The call is free. The advice is free. Call 1-800-677-2020. If you've been hurt in any kind of accident, Lawyers Group is waiting for your call. Call 1-800-677-2020.
Half the year's over and we're way behind. So through Sunday, it'll like the Toyota. Now see our rock bottom prices. Huge savings on every new Toyota. 47 Highlanders up to $3,600 off from $283 a month. 74 Tundras and Tacomas up to $47.80 off from $256 a month. 42 Siennas up to $54.70 off from $272 a month. And get a lifetime warranty. Through Sunday only. I-35 Santa Fe. Oh, like the Toyota.
Today's Fox 4 Young Achiever is a junior at Liberty North High School. Dominique Riggs reports that Rayma Prim just got back from Boston, where she served as a delegate for the Congress of Future Science and Technology Leaders.
The Congress is an honors-only program for high school students. It's very hard to get in, and just wait until you see who nominated Rayma.
I think she's a great kid, very well deserving of this honor.
Rayma Prim is only 15 years old and has quite the backing from experts in the science and technology field.
She's going to do great things.
That's without a doubt. Rayma holds the honor of being nominated by Nobel Prize winner in physics, Dr. John C. Mather, for the distinguished honors-only National Academy of Future Science and Technology Leaders Conference in Boston.
I was showing my mom, my dad, everybody.
Rayma just got back.
They were doing the open experiment.
Rayma loves photography and videography and hopes to one day make her hobby a career.
Tell me the story in a picture.
She's on the yearbook staff, is an honors student, and also plays the violin and piano.
I keep finding more and more new things to do with that today.
During the conference, Rayma spent time with the country's top students, hearing from Nobel winners and National Medal of Science recipients.
This is something I've had an interest in ever since I was young.
Rayma is also on the track team at Liberty North High School. If you know a young achiever, 18 years old or younger, who is doing exceptional things, I want to hear from you. Nominate them at fox4kc.com/reaching or shoot me a line on my Facebook page. Dominique Riggs, working for you.
The excessive heat warning continues here in Kansas City through the day on Saturday for everyone in the entire viewing area. So we are seeing some pretty hot and steamy temperatures out there this afternoon, sitting at 94 degrees at the downtown airport. At least we have a nice breeze today. Winds running out of the southwest, 10-15 miles per hour, so the air's just not sitting there in that stifling heat. It still feels pretty warm and muggy though when you factor in the humidity. It feels like it's 104 degrees in downtown. 89 degrees in Olathe. That is the cool spot in the metro, but you can tack on about 10 degrees and that's what it'll feel like, close to 100. 92 in Lee Summit feels like 102, and 97 should do it for afternoon highs later today. Heat index will wind up when we hit 97, and we're between 105 on up to 110 degrees. We're going to keep those nice clear skies around, and for those of you headed out to the K for the game tonight, as we close out that series with the Detroit Tigers, 7:15 first pitch will still be hanging on to the middle 90s, and then dropping out of those 90s back into the upper 80s. But when you factor in humidity levels, it'll still feel like the triple digits at first pitch, and it'll feel like middle, maybe even upper 90s towards the end of the game. Speaking of upper 90s, that's what's in store in the forecast for your Friday, for your Saturday as well. Start to see some changes arriving in place for your Sunday. Extra clouds moving on in will throw in some rain chances as well. You'll notice that temperatures will be dropping into the lower 90s. This reminds me, with all this dangerous heat in the forecast for the next couple of days, Project Elderpool going on. You can log on to our website for some more information, or call the number on your screen, 816-231-0984, and find out how you could potentially get free AC. That's mostly for seniors, 65 and older. And there is some requirements to list those out on our fox4kc.com page. Here's a look at Long Ranger. You can see some relief finally showing up. 80s in forecast for Monday and Tuesday next week.
Sounds good. The newest member of the Kansas City Chiefs, quarterback Patrick Mahomes, is going to be out at Community America Ballpark tonight.
That's cool.
Yeah, the Soft Dogs are playing out there, right, Kim?
Mm-hmm.
So Mahomes is going to be out there signing free autographs tonight. First pitch is 7:05. Thursday, it'll be this Thursday, tonight, this is 20th. And by the way, it's $2 beers out there. Free autographs from Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs, the rookie quarterback. Go out and check it out.
Yes.
Fun, well done. Well, Comic-Con kicks off today, and that means more than 100,000 people are expected to flock to San Diego Convention Center, some in full costume.
Many people were lined up outside before the doors even opened. Some even camped out to spend the night. Dominique Casada says it's all part of the experience.
And now it's not just a nerd thing, it's a pop culture thing.
Advertising that you had in that was mentioning more about what this KBOS can do. It was like a step and trace function. Is that perhaps with X, Y, A, and the overflow and the N of the string?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think that's what you still would want to.
Yeah.
Because that just makes sense that it would have a separate component. I don't know whether interrupt driven or how they would get you to be able to stop execution. But I was thinking, boy, those were the strings that you found there. That's got to be related to that function, and that advertisement you found is exactly what you have there.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
How it ended up being on 4 ROMs instead of 2.
Well,
or 1. And
so my retro history is bad, right? I've had roommates who knew tons more the history of computers, period. But so this thing was released around the same time that the Apple One was released, right?
Yeah, the Kim one was around the same time. Yeah,
so there had to be competing engineers, right?
Yeah.
You got Apple, you got these guys, so it's got me wondering if whose was more mature at the time that this.
Yeah,
this
it doesn't have a basic.
But it was advertised in GCR support or disk controller, right? Was the ad or was that?
Yeah, as a disk controller, the company also made a disk controller for S100 stuff. And it was specifically mentioning S100. Didn't say anything about Kim.
Okay, that's where you're making the distinction.
Yeah. Because S100 was mostly 8088 based.
Oh, that would be foreign.
Yeah.
From risk assessment.
Yeah, well, and also it says it's for the 6502, and then it says they have stuff with the S100 system, and it's just like, did they make a board for the S100 that was 502 on it, or were they targeting that? I don't know. I've run into a number of places, sort of dead ends, as I've searched for stuff, including looking for the company, looking for the people, looking for but my Google Foo may not be strong enough.
Right. Anyways, cool. Fine now.
Yeah. And if you want to, like I said, if you want to dive into disassembling and take a look at the source code itself, it's all on GitHub. So
that's disassembled. What about the actual ROM dumps?
They're on there too.
Perfect.
That's where it's coming from.
I was gonna say, I would only be dealing with the ROM dumps.
Yeah, the ROM dumps are there. There's also there's also a bunch of documentation on the Kim one.
Oh, nice.
And specifically things like the memory maps and stuff like that, so that I could have a reference. And I could say, okay, here's all the reference material that I'm using, so you don't have to go digging for.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
that's a lot of work.
It's been fun. It's been off and on for the last year.
That's all good.
found it.
Found what?
My card.
Oh, good.
Yep. That's not the right. That's not forward. So it's trying to go. Actually, it's on Twitter. URLs and
Back and insist. Keyboard shortcut for full screen. Especially for playing a model. Sorry I didn't hang around to, just had to make a phone call to my wife, that's all.
It's important, you gotta do those things.
Oh, well, considering that it was 3:30 in the morning over there.
So you did it just to troll her?
No, she sent me a message.
Ah, okay. It was nothing serious.
No, just double check. She knew it was lunchtime.
Wallabies have not conquered the campground.
No. It was nice of Jason to put a gratuitous wallaby shot into his presentation. I shall be doing the same so as to disprove the theory that all Australians have kangaroos in their backyards. It's actually wallabies.
Well, you understand though, as Americans, we just assume they're all kangaroos because they look like them. So you can tell us it's a wallaby, but we know it's a kangaroo. Now, if you had a wallaby and a crocodile,
Quinn, in light of your most enlightening talk on Kit yesterday, I thought I'd just show you his commit to a cassette-based source repository by his WASness.
Wow.
That's my I've blown it up. That's my door for the pump.
Cool. So wait, where's the picture from?
I just leaned it from the internet. I'm gonna have to find it for his hystericalness.
I want you to actually have the cassette
I would
in your
love.
hands.
I would love to have the cassette in my hands.
That's pretty cool. I love that it's in Waz's handwriting.
It's pretty easy to duplicate his handwriting.
True.
Well, you just make it barely legible, and it'll be his.
You can scan it right off that
Would it be all right if I sat here? Sure.
original Apple II GS.
Yeah. I'm guessing that wasn't even his signature. I'm guessing he signed something and then the graphic arts department
made it pretty.
Made it a little pretty, yeah.
I remember when I had to do that. Take the signature scans and turn them into page segments for the AFP on the laser printers on the mainframe. God, there were some crappy signatures.
I like reading Cal. Alright, so who's next?
Hey, sweetheart, sorry about that. Being busy. Here on the thing. Alright, so just very quickly.
It just runs low to confirm the Apple iPhone was not designed to evolve naturally in millions of years. So it's that special creation. It's a natural design.
If you want power. Thank you. I suspect I will.
Sorry.
Is this what you got?
Yeah, this is my machine. Oh my god. I love what you did there.
I'm giving these away off the swap meet.
Oh, really?
Bought a whole bunch of my mate's tickets.
I definitely love to get a view of those. Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
Oh, make sure you come out.
Oh yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I
This
really
back.
miss that Apple stuff.
When you have 1 minute, I have a thing for you, but I think you do not have currently 1 minute. That's fine.
Well, just if you want to turn the screen around just for a moment.
Which screen?
That screen, the Asus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just turn that screen around just a little bit for me. It should just go. Okay. I just want to make sure I have, like, obviously it's been shifted around. Oh, use the one that's, sorry. Could you, oh, you can't.
What?
Don't worry about it.
I can mouse things.
No. I'm just trying to get that. I think that's right. Yeah, if you want to, I'll sit. Just to hit the one in the back. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Just. Sorry, just that one. Yeah, not that one. The second one. Yeah, the one on the back. Sorry, the picture in the back.
The picture in the back.
There. That's all. I just want to make sure, and I want to get this.
Do you want to both have it at the same time?
No. Stop doing that to me. Stop breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. You couldn't if you tried. Martin couldn't try. That's all. I just wanted it that the crew got to see the person and the screen and the thing, and it would all work. And that's all.
What's my
So do you want me to leave this turned around?
Who gives a shit? Who cares?
You heard it.
They'll see you. You'll do what you need to do. They'll hear what you're saying. That's as much as we give. And,
so do you want to leave this way?
No, I'm going to. Nobody wants to see a 30-second delayed version of the thing they're seeing too. But I am going to go turn on the.
Hey Jason, are we still planning on getting that scanner?
There are 23 people. Yeah, we can go get that scanner, buddy.
Okay, cool.
Just go get it. We can go anywhere to get that. Just don't buy it from Walmart. Get a Canon flatbed. Yeah. Let me go turn on the.
Have a scanner in the future.
For a scanner?
No, I just meant like a picture.
Oh yeah.
Just to have some outside scanner.
Somebody told me Jason was going to buy one.
I'll fix that focus. What do you mean? Nobody knows. Seems fine.
This is all here.
What? Nobody knows.
Oh, it's really Adam.
That's called gaslighting.
Yeah.
There you go. I got it. Anyway, some people were just
Oh no.
You got your tech all working the way you want it?
Yes.
Alright, I will adjust your volume, so I'll be right up here. And I'll give you a 5-minute timer, and I'll turn my laptop around.
Okay, cool.
Welcome back, everyone. So I hope you had a good lunch. We are going to have a whole jam-packed afternoon of sessions, starting with Quinn Dunkey, who's going to tell us about sprite compiling for Apple Hi-Res.
Hello. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay.
Yeah. Try now.
How about now? Am I dynamic and exciting yet?
Yes.
I need electronic amplification to be so.
We're not.
Oh my gosh, it's like an episode of Open Apple.
Hello and welcome to Open Apple. This is episode 1 for Kansasfest 2017.
Honors on standby.
Oh no, the switch.
That's the most common.
Martin. Oh, Martin, the thing right there. Somebody shut that off for some reason.
Somebody shut this off?
I don't know why.
How about now?
Oh.
Hey, hello and welcome to Open Apple. Alright, now I'm dynamic and exciting. Just needed this pile of electronics. Alright, so I'm here to talk about high-res sprite compiling. And to start with, I'm going to talk about high-res graphics in general, a little primer on that. I am far from an expert on this. There are people in this room who know way more about it than I do, but this is what I spent my year learning because I thought it was really interesting. And I'm on a roughly a 1 project per year schedule for Kansasfest. So let's dive into high-res graphics. Now, many of you know or have heard through the grapevine or are familiar with it. It is kind of terrible. But in our defense, the year was 1977. And think about what the competition was at the time for a computer that you could buy and own in your home. You had the Altair 8800, which had no graphics. You had the Apple I, which had no graphics. We had the Commodore PET, which had a form of character graphics, but the graphics screen was not pixel addressable. And then you had the TRS-80, which had pixel addressable graphics at a very crappy resolution and was black and white only. So that was the playing field. So let me get through this and I'll... so the point of all this is to frame the Apple high-res graphics in your mind as it was amazing that it existed at all. Okay, because it was high-res, pixel addressable, and color. And for 1977, that was pretty amazing. So in that sense, put into historical context, the Apple II high-res page was a really amazing thing. A lot of people bought the machine exactly for this feature, and that is probably the last nice thing I will say about Apple high-res graphics. All right, so it starts out pretty simple. High-res 101, you've got your memory map here. You've got high-res page 1 at 2000 hex, high-res page 2, 4000 hex. Simple. There's 2 pages. They are 8K each, which is 40 bytes per line. If you do the math, that is 192 lines. If you do the math again, you find there are 512 bytes unused. That's okay. So there's 192 lines, but note that I didn't say anything about horizontal resolution. And we'll get into why that is later. So one thing to remember is that digital computers create graphics modes by mapping binary to analog video signals. And analog video has no horizontal resolution, right? The horizontal portion is an analog signal. So everything in the horizontal direction is arbitrary. And in this case, extremely arbitrary. So let's start simple. Let's look at the top left corner of your high-res page in monochrome. So you've got a monochrome monitor connected to your Apple II, or you got your Virtual 2 set in monochrome mode. The first byte looks like this. Your first bit is unused-ish, we'll get to that. And the next 7 bits are pixels, 1 bit per pixel. Great, except 7 pixels per byte, which is super annoying. Because guess what the 6502 is really bad at? Dividing by 7. So we're going to get to that. The interesting takeaway here, though, is that Apple II high-res is technically a monochrome video signal. The only color that we get out of it is from NTSC artifacts, and it's actually called artifact color. So it's basically noise in the NTSC signal that, when created in a very specific way, creates the perception of color because of the details of how NTSC works, which we'll get into a little bit. But the other interesting aspect of this is that the interpretation of these bits to pixels is done by the monitor, right, not the computer, which is very different from other types of 8-bit machines that have better graphics modes. So that's why you get different effects if you plug in a monochrome monitor or a color one. You get effectively higher resolution with a monochrome monitor because it's interpreting that video signal differently. And this is all a function of the fact that the high-res graphics video signal generator is very low level and very closely tied to the analog circuitry. All right, so
that means you need an Apple monitor.
not really. So the high bit, as I said, is unused-ish. What it actually does in monochrome is acts as a half pixel shift, so which is a weird effect. Normally, you'd probably just set it or shut it off all the time in monochrome. If you mess with it, you can theoretically get a higher resolution. So with this normal monochrome usage, you get a nominal resolution horizontally of 280 pixels. With that half pixel shift, you can theoretically get 560. It's not really practical because all of the pixels within the same byte get the same shift, so it's not really 560 individual addressable horizontal pixels, but anyway, you can do some stunts. So try this if you happen to have a laptop in front of you, if you happen to have an Apple II emulator open. If not, then just look at your neighbors and imagine how much fun you'd be having if you had an Apple II emulator in front of you. Apple Basic, HDR, call -151, 2000:FF. What that did is put some white pixels in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, right? That is immensely satisfying and makes perfect sense. First byte is those 7 pixels that we talked about, right? We just set them all to 1, which is on, which is white. That is the last such thing you will encounter in Apple Hi-Res that is both sensible and satisfying. Now we're going down the rabbit hole. So that was byte 0 if we're in monochrome. Now let's plug in a color monitor to our Apple II and look at byte 0 and see what happens. Now we get more or less 2 bits per pixel and more or less 6 colors. So your high bit now becomes a palette bit, and I put that in scare quotes because it's not really what it's doing. But in the letters there, I'm showing how those bits now map to the first 3.5 pixels on the horizontal row. So there are 3.5 pixels per byte. And we'll see why that is in a little bit. You'll also notice I have written this in Canadian. Feel free to watch my slides for sight gags as we go along. We'll distract you from the tedious content on the slides themselves. So these are the high-res colors that we all know and love. Of course, green, magenta, blue, orange. There are 2 blacks and 2 whites, as many of you know, which is strange. And they're not even the same. They actually fringe differently, the 2 blacks and the 2 whites. So the first thing you might have always wondered is why these 4 colors? So what those 2 bits are doing in each pixel is modulating the, so if you plug in a color monitor, the color burst signal is now being listened to. So it's going to start interpreting this as a color NTSC signal, and these 2 bits are modulating the color subcarrier of the NTSC signal, and the so-called palette bit is shifting the subcarrier 90 degrees. So it gets a little deep into the analog electrical engineering there, but the point is that these 4 colors are all orthogonal phase shifts in the color subcarrier of the NTSC. So WAS is effectively bit banging the NTSC signal here, and that's why these bits directly control and act the way they do. So the blue and orange comes from when you shift that signal half a pixel and the color burst is enabled, then you get that color shift. So that the artifacts change color, and that's how you get those 4 particular colors. So the reason that there's 2 bits per pixel, and the reason that works out that way, and the reason that there's 2 different sets of pixels is that the Apple II's clock cycle is 7/2 times the NTSC carrier frequency. And that was done intentionally because then it was really easy for WAS to do this bit banging video thing. So it allowed him to generate high-res video, which nobody else had, remember, without any kind of graphics chip. So that 7/2 is why we have 3.5 pixels per byte, because it's 7/2 of the frequency. So why is this also terrible? Again, because it's, people say, oh, the Apple high-res graphics is so terribly designed. Well, it's not designed at all. That's the point, right? So you look at something like the Commodore with its custom graphics chip, and it's got sprites, and it's got scanline interrupts, and some engineer sat down and said, I want a video mode. This is how I think it should work. The Apple II high-res is more like an emergent property of NTSC video hardware. It's not a designed mode at all. It just kind of happens when you jam bits at the NTSC carrier wave generator. So that's why we get all this weirdness. Again, amazing that it existed at all. All right, so that's byte 0. So far, so easy, right? Piece of cake. Now let's look at byte 1. So the byte next to it, still on the first row. Byte 1 in color now looks like this. So it looks very much like byte 0, except you notice that it is reversed. So odd numbered columns, the bits are reversed. So at the end of byte 0, we had half of pixel D, and then in byte 1, that half of pixel D is in the same place, and now it counts that way for the next 3 pixels. Okay, so every other column, the bytes are reversed, which is sort of a convenience because it keeps the bits of D together. But again, not designed that way. It's just that's how the hardware, that's how the chips landed in the hardware. Part of the fun. So again, 7/2, 3.5 pixels per byte. Okay, so that's bytes 0 and 1. So it basically continues like that across the entire row. So row 0 of your high-res page looks like this, going from 2000 to 2027. That's 40 bytes per row, 3.5 pixels per byte, which gives you effectively 140 color pixels per row. So this is the easiest way to think about Apple II high-res, is it's 140 color pixels across 2 bytes per pixel. As I say, there are other ways to interpret that data, the 560 trick, the monochrome thing, there are others, but this is by far the easiest way to think about it. Okay, so row 0, 2000, ending at 2027, right? Row 1, starting at 2400. Wait, what? Yeah, that's right. So the vertical now is also a mess. So row 1 starts 1K down from row 0. So every subsequent row is 1K below the row above it, and then it wraps around as needed. So again, row 0 ended at 2027. 2028 is actually line 8. Okay, so that's why when you see high-res images load, you get that Venetian blinds effect, right? That's why. If you load an image linearly into high-res memory, it jumps around effectively. And again, that was to do with saving chips in the address generator for the video scanner. Okay, so we think we have our heads around this. Now, if we want to actually write a general purpose pixel plotting routine, how do we do that? So effectively what we need to do for given pixel XY, we need to calculate an offset from 2000, the start of our graphics page. First thing we're going to do is find the row start, which is done very simply with this simple equation. Y modulus 8 times 1024 modulus 8k plus y over 8 modulus 2 times 128. That may or may not be right, but it's close. Got your row start. Then you need to find your horizontal byte within which your pixel lies. So that's easy enough, just x divided by 2 divided by 7, no problem. Write a divide by 7 routine, 6502, no problem. And then within that byte, now we need to find which bit is our pixel, right? Or actually which pair of bits if you're doing color. So to do that, you just need to know whether it's odd column or even column, the byte number, and then either you're going to do x over 2 mod 7 plus 1, or you're going to do 7 minus x over 2 mod 7 plus 1. Piece of cake, right? As you've probably figured out by now, nobody does that. So this is what people actually do. So I'll leave a little bit of wisdom. David Wheeler, I believe it was, who said, all problems in computer science can be solved by another level of indirection, which is what we do a lot on the Apple II. The great irony is that we created these machines for doing math really fast, and then we try really hard to never do math on them, because math is actually super expensive. So yeah, this is what you typically do, is you create lookup tables for the start of each high-res row, lookup tables for divide by 7, lookup table for mod 7. So that's how most high-res pixel rendering works. You have a set of lookup tables, and then it's actually pretty quick. So you end up with a row lookup function, something like this, where you pass in some sort of get address function where you give it a y coordinate that tells you what memory address that row starts. And then you find your horizontal byte the same way using the lookup tables. So we still have the problem, though, of setting pixels within a byte. That's still pretty expensive. You have to do a lot of ORing and ANDing and masking and stuff to set pixels within the byte. And if we're trying to draw, like, a spaceship that has a whole row of pixels, those pixels are going to be spanning multiple bytes, and then it gets even messier. So typically, the way games solve that problem is by pre-calculating shifts. So you have your little alien or your spaceship or whatever. You have 7 copies of that image in memory at each of the different 7 positions, and then you just pick the byte you want to start on, and then you pick the shifted image that you need to get the sub-byte alignment to get the exact right pixel you want, and Bob's your uncle. So that image is stolen from Apple Graphics and Arcade Game Design. One thing to note about this technique is there are issues with the high bit. So the problem with this pre-calculated shift method is that you're forced to assume the high bit value if you want to still avoid bit operations. So that means your sprite has to have the same high bit as your background, because otherwise when you or these images into your high-res page, you're going to be changing the high bit, and it's going to change the color of your background or create other weird problems. So if you ever wondered why all Apple II games have a black background, that's why. Non-black backgrounds are extremely non-trivial and often impossible. There are some special cases like Aquatron did this, where there was a black area and a blue area for underwater, and so they had a version with the high bit set for all blue background that they used when you went underwater. So there are ways around it, but like a complex background with different high bit values, you're asking for trouble there. So putting all this together, then we end up with this sort of data-driven sprite rendering approach, which is again taken from this routine is taken from Arcade Graphics and Game Design, that book that I just mentioned, and this is very typical of how it's done. You have those sprite shifts sitting in memory somewhere. You use that lookup routine I showed earlier to get the start of your high-res row, and then you use this code to copy your bytes from the shifted image into the high-res page. And once again, Bob's your uncle. So the trick here is we would like our rendering and animation to be smooth, and the canonical way to do that is by doing all of your drawing inside the vertical blank, right? The vertical blank on the Apple II is 4,550 cycles, and if we're doing an 8x8 sprite with all of the shifts, remember you have to have padding at the end of your sprite to make room for all of the shifts that you need. So that comes out to 6 bytes wide for an 8x8 sprite. So this routine on an 8-byte wide or 6-byte wide sprite is 1,656 cycles. So that's about 2 sprite renders per vertical blank that you get, which is not very much. And if you're drawing sprites on top of other things and you want to move them around, you have to restore your backgrounds as you move, so that costs you an extra sprite render. So now you're really only talking about 1 sprite per vertical blank, which again is not very much. So if we typically you don't use the vertical blank because that's just not enough time to do anything with this standard data-driven approach. So let's do a little demo here and see what that looks like. Asking for punishment here, messing with video modes. So I do not have real hardware to show on because I traveled light. Okay, so this is a little alien dude rendering with that standard approach that I showed. There's all four colors are used in the sprite just to kind of make the point. And this is what happens, right? If you don't synchronize the vertical blank, which we can't because we're drawing and erasing 4 guys, right? So this is 8 sprite renders that we're doing right here. You get flicker, and we've all seen this in Apple II games. They're flickery, but he does look pretty sharp. He's got his green pants on. He's ready to play. Okay, so back here now. Really didn't think through this whole video modes thing. Okay. Bear with me here while I do this. Okay. So that flickering, the other thing I want to show you is, so that flickering effect, while it's tolerable when those guys are sitting still, in fact, I'll bring that up again. So the other thing I want to point out here is that these guys are rendering at row 0. So that means they have as little time as possible to render, right? Because your vertical blank starts here, and so you've got 4,550 cycles until here. So anything drawing at the top of the screen is the hardest possible case, right? So this is where we want to draw stuff to see how good our renderer is. So, and it's flickery, but maybe you could live with that. But the problem is the effect is magnified if anything is moving. So when we start, and these guys aren't moving very fast. But the problem is, during one of their little flickers, they might move 4 or 5 frames, right? Because we're rendering, 8 of them. So you might miss, these guys are only moving 1 pixel at a time, believe it or not. But because you're missing potentially 8 moves in the worst case per flicker, it just becomes unintelligible. So these are the problems we need to solve. All right, so what are the ways around that? So the first way around that, of course, is just flicker. Just let it flicker. Lots of games do this. If you're not doing a lot of diagonal cross-screen motion like I was showing there, you can get away with some flicker. So maybe for some of your sprites you let them flicker, some you don't, whatever. Personally, I think this closely approximates poop, so I would prefer to just pretend that option doesn't exist. Second option is don't ever erase anything. This is lots of games do this, especially Space Invader style games where you're moving like a big grid of aliens. What you do is you just have a black border around the top and left side of your sprite, and then you just overdraw it 1 pixel over every time, and you just erase as you go. And the nice thing about that is you're literally never erasing it, so there's no point during the video scan that thing is not rendered. So you'll get some tearing if it happens to render as the scan line passes over it, but you'll never get flicker. So that's a pretty good option for a lot of game types. Problem is your sprite velocity is limited. You're literally limited to how much margin you have around your sprites. And so if you want to move your sprites fast, let's say 4 pixels at a time, you need a 4 pixel border, but now that means you can't render your sprites close together because they're going to overwrite each other by 4 pixels. So if things are passing over each other, which is a nice thing to do in games, you're going to get weird artifacts because of these black borders. So this trick really only works in very specific types of games, very specific types of sprites. Last thing we can do is page flipping, which is kind of what was probably envisioned, which is why there's 2 high-res pages. So the idea is you do all of your screen updates on a screen that is not visible, and then you flip a soft switch, probably during your vertical blank, and in one instant the page flips, and the video generator starts scanning the other memory region instantly, and so all of your updates were done invisibly. Your frame rate is still limited by how fast you can render in that background, but there won't be any flicker and there won't be any tearing. The downsides to page flipping is it uses a lot of memory. Losing an entire 8K just to double buffer your video is pretty expensive. And your sprite state gets really complex because if I'm rendering, I've got page 0 showing, I'm rendering back here in page 1. Now I flip my page and I render back here, right? Now I want to flip my page back again. I need to erase these guys. Their location is now 2 frames ago, right? So I have to store twice as much state for all of my game objects. So that's pretty expensive too. Your game logic gets expensive. As soon as you start double buffering your rendering, you have to double buffer most of your game state as well. Okay, especially if you're trying to do any kind of physics or animation, you've got to double buffer all that state. So more complexity, more code. So what if we want to do better than all of that? How can we do it? So the next, so I went down this rabbit hole, got to roughly that point, and I started to think, well, how can we figure out what the actual maximum rendering speed of the Apple II is? How many pixels can we literally push before we can't push anymore? So what is the fastest possible rendering technique? Well, it's literally moving one constant byte to a place in video memory. A store instruction of a single byte to video memory is as fast as the Apple II can go, right? We know that for a fact. So it turns out that our fastest possible rendering technique is actually that thing that we did earlier. Storing that FF in the high-res page is the fastest way to render that white pixel, depending on how fast you type, I guess. But I don't recommend typing your sprites in real time. So this brings us to sprite compiling. Now, the idea behind sprite compiling is rather than a data-driven approach like we had with the arcade game graphics yada yada technique, we create code that just stores the sprites directly in memory. That's why they call it sprite compiling, because there's no data. You're not copying bytes around. You're just writing code that knows how to draw your sprites. That code sounds awful, right? So I think it was nicely summarized by Kansasfest's own Martin Hay. I can't write that code, or I don't want to write that code, but I can write code that can write that code. So let's think about what that would look like, that code, this mythical sprite compiled code. So let's say if I want to write an 8x8 sprite to one location on the screen, it takes 320 bytes worth of instructions to do that. That's not bad, but that's extremely specific code, right? It can literally, I want to draw my little alien dude, that could literally only draw that alien in one place. So that's not terribly useful. So let's say I want to generalize that to draw that alien on any of my high-res graphics locations that I have, that 280 by 192 resolution. Now I'm looking at 8.6 megabytes of code. That's a little less useful. So obviously we can't, that's not tenable. We've got 64K. We need some kind of compromise. So the balance we're trying to strike is between absolute speed, 8.6 megabytes, and absolute generalness, which is the data-driven approach, which was we only get to draw one sprite per vertical blank. So that's no fun. We need to be in the middle somewhere. So as I say, the fastest possible block of code that can draw a sprite into memory is a series of LBA constant store STA into video memory. That's the 8.6 megabyte option. The most flexible option is copying the sprite as data from RAM into anywhere in video memory. Then we got to do all the lookups to figure out where to draw it, yada yada. One sprite per vertical blank, and we're sad. I want to be sad. I want to have my cake, and I eat it too, because I like owning cake and I like eating cake. So, okay, so that brings us to HiSprite. HiSprite is a Python program that I played around with that takes an image from a PNG. So this is a PNG in GIMP of our little alien dude, looking very sharp. Still got his green pants on, a little orange headband. He's got his purple antlers on. And it maps those colors to Apple High-Res colors. And using Python code that looks something like this, this is a sort of the juicy bit from the middle. It takes that sprite data and it creates a stream of bits from the pixels, and it generates all of those shifts that we talked about, and then it writes, it spits out CA65 assembly code to draw all of those shifts in various places in the high-res page. So the generated code ends up looking something like this. So you've got, so Meg is the name of the sprite in this case. So there's an entry point here, figures out which shift you need based on your x coordinate you're trying to draw at, and then it jumps to one of the 7 shifts. And then each of the 7 shifts, it's calculating the row start, and then it's literally load, store, load, store, load, store for the entire sprite. So this is a pretty good compromise. Your x and y position are parameterized, but it's still just direct loads and stores of constants into video memory.
So that does one row.
Yes, yeah, I had to cut it off because the code is very long, as you can imagine. But any kind of sprite compiler code, you run the tool and then you put it in a file somewhere and don't ever look at it because it's large and often unintelligible. So, okay, again, you know, we have to ask ourselves, what's the right level of parameterization? Here I opted to just parameterize x and y position, but, you know, to do that, I had to make some things fixed. Okay, I had like which sprite I'm drawing is fixed. That's hard coded in these constants right here. This is my little. That's the purple antler on my little dude. I had to fix the page number. If I wanted to also do page flipping, this will only store to high-res page 1. I could have parameterized that as well, perhaps, which gets a little messier. And every time we parameterize something, you know, we gain a little flexibility and we lose a little speed. We also gain back some code size, you know, so again, we're fighting that 8.6 megabyte ideal. But there are other options, you know, maybe if you wanted even more speed, you could parameterize maybe just the row or just the column. So maybe you have this entire function here, maybe you have 192 copies of this for every row, you know. Obviously that's, again, going to get pretty large, but it's an option to think about if you need more speed than this. This is the compromise that people generally land on with sprite compiling, but it's not the only possible one. So demo time. But first, so this code, is, so remember the data-driven approach was 1,656 cycles per sprite, with the ability to draw anywhere on the screen. This still has the ability to draw anywhere on the screen, and it's 497 cycles. So that gives us 8 sprites per vertical blank. So now we're in the range of usability, right? 1 sprite per vertical blank, sad programmer. 8 sprites per vertical blank, maybe happy programmer. So let's see what that looks like. My demo gods will cooperate. All right, so this is the same as demo 0. We were drawing 4 guys at row 0. Again, hardest possible place to draw. With our sprite compiler. So as you can see, no flicker. So these guys are being drawn and erased every single frame. Okay. So 0 flicker because we're getting it all done in the vertical blank period. So rock solid. 8 sprite renders. That's 4 sprites and 4 erases. Not too bad. And the nice thing is that now when we want to move them all over the screen, now they're perfectly smooth. And you can see that they overlap each other, they pass through each other with no weird artifacts, no messiness. So we can treat these as full-blown sprites. Draw them anywhere we want, overlap them anywhere we want, don't have to worry about restoring backgrounds or anything like that. So that's kind of nifty, I thought.
How much memory per sprite does that approach have?
That's a great question. We are going to get there, sir.
I feel like it might not be a great answer.
So, perfectly timed. Your check is in the mail, sir. Is it worthwhile? Is the $64,000 question. Probably not. The reason being, so you saw that one function there. I only showed you a tiny piece of it. It's about 2K of code for that sprite. So it's probably not useful for anything real, unfortunately. But it was fun, and the results is very pleasing. It might be useful in some special case, maybe for your player or spaceship or something, you want it to be extra smooth. If you have one particular sprite that's fast moving, something like that, it might be useful. It's hard to make the case, except maybe in the simplest game, where 2K of code for a single sprite would be worth your time. But, it's a neat stunt. So the reason this isn't very useful on the 8 bits is that, and the reason nobody did this, is that the video memory density to RAM ratio on the 8-bit is not favorable, right? We have a very high-res screen, a lot of pixels, and very little RAM. That's a bad combination. So we can't really afford the size-speed trade-off for something as extreme as sprite compiling. On the 2GS, however, sprite compiling is very effective, very popular, and in fact was how all the good games were done. Because on the 2GS, you've got not that many more pixels, but a whole lot more RAM. 4, 8, 16 times more RAM. So now all of a sudden this technique makes a whole ton of sense. So plus, on the 2GS, pushing pixels is your main, boundary to speed. On the 8-bits, it's less so. Like, even with all the complicated, pixel math you have to do, the lookup tables and stuff, it's all pretty quick. Like, you can do those indirect lookups for a couple of clock cycles. It's really not that expensive compared to all the, the 1 megahertz bus penalty and all that stuff you pay for on the 2GS. Writing to video memory is not necessarily your bottleneck. So, again, the trade-offs just kind of don't work out in your favor. So, yeah, probably not worth your time. But if you want to play with this, it's all on GitHub. There is a code for you to scan at your leisure. What's up there is the complete Python script that generates this code. Again, it takes a PNG file and spits out a large block of code that will render that sprite anywhere on the screen. Again, it calculates all the shifts and does all that jazz for you. So this took a lot less time than I thought it would, so I have plenty of time for questions. Yes?
You said on the odd number columns on the high-res screen, the bits are reversed. So where does that take place? I mean, the scan line just goes linearly across. Memory is presumably linear. What's flipping the bits?
They flip because of how the video scanner works. So I mean, I can't tell you the exact reason without looking at the schematics, but it's because there's a set of flip flops that's scanning, that's generating the address values in the video scanner, and it's easier to let it bounce back and forth than it is to try and wrap it or reset it all the time. So
it wasn't on purpose, it's another consequence.
It saved a chip, yeah, that's why it's done that way. So as the video scanner is going across generating the addresses, this set of flip-flops is just oscillating back and forth, so that's why every other byte ends up reversed. It's just that's the order that it's scanning memory in. Kevin?
You kind of lost me at it was too expensive, 2K per sprite, and if you had, so you've got a bunch of sprites, so you go 10, 12K, so what, you got 64K? Why is that bad?
Well, you still need room for code, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I say, it might be worth it in some cases, but most games are going to have a lot more than, you know, you want as many sprites as you can. You need a lot of room for code, you need room for character data, you need room for backgrounds. Unless you want to start doing a lot of disk access, you want, you know, some backgrounds in the memory as well. So, like 2K is a lot when you compare it to the data-driven method where a single sprite is like 16 bytes. You know, it's a huge difference. And the fact that every really good arcade game, even not even counting RPGs, just good arcade games, we're all pretty pressed on RAM. It's safe to say that they wouldn't have been able to afford, you know, a 10x increase in the size of their sprites. So yeah, 2K is a lot for one little alien dude. As sharply dressed as he is, don't get me wrong.
And is the precompiled restoring, if you had a complex background, is it going to how does precompiled restore the background?
Yeah, so again, one of the advantages to the vertical blank method of drawing is that it saves you a lot of having to restore backgrounds. So the precompiler generates the precompiler generates the code to render the sprite and the code to render a black blob in the shape of your sprite. And so, assuming you're running a black background, which you probably are because you're running a game on the Apple II, so your background is black because you don't like pain, and so you're going to avoid pain by making your background black. That's all you need to restore your background. So again, because the power of vertical blank-based rendering is that you can just redraw everything every frame, and you never have to restore backgrounds. If you're going to start trying to like batch your rendering or whatever, then you have to start caching your background and putting it back when you move things. But if you're not, you know, if the only things that are passing through each other are other sprites, they're all rendered in the vertical blank, then you never have to restore anything. So it saves you rendering time.
Could you sort your sprites and race the gun on an Apple II, or is that just not a thing?
Probably. Would be probably close to whether it's worth it or not. Yeah, interesting effect. So one of the things that let me show you the output of the tool here since I have extra time. So the tool outputs, while it's generating the code, it also does it outputs the cost of the function for you. So let's see if I can put that down there. So over here on the right is on the left is the actual generated rendering function, and here's the entire thing, and at the very bottom it calculates the clock cycles for you. So the generator is keeping track of how much code it's producing and how much each line costs and so on. So the nice thing about this is you can do the math and figure out how much rendering time you get. So you could probably also, calculate based on the Y position of the sprite, let's say, how much more time you have. It might be worth it. I'd have to look into that, but yeah, I just wanted to see how much I could render in the worst case, which is row 0. I don't know why it keeps going to sleep like that. But yeah, this at least gives you a look at the output of the tool. And while we're in here, so this here is the actual Python script that generates the sprite data. It's pretty simple. hope Mark Pilgrim is not out there, because my Python would make him die inside. I'm not a Python programmer. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's pretty simple code. So anyone's welcome to mess with that if they want. I think Rob McMullen is already working on an Atari version based on this. So, any other questions?
Oh, actually, just a quick comment. You talked about the craziness of the screen layout. One thing I found is interesting. Think of it as it's really just the 1K text screen in the first 1K, and then the next 7 high-res scan lines are just 7 more copies of that layout. In fact, if you calculate the text mode offset for a given text line, that all works out in high-res.
Yeah.
And you go down 1K at a time to get to the sub-scan lines. And if you do something that's relied on 8 pixel boundaries, you can save a bunch of code, so you don't have to retype it every scan line.
Yep.
For tile-based systems, it's one of the reasons a lot of Apple games love tile-based graphics, is because you get that multiples of 8 economy of scale and you can generate code or your loops or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's all part of the compromises of trying to change your design to fit the hardware.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, it's the same video scanner doing all the video modes, so there's a reason those sort of parallels exist. Yeah, it's literally scanning. It's the same scanner that runs through the text page, runs through the high-res page. It just does it whatever 16 times or whatever, however that math works out. So yeah, that's a good observation. Any other questions?
Can you think of any other concessions you could have made in design, like something similar to, but not exactly, let's say, skipping every horizontal position that would have been able to cut down on that size cost?
Yeah, that's a great point. So definitely, if you didn't need as much generality, if you knew you were only ever going to render on even pixels or something, yeah, you could definitely probably have the cost of the code. Things moving 2 pixels at a time definitely looks a lot rougher. So I was kind of trying to see how smooth I could get it as well. But if you wanted to actually try and make it usable, if you skipped half your horizontals, that would save a lot of space, probably close to 50%. Even there, you're still at 1K per sprite, which is still a lot compared to the data-driven approach. So
I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's a relative assumption. Because you made the point yourself that you may want to do that for certain sprites in your game,
yeah.
Not others. Another thing I can think of is some sprites may only move horizontally and vertically, right? So you can look at other options there.
Yeah, I'm sold. This is the best idea ever, and everyone should definitely go use this right now.
Faster, always better.
Yeah.
I just had a comment to share about your point about the pain of trying to use a non-black background when dealing with sprites, animation, and so forth. And the Nox Archaeus project, I didn't know any better, so I plowed ahead down that road anyway with some off-tile grid animated sprites for things like spell effects, lightning bolts, and so forth. And ultimately, by the time I realized what you said about how painful it is and why nobody else seemed to do it, was really deep in. And the artist came to save the day, and what we ended up doing was essentially solving it through art, so that when the distortions happen from clobbering at high bit, it somehow still looked okay, and essentially it looks like just some extra magical flourish that's happening around the screen. So just trying to kind of hide that under the rug.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Yeah, the best games were very smart about how they built their artwork, and you can see it over the life of Apple II games. Really, you see the evolution of the artists figuring out what they can and can't get away with. You start seeing, black borders around white objects, and you start seeing white objects that are always, at least 4 pixels thick, and things like that. And all those tricks just minimized high bit problems, made things look sharper, minimized fringe, all that sort of thing. And so, yeah, you really see the games get better and better looking, and more interesting looking. The early games, your enemy would be all blue or all purple, and then your ship would be all white, and then later they got better and better at doing that kind of stuff. So you look at something like Star Blazer, where there's a lot of colors in every sprite, but the art is all very cleverly built to get around the limits. And on this guy too, so he looks very colorful, but each row has a given high bit value. So the first row, there's no 2 colors on the same row that have competing high bits. So that way I don't have to worry about being able to draw him on any pixel, having high bit problems. So that's another trick that was common. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you back there.
That's using the vertical blank.
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah, good question. So, yeah, I should have mentioned that at the time. So this is timed to the vertical blank, which on the 2E and 2C you can check. There's a soft switch that's set during the vertical blank. So the code to do that is just, you wait for that flag to go high, and then you wait for it to go low again to make sure you have the full vertical blank, make sure you're not in the middle of it. Wait for it to go high, wait for it to go low again, and then frantically start rendering. On the Apple II Plus and earlier, there is that bus noise technique. The floating bus thing that can be used to detect the vertical blank. I haven't personally tried that, so I don't know how well it works, but yeah, it's possible. But yeah, of course, for the Atari folks in the audience, there's no interrupts, so we have no way of easily timing things to the vertical blank. So this code is just busy waiting on it. After one frame of rendering, it just sits there and waits for the vertical blank again. It goes again. Other questions?
Sorry, you said that you would check a flag for the 2C. I didn't think it supported that. I had to implement it through interrupts.
Yeah, no, this probably doesn't run on a 2C. I just used the 2E flag.
That would have been much easier.
Yeah, the 2C does have the flag. I think it's reversed though. Is the problem?
No, it's reversed on the 2GS.
Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, I don't know. This works on the 2E. That's all I tested.
It works. That's awesome.
Other questions? Going once? Yes.
the ones that you have one alien who's going to devices report to some fastener.
Yes.
I can't quite see. Have you strategically checked it from that one could have a problem.
So this guy here that's cruising vertically?
Yeah, right.
So
Does a purple ever
that's a good question. I mean, it might be. Yeah, it is. Yes, if the green feet happen to line up with the, orange stripe on another guy, the high bit would get borked on that byte for a split second. But yeah,
I didn't see it there. I was wondering.
it would be too fast to notice it. But yeah, in theory not in theory. That's definitely happening. So yeah, but again, it's so brief you can't really even tell. I actually have never even seen it. If I was really fast on the freeze button, I might be able to catch it. But
does the emulator replicate that faithfully?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Virtual 2 does. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So you can see all kinds of stuff getting borked up in here. There's the high bit being wrong right there. This green pixel turned blue on one piece of that dude there. This got really lucky. The blue and orange lined up on these two rows, so that looked okay, and the purple lined up. But yeah, that's definitely going to happen. And there's a reason that the eyes are 2 pixels wide as well, right? Because even with all of these tricks, you still can't put like a single white pixel right next to a single blue pixel in certain columns, because then the whole pixel turns orange. Like there's still issues with that. So you still have to follow rules of good Apple art design, which include making white things 2 pixels wide and stuff like that. But just sort of to prove the point of the advantages of sprite compiling over some of the other techniques is that these guys are all moving at arbitrary velocities. Some are moving 2 or 3 pixels a frame without needing any kind of black borders or anything around them. So, yeah.
Does the 2K include the mask of the transparent area, or is it just ATST?
That is just the rendering of the guy. So I consider rendering the guy one sprite and erasing the guy a second sprite, because it's drawing a second sprite that just happens to be all black pixels. So it's really 4K per usable dude. Yeah.
But you could share all of the erase code.
Yeah, exactly. There's only one copy of the black code, because it's all the same dude.
So the erase doesn't have to be an erase. It could be a Pac-Man open and a Pac-Man closed, and then.
Yes. The trick there is you have to make your art pipeline more robust, because what this code.
My art pipeline is robust.
I've always said that about you. That Kevin Savitz has a robust art pipeline.
Hey, no sexual talk, okay?
So one of the tricks that this code is doing to get that 497 cycles per sprite is it's optimizing out, so it's optimized out 26 rows of that sprite, or 26 bytes of that sprite. And the way it's doing that is by detecting all black pixels. So that's what these increments are with no rendering. On this, like each of these groups is a single row of the sprite. So anywhere within this shift, if there's just solid black, it just skips those, and that's huge savings there. What that means though is you can't have. It means your black is your chroma key now effectively. So if you want to also allow some black rendering, you have to create a mask and then have the tool be smart enough to match up, and allow some black pixels to come through and some not. And that was way more work than I wanted to get into. I just wanted to know if this was even practical to attempt.
Is there a reason that your sprites are not using the entire area of the high-res screen? It only looks like they go down so far.
Yes, because 16-bit math is a pain in the ass. That's why. Yeah, again, for this quick demo, I just wanted them bouncing around, so they just bounce around in the 8-bit math area, or as we call it, the rookie zone.
No, and everybody did that. Like all the professional games did that too. You'd have like your scores on the right side,
Yeah, that's why you look at like Sea Dragon is a great example. There's a very elaborate animated dragon on one side and a big scoreboard thing on the bottom, and that's why, is to keep all the motion in the 8-bit zone. Yeah. Yes.
So this is out of scope of your talk, but
nothing's out of scope.
Okay.
I got like 15 minutes to kill.
Okay.
So.
Well, so for double high res, like every other byte is shifted between main memory and auxiliary memory.
So
to render, and if you want to render fast, would you render like? I don't know, maybe if you looked at how other people do this, but you could, if you rendered. Logically, you would shift all of the switches between main and aux, and that would be slower.
Yeah,
but
so
if you do like half your guy and then the other half. And,
double high res is actually the techniques are actually the same. You just have to do everything twice. So the memory layout is the same, except every other column is in the aux memory page. The high bit gets ignored, and it's basically 4-bit true color at that point. Is 4 bits per pixel. So yeah, that's generally what you do. Is you render one row per page, and then you flip the page and render the other row, and you're effectively rendering every other column. So if you're doing a data-driven approach, you organize your sprites so that the sprite data is already interleaved, or with a sprite compiling approach, which might also be good for double high res. The code would be smart enough to be written that way. The challenge with double high res is, again, this can all be handled with tables and arranging your data cleverly, but even though the high bit is not used and it sounds great, 4 bits per pixel, those 4 bits are still only 7 bits used per byte. So you still get bytes, still get pixels split across bytes, but now it's even worse because now half of every third and half pixel is in the other bank. So like pixel 012, pixel 4 is half in one byte, half in the other byte next to it, and those bytes are in different memory banks. So again, that you're sort of immune to all that if you just arrange your data so that it's pre-interleaved, but it's a lot more expensive to render that way. The nice thing though is that double high res does have 2 pages, so page flipping becomes a pretty good idea in double high res.
I know you're interested in the mouse also, and I don't seem to recall that mouse paint on the 2C had, it's not fast animation. I don't remember having flicker issues or weird line draw color issues. Do you recall, was that like a better version of high-res stuff when they did that? Did they just have some good tricks they used?
So, well, nothing is erasing, first of all, so that's the main thing. The mouse pointer, you just restore your background and draw it again. So that's easy enough. Nothing else on the screen is erasing. And it definitely it had all of the artifacting issues. Most people used it with a monochrome monitor on their 2C, so you don't see it. Again, in monochrome, the high-res screen looks so much nicer.
Okay.
But, if you flipped on a color monitor, mouse paint looks like garbage.
Oh, okay.
It really does, because it was written with monochrome in mind. Yeah. Any other questions? probably have time for one or two more. Yeah.
I apologize, I don't want to make it about me, but I wanted to say that a lot of these techniques were applicable for classic art, double low res. They used a mix of sprites with borders. The pipes have blue background of the sky behind them. It used sprite compilation for the bird, and it also used what you talked about, which is chasing the beam. So I actually wait for it to go past me, and then I start doing my work behind it, which required a very specific pipeline that was okay because the game style was very dictated. So I apologize for interjecting.
Cool, yeah.
These things are applicable across a lot of the different graphics modes.
And it does raise the point that all the best games used a mix of all these techniques, depending on the game type, depending on the particular screen element within the game. Again, your Space Invaders game might be using the black trailing technique for the aliens, might be using a different technique for the ship, a different technique for the bases. So, yeah, you got to mix it all. That's why there's no generic sprite libraries for the Apple II, right? Because every piece of every game has to be done in a very specific way that's the best for that exact application. Yeah, maybe time for one more? No? All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Quinn. Our next presentation will be at 1:30. Mark Pilgrim will be telling us about cracking at scale.
1:30. 1:30. Mark will be going back in time.
Pardon me, 2:30. Mark will be telling us that.
Very quickly. Hey, the janitor had a walkie-talkie in here. Someone might have grabbed it to return to the lost and found or something. If anyone has it in this room, it's be a walkie-talkie. Let us know.
Figure out how to use an Apple II. Yeah, well, I got tons of copies of this. I just need some discs and disk drive. Because I've got a 2E that I found in crap. So I know that I'm just too spoiled by my 2GS. Or my 2C.
Yes.
Jason? Jason.
Yes.
Is it okay that that projector be on for the whole hour, or should we turn it on right now?
I think it's better if you just walk over and turn it on.
Okay, then teach me how to do that.
Basically, all you do.
I'm gonna walk over here. So I'll turn it on.
The sound's going to probably get screwed up anyway. Not really. So if you talk, better to talk over there. Yeah, okay. Go like this, and then.
Yes.
There were so many props at yesterday's.
Yeah, and I'm gonna walk across the slides anyway.
Right, walk across the slides, but like
that is. But then I can stay over there.
Yeah, this thing
right at the end.
This thing will not. Yeah.
What I say
Well, you know,
over
if
there.
you catch me late on Saturday, I'm gonna be able to get all in one.
Don't play to the.
Okay.
I mean,
when I take questions,
let's
I'll
put
come
this
back.
way.
When I take questions, I'll come back.
If you come here and you
start answering questions from the audience,
and you circus bark it,
yeah,
that'll be in this.
Okay.
This thing's very good with,
Okay. I need some easy listening music. That's what you need. USB-C.
Yeah.
Or some Zeppelin.
That's not USB-C, that's HDMI of some sort. That's something else. USB-C.
Oh, quick, somebody play Stairway.
That's exciting.
It's exciting.
I've needed that adapter before.
Evan. Yes, sir. That dongle you had yesterday, does it have, what video out does it have?
HDMI.
Is that good enough?
And I have an HDMI to DVI cable if it's necessary.
Can I borrow the dongle?
You can borrow
the
the
next
dongle.
hour. And I have.
I think HDMI, yeah, we've got an HDMI cable.
That is HDMI.
Yeah.
So you did me.
Okay.
Yay, I gave you useful.
You are a lifesaver.
Yes, you are.
It did not occur to me until I was on the road.
Now I gotta find my cord for my
Thing.
See, I got it.
Yep. Shift it over. Header starts, and then that's restricted all the way over. So all I've done is keep shifting it.
Yes, I use frame up. Just like I did last year. And the year before.
So,
Better. Completely useless outside of this room. Like I have Windows brand users, I actually have mixed low-res text graphics. More than one. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I figured out how to.
It's almost like, I don't even remember for sure if the high-res thing was a fortuitous accident. He realized, I think he just realized if he did it, he could also get out graphics too, so I'm sure he didn't really plan on how to much. I'm pretty sure that the whole thing was planned primarily with
Yeah, it really seems that way because, like John said, the way the video memory is scanned is the same. It's just replicated, shift. So I'm sure it was like, oh, hey, if I do this extra little thing, we get high-res graphics.
I think they only had 4 signed up again.
Yeah.
They did something else they added in.
Yeah, they
2 extras.
Yeah, changed the password or something, and they got a little more phase shift out of it, and they got more colors.
I got a photo of you too?
Now, by the time it was time,
hold on a second.
he didn't even know perfection.
Problem? What? Privacy settings, sorry.
See, the problem is you're trying to shoot a picture of us with a Nintendo controller.
No wonder it didn't work. One of many.
Yes, sir. Double high res is the same way. I think yeah, so the rumor is it was actually an Apple III engineer in his spare time was looking around with the Apple II. He was like, oh, hey, if I just do this and this, we can double the horizontal resolution and get all the low-res colors with it.
And it was a side effect of the weird way they chose to get an extra 64K of RAM there.
Yeah, video scanner just scans both banks simultaneously. Magic Yeah.
Which I get to see if somebody has.
Yeah, Javier's got it.
Is there going to be a demo?
He'll let anyone play with it who wants to, so yeah, find him.
That's what I would kind of like to start with, like working code. Go ahead.
Just fucking ship it. D1.0, boom.
Someone, I don't know if it's like the person who like got a look at this and contacted or like figured out how to copy a certain thing and then put his own stuff on it, whether it was like some shady reseller who is selling these and putting their own protection on it. I just don't know. But anyway, so but that got me thinking. That's the big horse. We know a lot about we don't know a lot about the business.
Remember when I talked to you about years ago at dinner, you were doing some app for
Yes.
Wheel of Fortune or something like that.
Yep, that is still what I work on. That app right there is what I kind of like.
Oh, really? So I had actually played the old one a bit. I did play one.
So there's two versions. There's a paid one that is the Sony app, and then there's the free version. So I think actually Sony's with their app now.
It's like a ultra wide.
But yeah, it went live about a year ago. It's been updating.
It just has
Yeah, it's all that. That's the only games that make money in the app
So
now are free games that have been in.
No, I just so that got me thinking.
Yep. Yeah, the market has spoken on that. People will not pay for anything up front. So, I mean, my day job, so this is my team is building this, but I'm doing this as management. So I'm not actually writing on code.
If you also need a USB hub, if you need to plug anything in,
I do not. I just
You're saying it's different?
Oh no, because I was getting like USB-A for like discs and whatnot. I got one of those too.
Yeah, but thank you.
You're welcome.
This is it, and then I'm gonna do the demo on
Yeah,
real
so
hardware. It's
it's
already
a
set up.
different kind of challenge. Yeah, you sort of have to make a choice in engineering, like hit a ceiling, salary, or anything else, where it's like you just want to write code.
So we never did a sign up.
If you're not willing to do the management stuff, then that's it for this sort of thing.
So we said
I do better at
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but so far so good. I mean, I don't know if I'll do it forever or if I'll go back to writing code.
I turned it from a disarrayed sound workshop along with
other games they're currently doing or have been doing.
Yeah, our company also has the Yahtzee game. We have a Walking Dead game.
no problem. No, because the webcam is right there.
Yes, Yahtzee.
The webcam
Yahtzee with buddies. Yahtzee with it.
I never played that when I stopped because sometimes it's like, and I had other stuff I was working on. I'll probably go back. I don't mind playing Yahtzee, but
right.
So it's usually
so yeah, and we've got a WWE wrestling game as well.
I feel like they need some training
Four that we've got live right now.
Okay. So they've got a way that it's working, that it's continuing to.
But they need to know
make reasonable money.
Yep. Yeah. There's 2 or 3 companies that are doing well in right now. They're doing well enough.
I'm holding up pretty well.
All kinds of in-app products people want to buy, and how to run sales and how to run special events. And we run special tournaments in the app. And we give special content to people, and like unfortunately we have special prizes that people can play. You can join clubs and all these different types of things. Every game features a little tiny revenue stream out of all of us. It's a sustainable business.
And my wife has played Pokemon Go, and she has now purchased a couple things, like an out of balls and 8x4 balls. I can't find enough. And the other game that she continues to enjoy playing is it's the fairway golf.
Oh yeah, okay.
Except she's at a point she refuses to spend any money on that. She's at a point she has to watch these videos that the same video over and over again.
Yeah, and again, it's another just tiny revenue stream.
Yeah.
We put in ads to capture a little bit of revenue from the large volume of players, like 90% of players who won't pay.
Yeah.
We get a little bit of revenue out of it with ads, and if you pay, the ads go away. And most people who do pay only spend $1.50 here and there, like across 100 million users. Yeah, that's the whole business. It's messy, but
is it going to fall apart at some point? Roberto's going to be tired of it. It seems like it's just still kind of working.
Yeah, it's really hard to say where the business is going next. It keeps changing. For a while you could just put out an app for $5 and people would buy it, and then it had to be $1 and people would buy it, and now we're into this free stuff. And at first you could have a free game, but you sell like half the spare character, people would buy those, and they don't do that anymore. Now they have to have content. and Apple was changing the rules. You know, you used to be able to charge for levels or in-game content. You can't do that anymore. So you keep finding ways around all of these shifts in the business.
Does it seem like Apple has a different person managing that part of the store every year, every few months, because it's like rules keep changing?
Yeah, the rules change all the time, and it also depends which reviewer you get. Every time we submit, there's 30% chance we get rejected. Most rejections are from something that passed through 20 other reviews this time. That other reviewer was like, I feel like this violates the rules. You have to change something.
That's got to be maddening.
Yeah, but again, it's also a competitive advantage. Like companies that have figured out how to navigate Apple's craziness are the ones that are doing well. So we literally have a department in our company whose job it is to stay ahead of Apple, develop relationships with the review teams and vendors, make sure our apps get featured in the store, try to develop reviews.
It would probably be hard to do a Flappy Bird and make all the money he made before you felt guilty and took it back.
Yeah, that does still happen, but it's just a lottery ticket. You know, every so often, some developer will make a Flappy Bird and make $1 million, but it's once in a lifetime, and it's not a business model. You can't that. It's just
I'm hoping he's changed his mind. My son had thought that he was going to learn how to code apps and make a lot of money on that.
No, I mean it's still a good career choice. You're still in school that you're not going to make $1 million putting out your games. Probably not. Yeah, so you're just buying lottery tickets. Someone will make $1 million, but it probably won't be you.
He hasn't said it for quite a while, so I think maybe he's realized that that's not a practical choice.
Yeah, well, the bar keeps getting higher. You know, the production values and what players expect, and the higher the bar gets on production values, the more time and people you need to make with these apps. The team making this, we have 15 engineers working on this one, and we'll put out an update every 3 weeks because that's the players on it. We want constant updates to your app.
Like this thing here, they want updates, and right now the non-Java thing is pretty much paying for the Java thing because they haven't charged anything. I haven't paid this. But they keep coming up with new stuff. At some point, they're going to have their app store for us buying skins or levels or whatever.
It's not possible.
Plus, operational overhead. These games all you have to run servers now.
You could do it.
Even on the same track, you can't do it. Find a way to keep getting money out of them for your servers.
And that's what people do in the servers, like this one I'm playing on. They'll let you play for free, but they'll say, you pay $10 with this, you pay $50 with this. I understand it costs money to do it. There ain't no such thing as
yeah, I think so. No, I can probably upload my slides somewhere. Yeah, I usually send my slides to KFS 3D. They'll put them up on the site.
For the GitHub stuff?
Yeah, and for the
Good, because I missed most of those.
Yeah, the GitHub thing, I actually emailed that out to the mailing list.
Oh, excellent. You're gonna.
Hello, internet streamers. I just wanted to make it clear.
Welcome back, everybody.
The crotch shots are a feature, not a bug.
Test. I'll turn it down a little bit. We are going to have Mark Pilgrim speak to us about cracking at scale. Welcome, Mark.
So, now before we get to that, I want to start with a joke. Warm up the audience. It's not dirty.
Don't tell them that's a joke.
What? Where does the cracker throw all his dirty bits when company comes over?
Where?
Under desync. All right.
Totally warmed up now.
Totally warmed up. This is a tough crowd. All right, so let's talk about cracking Math Blaster. So if you want to crack Math Blaster, the first thing you're going to notice is that the bootloader is encrypted. And when I say encrypted, it's encrypted with a 1-byte key, okay? But it's still encrypted, and it decrypts like into memory and not on disk. So you're going to have to decrypt it and then capture the decrypted version. And when I say it's encrypted with a 1-byte key, every disk is different. Because of course it is. Once you decrypt the bootloader, then you're gonna find the weak bits protection check nestled in the in between the regular disk reading code, which reads track 0, sector 0, address epilogue twice, and make sure that it's different every time. As John was mentioning this morning in the applesauce talk, this was a fun trick used by many different protection schemes and protectors to ensure that the storage medium returned random data, which sounds insane, but it's copy protection. So you're going to want to disable that. It has rotating address prologues, different on every track. You're going to want to normalize that. It has a different nibble translation table than standard DOS, just slightly different. You're going to want to definitely notice and normalize that. It has an RWTS swapper because this is protected, but you might have like a data disk, you might have a save game disk, a character disk, just side 2. So you're definitely going to want to disable that, otherwise stuff's going to blow up later. The disk volume number on the disk is 000, which is literally impossible to create with standard tools. You are definitely not going to want to change that because it's checked at runtime repeatedly from inside a basic program that changes its own environment and reruns itself, which reveals a new basic program, which changes its own environment again. It's changing the start address of the AppleSoft basic program in memory in 0 page. But apparently that's a thing that you can do from inside an AppleSoft basic program because that's insane. But it's copy protection. So okay, so the second level changes its own environment again and then reruns itself again, and the third level actually starts the game. The second level is where the copy protection check is, and it checks for disk volume number 000. So you're definitely going to want to keep that. The embedded serial numbers, plural. Definitely going to want to erase those. And all the shifted DOS entry points, because the entire disk operating system is compatible with DOS 3.3, but all the entry points are shifted to the left by 2 bytes, which gives you essentially thousands of possible memory locations that you could check later at runtime to make sure that you really booted from the original disk and that it has this wacky DOS where everything is off by 2 bytes. Turns out you can keep that, and you better, because it's checked, as long as you do all the other stuff first. So if you get through all of that, then what you get is Math Blaster. Yay! No clapping yet. But if you write a program to do all of that, and you find the DOS bootloader, but then you immediately find the encrypted RWTS, you extract the key, you decrypt it, you erase the serial numbers, you disable the RWTS swapper, you normalize the nibble table, erase the other serial number, decrypt the RWTS, write it back, and I don't even remember what the heck that last thing is, and then you get all these other programs that have exactly the same procedure. Overview of the Bible. I've heard it's a big seller. Spell It, Word Attack, also by Davidson and Associates, who wrote Math Blaster. The entire series of Bingo Buggleby Presents, including Outdoor Safety, and all the way down here in 1990, Grasshopper Dissection, which is amazing.
That sounds like a metal band name.
Who am I to judge? And Ultima 4.
Ooh, nice. Use the same.
Same protection. Wow. And now I have your attention. Guess which one got cracked first? It was not. Good guess. Anyone have another guess? Yes, it was definitely Ultima 4, and all of these were rotting away on physical media until very recently. And we see this pattern over and over again. Once you start seeing it, you see it everywhere. If you can crack Spanish Achievement 1, then you get Spanish Achievement 1. But if you write a program to crack Spanish Achievement 1, which is a little bit involved, then you also get English Achievement 1, English Achievement 5, but not English Achievement 2 through 4 because they're different, because of course they are, because it's copy protection. Flash spell helicopter, alphabetical order, big sellers here. Sentence diagramming, and Artie the Aardvark. And Super Bunny and Argos and a bunch of other bigger names, at least, from DataMost and other companies that you might have actually heard of and that you might have actually played back in the day. But the guy who cracked Artie the Aardvark back in the day did not go back and crack Flash Spell Helicopter after he was done. Or she. And if you crack Ernie's quiz, hi Catherine. Catherine's not even here. Oh my God, no. My first call out is a disaster. If you crack Ernie's quiz, then you get Ernie's quiz. But if you write a program to crack Ernie's quiz, then you get a whole bunch of very early educational software, productivity software. Apple themselves created this copy protection and licensed it to companies. They actually sought out budding stars. This entire slide is like the before they were famous list. You have Instant Zoo, Mix and Match. These were, Sesame Street from Children's Television Workshop, but then you also get Magic Spells from from Advanced Learning Technologies, which quickly rebranded to the Learning Company, who made Rocky's Boots and Gertrude's Secrets, and all through the 80s and into the 90s. The Speed Reader, which was the very first program by Jan Davidson, who later founded Davidson and Associates. Excuse me, Dr. Jan Davidson. But her doctorate was not in computer science. It was in American Studies. She was a teacher. We'll get back to that. Crush, Crumble, and Chomp by a little company called Epix. Bumbleplot, Letterman, worst superhero ever. Shopping with the Yellow Pages, which is obsolete on so many levels. And Elite. The 1985 space arcade simulation strategy whatever game with 3D wireframing and all sorts of fun stuff. Exactly the same protection as Ernie's quiz. And it goes in the other way. It goes in the other direction too. This is about Passport, and Passport has improved since the last time I was here, when I introduced it last year. It now has a universal Activision patcher by Brian Troja, who is in the room. Thank you, Brian. And it turns out that if you analyze all of these big name Activision games, Hacker, Aliens, Hacker 2, Shanghai, Alter Ego, Murder on the Mississippi, Rocky Horror Show, and you find the common protection check, protection code, then you can crack all of these games and you get How to Weigh an Elephant for free. That was not an Activision title. It was by Lytag. But that copy protection got productized. And that productized version was then offered to other companies, I believe through disc duplication houses. Although if anyone was around back in the day and knows anything about the business of copy protection, not you, John, because you just write your own, but like anybody else, I really want to talk to you. But so these protections, even if they started in-house, they didn't stay in-house necessarily. EA, Electronic Arts, famous for their virtual machines, in which where they created their own virtual machine, their own interpreted language, and then wrote the copy protection in that language, because of course they did, because that's insane. And so if you write a universal EA patcher, as Cucumba did, thank you, Cucumba, where are you? That can crack Skyfox and Archon 2 and Arctic Fox and Movie Maker and Music Construction Set and Pinball Construction Set and Adventure Construction Set. We did a lot of constructing in the 80s. And The Bard's Tale, then you also get Financial Cookbook, which as it turns out was also an EA title. No one has ever heard of it. It's so boring I don't even have a screenshot. It was part of their very short-lived attempt in the mid-80s to move into home productivity software. They also did a word processor that no one ever used called Cut and Paste, and Financial Cookbook and Cut and Paste had exactly the same copy protection as The Bard's Tale, because they already had it. Guess which one got cracked first? Cucumba has been very busy. Also wrote a universal Sierra patcher, which patches the self-decrypting nibble check while not tripping any of the myriad of anti-tamper checks that check that you have not modified the self-decrypting nibble check code or bypassed it because there are side effects. And that works and has been tested on Aquatron Marauder, Mr. Cool, which is a fun little Qbert clone that I just discovered in this process, Space Quest, Black Cauldron, Apple Cider Spider, BC's Quest for Tires, Sammy Lightfoot, which was one of my favorite games, and also Donald Duck's Playground, which was not. And so this is all now in Passport, and I was here, and if you don't know what Passport is, very briefly, it's an automated disk verification and copy program. I released it here a year ago, and I'm back a year later to tell you that it has been under active development for the last 371 days. And besides the Universal Activision Patcher by Brian, thank you, the Universal Electronic Arts, Sierra Online, and Optimum Resource patchers, that's Sticky Bear and a whole lot of other fun stuff. Thank you, Cucumba. There's the Protected DOS Tracer and Decryptor and Normalizer and whatever all that stuff was. That's the Math Blaster that I showed you earlier. DOS 3.3, that's the Ernie's Quiz. A bunch of other stuff, BBF9, there was another desync like the E7 desync that I gave a presentation on 2 years ago. A bunch of company-specific ones. Datasoft had an encrypted bootloader that was just insane. John Brooks, thank you John, came last year and gave me his copy of, an original copy of Tomahawk, which he wrote, which means it is one of the few games in this collection that was where it was supplied by the original author. Although oddly enough, not the only. But we'll get to that in a second too. Datasoft, Gamco, they did a whole bunch of, capitalization and commas and, like this was the market but they were copy protected because of course they were. Gamco was fun. They used Beagle compiler and they poked a bad block check into memory and then called it. But of course there's no basic source code because it was compiled with Beagle compiler. So anyway, so it was fun. And by fun, I mean, you know, actual fun may vary. But, and so that's all in Passport. That's all new protections since July 12, 2016. Self-destructing mech disks. Did you know one of the things that mech, you know, Oregon Trail and Word Munchers and, okay. One of the things that they would do sometimes is they would send you a master disk and then they would send you a limited boot backup. And you could only boot the limited boot backup 50 times. And there was a counter when it showed, and of course it would check if it was write protected and check that it actually decremented the counter and whatever. It just did, you know, the standard stuff that you would do if you were implementing a counter. And when the counter got down to 0, it would say, I'm sorry, you've booted this disk too many times. And the purpose was, oh, and then it would trash the disk catalog, just in case you wanted to reset the counter later. Because of course it did. But this was to, if your original disk, your master disk, got damaged, you were to send it back to them. And they would send you a replacement in the mail. Well, that takes time. We think about distribution, software distribution these days, which takes seconds or minutes or hours, and this took weeks. So you could use the program in your classroom or in your home or whatever, wherever you were, a limited number of times while you were waiting for your new original disk to get in the, anyway. So, but they were nasty. And I mean, other than being copy protected, they also had this extra thing. And so Passport takes care of that. So that's fun. Fixes, because, oh my God, there's so many edge cases. Fixes to Scholastic, like Bank Street Writer 2, Grolier, who's a big educational software developer, Mech, so many different Mech bootloaders. Passport will now tell you about ProDOS, RWTS variants, which it didn't used to do, and so it surfaces the fact, like, that sort of hid the fact that the disk was protected, because it would say that there weren't any patches, which is true, there weren't any patches, but is able to read it anyway because of the built-in RWTS, supported exactly the protection that it had, but then it didn't tell you that it was protected, and so it looked, the log that Passport produced was exactly the same as it would produce for an unprotected disk. So this sort of surfaced more information, and that's, you know, beyond the cracking, which is cool. This Passport is fundamentally a verification program and an information mining, a data mining program. And the raw material, the ore that it's mining, with its diamond pickaxe. Okay, it's possible I've been playing too much Minecraft. I'm going to back up, scratch that metaphor, put that in the chest. Passport is surfacing information about these disks that may or may not be readily obvious. So things like third-party DOS, or Dawson, which is the plural of DOS, like Diversity DOS, Pronto DOS, David DOS, Quick DOS, these third-party DOS, because of course Apple DOS 3.3 was very slow reading files, and so there was this market that sprung up. You know, I had a copy of Diversity DOS growing up, and it, you know, like the master, you know, maker disk, and you boot it up, and it says it's shareware, pay $30, and you whatever. And I don't know a whole lot of people who did that. I did not do that. I'm sorry, but it turns out, and I can prove it with numbers, because I now have I've looked at enough disks, and by I mean Passport has looked at enough disks that I can see that a lot of educational developers used a real file system. They just, you know, it wasn't like a custom loader and whatever. It was just, you know, it was DOS except it was Diversity DOS, or it was DOS except it was Pronto DOS. And that's where those products made money. And they made a lot of money based on the number of titles that I've found that use Diversity DOS or Pronto DOS or David DOS even, which was a relatively obscure one. Anyway, so all of this information surfacing is new. in the last year. Other new things, now the upcoming release, there's a stable release that was released in May, which you can download right now. I'm going to give you the URL. But the upcoming release supports RAM disks, ProDOS RAM disks, both RAM Factor and RamWorks, RamWorks clones, bless you, and GS RAM disks, which means that it can read the entire floppy in one go and write it to the RAM disk as it's going, and then write it all out in one pass. A bit faster, way cooler, and I finally get to use my 8 meg RamWorks clone. It's very exciting. So compatible with every RAM disk. I had nothing to do with it except I tested a bunch. It was all Cucumber. Thank you, Cucumber. Yay. Speaking of Cucumber, I'm not sure actually how much work I've done on Passport. No, I'm kidding. I did a lot of work. But speaking of Cucumber, the original version of Passport that I released a year ago at K-Fest was written in Merlin, which was a fine choice, and released on a disk image with all the Merlin source code, because then it was edited in Merlin and it was assembled in Merlin, because that's how Merlin works. And now, thanks to Cucumber, we have migrated to modern text files that sit on modern laptops and are cross-assembled with modern open source tools. The particular assembler we use is called Acme. Is open source, is on SourceForge. So you might want to download it quickly in case SourceForge disappears. It has a real make file, and the entire repository is up on GitHub, and there's the URL. And there you can go download all the source code. It's just separate text files, and you can and it has the maker, the make file, and it has the README, and you can go build the latest version yourself if you have Acme, and you can help us test maybe if you like, or just run it on your own disks or whatever you like. Open source, still. Well, it was open source before, but it's still open source, and it still runs on an Apple II Plus with 64K.
That's awesome.
But again, with the RAM disk, if it happens to find a RAM disk, there's no configuration. It automatically looks for a RAM disk. If it happens to find a RAM disk that's big enough to hold a whole floppy disk image, then it will use it. And otherwise, it just won't bother you, because that's how software is supposed to work. So last year, I announced simultaneously with the release of Passport, the tool, that I was also releasing 42 previously unpreserved educational disks that had been cracked by Passport. That number has grown a little bit in the last 365 days.
Oh, wow.
Some of those were cracked back in the day because the Activision and the EA and the Sierra, and whatever. So some of those, but of those 542, many of them are preserved for the first time. 425. At its heart, as I said, Passport is a verification tool. The reason I wrote it initially was not even to crack stuff, but to verify that the .edd images, which you've heard other people talk about, I won't go into that, but the copy-protected disk images without anything stripped out, the EDD images that I was making from my floppy collection, that they were any good. I didn't know. There was no way to test it. I mean, I could boot it in an open emulator, but what if that doesn't, what if there's a sector that is only hit on level 7? I couldn't play test the whole thing and guarantee. Anyway, so I just wrote this verification program, and then it just takes a whole directory of .edd files, and it mounts them up in Open Emulator with a little bit of massaging, and it runs Passport inside of Open Emulator, and it takes the text screen and saves that off to a log file, and we have 4,065 verified EDD images, about 2/3 of which are copy protected, as far as I can tell. And they are all available on archive.org. I don't remember what the URL means. Don't ask. It's from a Douglas Adams book. I don't even remember which one. I'm sure someone knows.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, first one.
Excellent. Thank you. That does sound like me. Okay.
That's why 42 were saved.
That was actually a coincidence. Okay, so what can you do with 4,065 verified EDB disk images and the resulting .dsk image with all of the protection, if there is, stripped off, and the .text file that is the passport log, or at least the last screenful of the passport log? As you saw, some of the passport logs are getting a little long. But what can you do with this data set? And you can do a lot of technical anthropology, and I did a little bit of this last year, so I just wanted to revisit. But I can prove that 202 of those 4,000 disks had identical copy protection. They all used the E7 bit stream. Back in the day, it was called generic bit slip. It was called Prolock, I believe, was the marketing name. I did a whole presentation on it 2 years ago. You can go find that on archive.org. 163 others had this structural thing where, like, every odd track used D4 AA96 and every even track used D5 AA96, or maybe it was vice versa. And 138 had the very difficult to copy until, there was a special case for it. But like every single epilogue had the regular DE and then a timing bit. Like, the protection was literally built in to every single sector on the disk. And 123 had had essentially identical code, although there were some options and variations apparently that you could select in the Maker program. That, but it was identifiable because the early boot did an indirect jump to BBFE, which pointed to BB00, which was a page that is later overwritten but is unused at boot. So it was a good place to put code. Anyway, so all of these, the one that destroys originals, that was the mech. But like all of these were from different companies. Like that's not 202 disks from the same company that you are using the E7 bit stream. It's from dozens of companies. All the different Eduware manufacturers, Grolier, Focus Media, Developmental Learning Tools, The Learning Company, Davidson and Associates, Sunburst, Troll Associates, I'm missing so many, Hartley Courseware, they all used and reused protection. And that's what Passport targets. That's why it's so successful. Is because, yes, there's going to be like that chess program that Jason was talking about, that Cucumber was spending hours. Literally, I watched him. It was hours. He was still not done. This is a grandmaster cracker, okay? The chess program beat the grandmaster cracker. By the time I left, which was about 1 a.m., not the other time that you're thinking, but like he hadn't defeated it yet. Okay, so yeah, there's going to be that thing, and we've never seen it anywhere else. We've never seen it since, before or since. That, yeah, there are a lot of one-offs, and they're fascinating, and they're deep dives. And there's also hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of, in many cases, completely unpreserved discs that are gorgeous, that are fun, that are interesting, that they bought instead of built. The protection. It was an add-on. It was a value add. As I said, I believe it was through the disk duplication houses. But it was, it wasn't integrated into anything. It was just, oh yeah, give us the latest thing. Oh, we reissued the disk. Oh yeah, give us the latest thing again. So I have 2 copies of, Troll's Tale, which have different copy protections. I have, different versions. Of course, the disk labels looked identical because, of course. But it turns out they're different versions because they fixed a bug, and they re-released it, and or they ran out of the first one and they re-released it. Completely different copy protection because time had passed and 6 months had gone by and a new version of Copy2 Plus had come out, and there was just a menu item. There was a parm entry, right? A parameter file that said, "Oh, I want to copy this kind of disk." Boom, and they're like, "Okay, we got to change the protection then." but they didn't go build another one from scratch. They just bought it. Yes, question.
Do you have any knowledge or theories at this point as to what went into the technical and/or business decision by the software companies to outsource the copy protection versus make the investment to build it themselves?
The question is the thinking behind buy versus build
Yes.
of copy protection. I don't know. I wasn't around. I was 11 in 1983.
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know a lot about the business side. I know a lot about the bits. And I'm sort of reverse engineering this entire industry from the bits up, which is interesting, but it might be easier to just talk to somebody at some point. But I haven't gotten there yet. All this work is still better than talking to somebody, as far as I'm concerned. But no, I'm kidding. But seriously, if you know anything about, like if you were at one of those companies that outsource copy protection, yeah, you got something on that? Like you want to share, or you want to tell me later?
Well, just real quick. So at Datasoft, it was actually 3 separate companies. One was the software development group. Another one was a copying service where we did both disk manufacturing duplication as well as protection for other people's software. And then third was a warehousing company where we would we take disks and get them onto the train and get them off places. So anyway, it was kind of that era of the mid to late 80s kind of thing. There were not all the shops had access to the copy protection tech and the customized duplication machines that can do different types of protection. But those that did were sought out by other companies that were just software companies that needed this duplication, protection technology, needed a place to store stuff so they could, build up a big delivery and then send it up on a train to a distributor somewhere. So it's different era. It's kind of like the paper. I viewed it kind of as the plastic baggie era evolved into the protection, duplication, and shipping kind of era of computer software, of computer development before it went into the big retail distribution.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. So basically, it's a trade-off. Copy protection is hard. It's a different kind of hard than education programming, educational content. Different kind of programming than games. It's just different. Like you need a guy, and Broderbund, they had a guy, they had Roland Gustafson, right? And he did all the copy protection for years, and they were all slightly different. And he just put his heart into it, And Sirius had a guy who did not actually work; he was a contractor. But they got Epic, and then they got Beer Run, and they got Outpost, and they got Wavy Navy, and they got Flip Out, and they just here's a disc. And he's like, all right, I'm going to do my thing. And then they get back a maker program, and that can write it onto a disk and be uncopyable. And they just that it was outsourced to one guy. And then later, it became this cat and mouse thing. You got to remember, this is all static looking back on it, but this was very dynamic in the 80s. This was a whole cat and mouse, and you could have a protection that lasted for a matter of months before it was broken, and then broken in the sense that you could get the new version of Copy2 Plus and look through their PARM entry list and search for your actual product name and just press a button and get a protected backup on. And then they're like, well, that's it. That's the shelf life of a protection then. And so now we need to start over. Well, that's really expensive if you just, and so a lot of companies didn't want to do that. Yes?
Were some copy protections written not as well as others and wound up damaging the programs? Was that ever a problem, or was it not a problem?
I don't know. I assume that was taken care of internally, in the sense that, that was part of QA testing and so on.
They would have tested for it, but subject.
Right, yeah, no, but you're right, with the add-ons nature of it, and the sort of the
maybe
discontinuity between the development and the actual final product, I don't know. I don't know of any major incidents like that.
In unpredictable situations where things combined in a way that wasn't predicted.
Right, yeah, I don't know of any major protection failures like that.
Maybe it wasn't a problem.
Maybe, but it was expensive to make a good one, and making a good one was sort of an art form, and it was an ongoing art form because people kept breaking it. And anyway, so what else can we glean from 4,000 automatically verified, automatically cracked images? Well, we can look at the bootloader, and Passport actually prints this information out into the log, and then we can collate that and do a, what is this called, a pivot table, and we can see that standard DOS 3.3 was very popular because it was free and it was okay, and ProDOS after a certain point became popular, but also we see things like Diversity DOS and Pronto DOS and David DOS down there with just a couple, and these are protected images. So not only was the protection specific to DOS 3.3 instead of ProDOS, but it was actually built on top of Diversity DOS in particular, or Pronto DOS in particular. There's one that calls, that puts code on an unused part of Pronto DOS, which is used in other third-party DOS. So this was a specific combination that was then productized and sold as a complete set. And Diversity DOS was very popular, and from Sierra Online. Literally, I have two discs. I put them next to each other. You cannot tell anything. The disc labels are identical. The copyright statement is identical. You boot it. The title screen is identical. The protections were completely different. So somebody revved something, and there are other subtle changes. Like somebody revved Troll's Tail and they put on a new protection and fixed all the bugs and sent it out again, and stuff like that. Like one of those was never preserved until recently, and the other one was, because nobody wants another copy. Like nobody's going to go out of their way to put their name on. Well, no, okay, it's Troll's Tail, and I know Mr. Crackman did the thing, but this is slightly different. No, like nobody did that in the 80s. But we can go back and not spend a lot of time on them individually. I mean, I discovered this because I ran Passport on 4,000 disk images, and two of them were Troll's Tail, one from this disk and one from that disk. And the logs, which I expected to be the same, were completely different. And I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? And I went back and looked at the original, and lo and behold, two different copy protections. And oh my God, so many sticky bears. Optimum Resource was terrible about, what do you call it, silent versioning. Silent versioning. There are so many versions of Sticky Bear. Sticky Bear typing has like 2 different versions, and Sticky Bear math has like 4 different versions that I've found so far. And all the discs look identical, and all the title screens look identical, and you just don't know until you look at everything from above. So what can other people do? Well, I want to talk about extraction, derivation, aggregation, and investigation. So in the extraction category, these .dsk files are disk images. Many of them, as you saw, use DOS 3.3. They use a standard file disk catalog. You can therefore the deprotection process has opened that up to third-party tools like CiderPress, Apple Commander, a few others that can catalog a disk, that can extract text files from a disk. No offense, Jason. And can, for instance, somebody could build a tool like before dinner time. What is it? It's 3:12. Before dinner time today, to extract all the AppleSoft basic source code across 4,000 disks, and like print it out and output it to text file to individual text files, and then make it searchable. I want to search all the basic source code ever written. Do it. Derivation, of course, Peter talked about this, with porting games to ProDOS. You know, the cracking makes that possible, and also aggregation. Marco Verpelli did something similar with mech disks using mech's own copy utility, well, a slightly hacked version, so that it would ignore, you know, the things we wanted to ignore. But then he made a 32 meg disk image with like 30 or 40 different mech programs on it, and you can boot from a hard drive and just select your thing. And this was a thing that you could do if you actually had, but nobody actually had 40 or 50 mech programs except a couple of schools. And now anybody can do that. And anybody can make a collection. I've seen on Facebook and CSA2, I've seen people making collections of, you know, games, file-based games, all, you know, on one hard drive. And investigation, and not just like not just the technical archaeology, although that's interesting. I mean, that's interesting to me, but also cultural anthropology. You know, go take one company and watch them progress, because we now have a very easy access to essentially the entire catalog of the Learning Company, the entire catalog of Davidson and Associates. The Learning Company was founded by Dr. Leslie Grimm, again, not a doctorate in computer science, or a PhD in computer science. It was in biology, I believe. And her daughter, Corinne Grimm, age 11. This was from Bumbleplot. I also have one that said age 10, and I can narrow down when she, like when in the year her birthday is by looking at release dates and then how old it says she is. Anyway, so like investigate, you know, deeply, like one company, or look at all the disk catalogs and find like a font or character generation program, you know, the high-res character generator, and find all the copies of it and see who was using it. And then see if there are any different versions and what they were, see if it added features over time. Go look into this stuff. And the last thing that I want to say is that I don't wonder anymore whether this is worth doing. And I don't argue with people who think that everything that's been preserved, that's worth preserving, has been preserved, because I've seen what's out there and what was rotting away on physical media. And this DataQuest, which is some sort of database, you know, whatever fact, you can cross-section and whatever. Anyway, it's called Europe and the Soviet Union. It was copyright 1990. Guess when the Soviet Union fell? 91. They just missed it. And Squeegee, the bookworm. Squeegee learns about drugs. You know what Squeegee learns about drugs? That some drugs are bad and make you sick, like tobacco and alcohol. And some drugs are good and make you well, like vaccines. And now I don't wonder whether this is worth doing, because I know the answer. Because these aren't just bits, and they're not just disks, and they're not just artifacts. They are curriculum that we used to teach an entire generation of kids in the 80s, especially in the United States, where Apple II was popular, especially companies like Mech that were single platform. Last but not least, two things. One, probably shouldn't have done it that hard. This is about 600 mech disks. And I can guarantee that all of them have been imaged and preserved properly, because I have booted every single one of them and checked the version number and checked the program and checked the information in game, and I have made EDD images of them, and versioned them and archived them and then verified all of those EDD images with Passport, uploaded the ones that were missing, so on, uploaded all the logs to Vogon Laundromat, and they are now yours. You may clap. I will put them on the pool table upstairs. It would be great if somebody could help me carry them up. I almost hurt my back carrying them down. But if you're volunteering, all right, thank you. Great, great. If there are any left by Sunday, I will ship them off to the Internet Archive. Did you hear that, honey? They're not coming home. My wife is going to watch this later. I love you, honey. I'm doing everything I can to get rid of them. And last but not least, I'm going to press C. Ooh, writing to RAM disk. I like that part. It found the encrypted RWTS. It extracted the encryption key. It is now using the disk's own really crazy RWTS to read the rest of the disk and write it to a RAM disk. And pretty soon, it's going to start making a couple of little patches, like the serial number, and the RWTS swapper, and some other stuff that I forget. And it is actually writing it to slot 5, drive 1, which is on this USB stick through a CFFA 3000. Are there any questions? Martin.
Who is 4 a.m.?
I don't know. Are there any other questions? Ryan.
Not so much a question, but more of a
Are there any real questions? No, I'm kidding.
A little bit of a history. Back in the day, and speaking about copy protection failure, I went and I bought a version of GBA one-on-one basketball from Activision, and I got it home and immediately was going to preserve it, and I write protected the disk, made a copy, I removed the protection. It was a nibble check on tracks 32 and 33 and decimal, and then I tried it and it worked and it was great, so I wanted to make sure it was properly preserved, so I put in the original and I started it up and it failed. So I immediately destroyed my preserved backup. I took it back to the seller, and he had told me that batches of them were coming back.
Really?
So at least one run of that game, and that's the only production run that I've ever known where the production of the copy protection failed.
Wow.
And it got out to the consumer.
All right. Okay, that was a good anecdote. I'm glad I allowed that. Yes, Brian in front.
So when applesauce is available soon and we're producing fluxes or DSKs from that, could we now or in the future point Passport at a flux image or at a DSK that its output and do its thing?
Yes, the question is about applesauce, which John Morris was talking about in this morning session. It does not currently, does it currently output FDIs or EDDs?
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay, I haven't seen it in person, so which we need to fix this evening. But okay, so yes, so it can, along with the flux capacitor image, whatever thing that it does, it can also generate, sort of downsample that to existing tools. But yes, ideally, we would have emulator support, wide emulator support for EDD. As it turns out, there's one that does it properly, and MAME is still thinking about it. And ideally, there would be direct emulator support for the new Flux images as well, but there isn't.
Right.
But Passport runs on an Apple II, or something that emulates an Apple II and emulates the disk drive well enough to read a protected original. Give me that environment, and Passport will do the rest.
So if we got a DSK or a nib or EDD or whatever out of the Flux onto an Apple II disk,
Yes.
maybe Passport could be pointed at that file and then do
Yes.
its thing? Okay.
Although, since Passport uses the disk's own code as a weapon against itself,
Yeah, right.
if that .nib file doesn't boot in an emulator because it doesn't have enough information, and then the disk is going to fail to boot, then Passport is going to fail to read it because Passport is, trying to use that same code.
Just build in native support for Flux.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Dave Rose. And then Vincent.
It's not so much a question as I was going
Oh,
to
dear
clarify
Lord.
something for Brian.
I mean, yes, go on.
If you took one of those like FDI files and used Open Emulator and opened the file within that and ran Passport within that emulator, you could get an unprotected DSK file out of that.
Cool.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
that is what is on Vogon Laundromat, is the EDD files and then the DSKs and the .text files that are the result of doing exactly that 4,065 times. Yes, Quinn. Oh, and then Vincent.
Excited to hear that you're on cross development now with it. Curious about the choice of Acme as your assembler. Did you look at different ones, or why Acme?
Cucumber chose it.
Okay.
He's used it on other projects and he's most familiar with it. We're not doing anything terribly difficult. I mean, I was using Merlin before that, but even we weren't using anything terribly difficult in Merlin, just because I didn't know how to use it. So it could probably be ported to other modern emulators, CC65 or whatever. If you want to use it in Xcode and so on. But you could probably set it up in Xcode and then launch Acme under the covers. But I don't know that anyone does that because neither Cucumber or I use Xcode. Yes, Vincent.
To date, have you preserved any of the actual maker software you described? That have you come across any of that? Or?
The question is about the maker programs themselves
Yeah.
that create protected images. You should have been here last year when Martin gave a fascinating talk called Getting Back to 3:59 a.m., where he created a maker program that took a cracked version that had this productized E7 bitstream and the code integrated, and reintroduced the E7 bitstream in the place on the disk where it was looking for that, and then put the code back to the original so that it actually checked for the bitstream, and it worked. He did a live demo and it booted, and it was amazing. You should talk to him about releasing that source, perhaps. Any other questions? No, there's been nothing else really. I mean, there's all these different protections, and some are take up a whole track, and some of them take just a couple of bits, and basically we have nothing. We have no information about who made them. We have no source code. We have no binaries of them. Nothing. We have nothing. It's a big black hole. Yes, James.
You said at one point that a Passport ran on a A2 Plus, but that might have been in connection with a GitHub. So does it run on any Apple II?
It runs on any Apple II with 64K, which means Apple II Plus or later, and it runs under ProDOS. It comes with ProDOS 2.4.1. Thank you, John. And but you could, I just ran it off my hard drive in the live demo there. It's just a single file. You can just copy it, whatever, to ProDOS, whatever. But yes, it runs on a very wide variety of, and then quits to ProDOS when it's done. As you saw. Yes, one more question.
I wanted to say something about the preservation of copy makers.
Oh yes, maker programs. Yes.
In France, we have the maker of the version software and from the author. And interesting to know that the disk was copy protected also, because I did not want it to be copied to remove the copy protection and put on the disks. And it was quite funny to crack something that was used to protect.
Excellent. So we have just a scattering of maker programs. Do we have time for one more question? Okay, yes. One more question.
I was
Stay
going to point out that Antoine also made the maker program for DOS 2.3p available online as well.
On Asimov, yes, that's true. Yes, that came just in the last year, I believe. The source code. This is the disk that was given to the learning company and whatever to create a DOS 3.3 protected version. This was the disk, and then they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement not to distribute it. It was not protected. That maker program was not protected.
No,
Was it? Wait, was it?
No, it was not, but it was sold.
It was.
Sold.
Ah, okay.
It was not given. It was sold by Apple to the publisher.
Oh, sold. Okay, okay. See, I don't know anything about the business end. That's fascinating. Okay, anything else? We're almost out of time. Last comments. Take my discs. At least take them upstairs. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, we have a 15-minute break, and at 3:45, Kenneth Gagné will tell us about more steamed apples.
Just a second, I'll give you yours back.
Oh, right.
I didn't realize that. There's a copy of Oregon Trail. Yep, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Here you go. Will I just take it?
How does Skittle
A disturbing number of them. A disturbing number of them were bought one at a time. But also, over the course of a couple of years worth of collecting. Oh, thank you. Thank you. A couple of years of collecting, they come in lots and, whatever. Or people send them and don't want them back.
Dogs are puppies that grow up wild. 15 minutes before the next talk. Hope everyone's having a grand old time. Sorry we didn't turn it for you to see the second half. It booted out. It booted Ultima 4. That's what you missed.
Audio video of this. That's for Johnny.
It's not USB-C.
I have HDMI port.
That might be about
Good.
There are so many copies of Oregon Trail in there. The very early 79, 78,
that sounds pretty good. I mean, I was doing that correct.
Yeah.
I've never had to ask. I have never not asked it very well, but I believe.
Edgeware did a lot of 3.2 stuff. Milliken did a lot of 3.2 stuff. Hartley did a lot. Yes. Hartley did a lot of 3.2. Yes. Which version? Double check. Well, yeah.
I totally messed this camera up. I'm not sure where it was supposed to be pointing.
You'll probably want to check with Jason about that.
I kicked this camera here. I'm sorry.
You ruined it.
I did. How do I fix it?
Well, you just don't have a skill set. Because I know what to look at.
Yeah, I don't have a monitor to tell me what I'm. All right, appreciate
Thank
it.
you for telling me. I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah.
They all know now. There's 32 people who think you're a klutz.
They're getting the audio of this too right now?
Yeah, right now.
Great.
32 people are like, Jesus Christ, this guy. That's our eyeballs. This is the virtual eyeballs of our.
The virtual Cyclops.
Yeah, this is all they got. It's their only window onto the world.
And yeah, there's a lot of development
I was going to say, let's take some Apple. We probably have to get it upstairs so we can
one after the other. They had drive. It was a long transition. No matter how Apple pushed it.
Yeah, if you want to take an edge, I think it's going to be a little much for me.
Especially since it's the and the work scale screen that you made off
the EDDs?
Not the EDDs.
That's all I got.
Oh, you haven't been able to make the DSKs?
No, haven't had any time to look at it. It's going to be, I checked, Passport can't do it. So it's going to be a while.
Oh, okay. That's why they were missing.
Yes. That is a project.
I forgot what's up.
Sorry. Don't apologize for that.
Oh, thank God.
He's going.
This was here when I got
Wednesday
here.
from Philadelphia, and he's
This
arriving
was
in
here.
Thessaloniki
on Saturday.
Next Wednesday.
And then all the copies that you do make will be available on archive?
Yes.
Do I have to create an account?
No.
Sweet.
To download stuff? No.
Sweet, I'm gonna get all of them.
Oh, yes.
I think that, yeah.
About 40.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
sounds
nice
good.
batch. It's like, you know, everyone is all Oregon Trail,
Right.
I go Odell Lake, and it's like, I can't remember the last time I even saw that.
The early Oregon Trails were essentially typing drugs. So then they got it canceled.
Oh, God, you see it
Exactly.
now, it's like full video and.
Okay.
Well, Samaritan out here.
Yeah, there's actually another guy.
Fights on disc. There's a presentation from
Yeah, just posted something on Slack about even notification for 7 and you told them what happens.
That's a great name, but it's kind of a English.
Sepsis.
Yes.
Venus sepsis. Hard.
Yes, yes. I always wanted to visit Spain. Now he gets to.
Exactly. Here, Ken, this one's been transferred. Just take that out of your life.
Great, thank you.
What I'm going to do, like I'm a little tired, so I'm going to be 100% careful, and I'm going to activate both recording devices, so they're just running.
Yeah.
So if people are like, oh, what about whatever? It's like,
Oh my gosh.
No, that's already recording your voice, and the one in the back there is going to record your.
I'm glad he's not a doctor.
Yeah.
Because it's 3:35 and you speak in 10 minutes.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'm just going to leave it running.
Their online doc
Sounds good to me.
Oh, okay. I don't know, it may help if they know some of the online stuff. I don't know if I could just, then I can research this. Did you get to hang around for my presentation this morning?
Yeah, I was here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering, I know you were using your own tools and you were building it in.
I was trying to make it look like it was
in C#. Yeah. I was wondering why you can start doing form and then take me
to try to get it right.
I mean, I'll be here back during your talk, I'm fairly sure.
No worries. If not, you can watch the video later.
That's right.
There's another presentation.
That's not me. And that's the next guy.
Topic. Yeah.
Yeah, so, but on the other hand, like, when I looked at the informed stuff, and I realized it was a bunch of college.
You did fine.
Yeah,
Awesome.
amazing.
Thank you.
Like, to me, it was like,
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to see if I could make
my lobby
it
door.
was
Yeah.
kind of like,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's hot.
It is hot today.
Yeah, there was
I
a
wouldn't even
presentation
like that.
either last year or the year before about just I think it was only like a 15 or 20 minute introduction to that's how I want to write. I don't want to have to write my own parser or anything like that. It's like,
okay, so, but as you're figuring, I mean, as you made for me, I'm figuring out now, like, when I sit down to work with
Good.
the form.
Great. Streams up.
Yeah.
That's working.
I know,
That's
it's-
recording.
I
It's
know
just
the feeling
going.
when you want to write your own tool to something that the tool that you're given can't do.
Right, so I looked at the Z machine spec and it said, like, this is how it's modeled. And I'm like,
So Steve,
oh,
since
this
you're
is
the
a
most
way
senior
better.
person here, I've set that recorder going. I've set that recorder going. So if I snap and lose 20 minutes and come back,
Okay.
it's recording.
Okay, fantastic.
One thing which would be good, I can ask you the others, is
But I want to be able to, like,
it would help a lot if
well, and I think that
Kansasfest picked up like a 1 TB like SSD drive or whatever.
Just like a regular USB drive.
Well, they have like a smaller, like portable SSD drive.
Oh, you're talking about like a hard drive?
Yeah, like a hard drive.
A
Like a
solid state hard drive.
Yeah, but a solid state only because it's quieter and it's faster.
Sure.
And
for the camera or
for both, because what I'm doing is I'm kind of like throwing it onto mine, and I'm going to run out of space pretty soon. And
so we need it like in the next day or so.
That'd be nice.
Okay.
We're generating like 30, 40 gigs a day.
Right.
So you know, like a half terabyte or a terabyte drive, more than sufficient.
Okay, I will put out the thing and see who can do that.
Yeah. I mean, I can keep trying to go on everybody's little laptop couch, but that's going to eventually add up.
All right, I will put it out here.
Okay,
It's
great.
like very much like C. It's like very
Yeah,
simple.
yeah.
So, I just, the whole natural language thing, I find it really frustrating. It's like, I type stuff that seems like it makes sense, and then it says, I could not understand what you typed because what you typed could not be understood.
Yeah.
You know, it could be circular error messages that don't help me fix the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's my part. But I'm not like anti-informed. Everybody else seems to.
Well, I've got a working game now to reflect on.
Oh.
So I've got it to the point where there are things that there are steps that you have to take to solve the game. And I've got all those steps. Now I just need to be obstacles in the way.
Right.
So you have to do this first, or you have to avoid getting killed, as opposed to just being.
That's what I ordered. Is like start with the goal first, just going straight to the goal, and then work backwards and through.
Yeah. What is going to keep you from, like, you make the rear guard so you cannot see what's on it. Right. That kind of thing. That's important.
So yeah, one of my goals is that, like, I wrote a little lecture game for my own system. Just to test it out, and then I thought, well, what I should do is for the IFCOM coming up in September, I think. Like I should try to take that and then put it into, like, see if I can rewrite it.
Well, or just, at least it comes out as playable.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
I guess when you look at what everything is either TADS or informed, so it just seems like that's the fact that if you threw in like your own thing, it's like they probably being removed from that because it's not part of it.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's
there's nothing to
I think it's a license. It's an achievement in itself that we're doing something based on one of the existing rules. So,
well, I just like the code.
Yeah.
So there's no justification, just the coding, okay. So when you ended up with this Kim 1, but I thought that Kim 1 was just a single board.
It is a single board.
It's like a hex tab.
It is. And what I have is a Kim 1 with a backplane, two expansion boards, power supply, and a home built cabinet. So it's the single board still, but it's got all this other stuff hanging off. Okay. So it becomes, if you think this is,
Ken, will you be available this evening for more videoing?
Videoing?
Videoing,
Yes.
Okay.
I think I'm doing lightning talk.
Well, I mean, but that's just after a while. That's that goes away.
that was one of the questions of presentation was,
Dharmaka and Jalad.
At Tanagra.
At Tanagra, yes.
September
Of course.
91.
It has to be at Tanagra.
Oh, they are.
I'll never forget that night.
Hey Ken, those look more like student apples.
Sorry?
Your picture looks more like student apples, not steamed apples.
Oh, yeah, well, you do a Google image search for steamed apples, see what you find.
I had a grandmother who truly steamed apples when she steamed them.
So there are so many balls in the snap photo yesterday, I forgot about this one.
If you had baby steam, if you had a liquid or something.
Oh, so they.
Put them without liquid or steam.
So those probably are steamed.
Yeah, so you put them in like a perforated steamer on top of a pot with a small amount of water in the bottom. It's steamed. You dump them down in the water.
How do I get sound out? Like, I went to my system settings, I chose output, the Epson PJ. Is that what I want, or do I want to plug something into the headphone jack?
Nice to finally meet you. They're all big.
Do you know Steve?
Do we have about 5 minutes?
Great.
So I need an
Just
dual
enough.
RCA.
Sound out of my computer.
Oh, well then we need this thing.
Or this one.
It's buried. Here's your sound. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you. I'm stepping on something else.
I will be here to adjust the volume so that it doesn't or maybe you can. Well, you probably don't know how it sounds exactly, so
That's true.
I'll put
Seems to be okay.
basically, if we avoid feedback, we'll be good. Wow, that was simple. I thought it was going to be a complicated answer.
It always is with you.
It's true.
It's a very similar concept as far as it's printed out on basically a flat sheet that gets folded up. That's what we got for the prototype
What is the amount of games?
What's that?
How many books are we going to get?
Right. The current methodology that we've got, we have a price down at $250, and maybe we'll sell more than that. We figure, but at least it's yes, again, we're going to do a Saturday, and so we will sell the funding money so that it's going to be basically
Eventually.
We've heard of actually a local company to us that was pretty much
and you bring the books?
They can do it either as they can as a stack of flat sheets and assemble it, or
All right, let's get started here.
they will take care of but we have
Hello. Just talk through them.
Hello, hello, check, check, check.
Check.
We're starting
Is mine
now.
on? Hello? Is mine on?
Hi, everybody. Ken Gagne, who needs no introduction, and in fact has in the past introduced so many people at Kansasfest himself, is going to tell us about more steamed apples.
Is mine on? Hello?
Yes, it's on.
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear that from here. Great.
Okay. Well, I feel like I'm already contradicting Martin because I'm going to introduce myself. So welcome to my talk. Hope everybody's having a great Kansasfest. Hope everybody's staying hydrated. With all the hard work that we're doing, it's important to stay refreshed. My talk is More Steamed Apples, which is a continuation of last year's talk. You don't need to have attended that talk to thoroughly enjoy what I'm about to present. The show notes for this talk will be found on my website sometime in the next week and a half. I'm not somebody who puts their slides online because I don't feel my slides, the way I design them, they don't speak for themselves. If they did, I wouldn't need to be here presenting them. I would just give you a PDF and go home. So the full show notes will be found online with links to all the stuff I'm about to talk about. So a little bit of context. I have, for the last 3 years, been hosting a podcast called IndieCider. And on this podcast, I would interview independent game developers. These are people who are making their own games without large sums of outside capital or investment, or without selling the intellectual property rights to a third-party studio. So that means that they get to retain creative control of their games, and they get to do some really cool stuff. Sometimes it's not always profitable, sometimes they're just doing it for fun, but their idea is to do it for a living. And they're often able to have these fantastic stories that they share with me on their podcast, on my podcast. I actually just ended this podcast earlier this month after 3 years and 64 episodes. And in that time, I played 64 games and a lot of others that didn't necessarily make the cut. So I am happy to present to you some of those games today. If you how many people here are modern day gamers? Like they play on PC, Xbox, PlayStation? 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, 6. Well, I hope to get a few more of you playing, and if you are looking for somewhere to play games, that place would be Steam. Steam is an online game marketplace. It is for PC, Mac, and Linux. And you can go online and you can search for games by genre, like over here there are a whole bunch of tags, like action, adventure, casual, indie, racing, RPG, simulation, sports strategy. And you can find games for all those platforms and more, including VR, like Oculus Rift. And the games range from 99 cents to $25. Sometimes they're from small studios, sometimes they're from major studios. You can connect with other people who have Steam accounts, play online against each other, compare your stats. And speaking of stats, here are mine as of yesterday. I have 347 games in my Steam account, which is about $4,000 worth of games. I've played for about 113 hours, which isn't all that much. And in fact, 50 hours of this is because I accidentally left a game on pause in the background. And I didn't realize it would count. I thought it would only count if it was the frontmost app.
That's counting the odometer if you put the car
Exactly. And so I asked them, can you remove those 50 hours from my account because I don't want it to be inaccurate? And they said, no, we can't. Maybe you really were just sucking for 50 hours and you want it removed. And I'm like, I don't suck at games. But anyway. So this is exactly, almost exactly, 100 games more than this slide last year and $1,000 more. I did not spend $1,000 on games in the past year. I was not buying one game every 3 days. As a result of me having this podcast, people wanted to be on my podcast and have me play their games. So they would email me. Here's my inbox. Fumiko, Steam key. Major Tori, Steam key. Your Tanks vs. Aliens Steam key. People just emailing me. I didn't even ask. They just said, here's our free game. Come play it, please. It's usually $5, $10, $15. Just play it for free and put it on your YouTube channel. And I'm like, okay. I can't give these Steam codes away to other people because that's not why they were given to me. And so sometimes I just redeem them and download them and maybe I'll play them, which is why I said 82% of the games I own I have not yet played. They're just sitting there in my account. Evan?
So you mentioned Steam. What are your thoughts on GOG, Good Old Games?
So there are a lot of other online game marketplaces like GOG, itch.io, Humble Bundle, etc. The games I'm going to focus on today are solely for Steam. There are pros and cons to each, but Steam is a game marketplace where you install a client for PC, Mac, or Linux to download these games. And I'm going to show you some Apple II games that if you liked these old Apple II games, you should probably try these Steam games. They may not be by the same developer, they may not be the same franchise, but the gameplay, the aesthetic, something about them is very reminiscent. And I think that there are a lot of parallels between game design of 30, 40 years ago and today. Sometimes these developers of today are people who grew up with the same games we did. And now that they are their own game developers, they are inspired by the stuff they grew up with, and they want to recapture that, but in a new aesthetic. And so they've made new games that are very similar to what we grew up with. So I'm going to show you some old Apple II games. If you liked those, here are the Steam games you should try. More often than not, the Steam games will be available for PC, Mac, and Linux, but I can't guarantee that. You should check online. Sometimes it's Windows only, which is a bummer for me because I'm Mac only. Sometimes they're PC, Mac, and Oculus Rift, which I mentioned earlier, which is kind of cool. But anyway, they are all available on Steam, and like I said, show notes will be available later. So, let's start off with some genres. Arcade style action. By the way, I'm not going to be playing the games while you're watching me, because I would probably, take a while to boot it up, and then I die, and then configure my controls. So these are all videos I'm going to be showing you. Sometimes it's a video of me playing the game, but nonetheless, these are self-playing videos. Crystal Quest. I've heard people playing this just this past week. I was walking down the hallway, and I'm like, what's that sound? I know that game. Crystal Quest is a classic game that I think was originally released for the Mac, and then ported to the Apple IIgs. And there was a sequel, Crystal Crazy, as well. How many people here have played Crystal Quest? Yeah, it's a fantastic game. So you're this little orb floating around trying to collect all the jewels. You can shoot bullets at these things that come at you. Once you collect all the jewels, you go through the escape hatch. And if you get a bonus, sometimes there's like this Rube Goldberg-esque machine that calculates your score. If you touch anything, you die, which is, a good lesson for life, I suppose. Just keep your hands to yourself.
Apart from diamonds.
What's that?
Apart from diamonds.
Diamond?
You could touch diamonds.
Oh, okay. So if you liked Crystal Quest, this is one of my top 3 indie games from last year. I highly recommend a game called Ellipsis, spelled just like the piece of punctuation, Ellipsis. It is originally for iOS, and then he released it for Steam as well. And it's very similar. So I am this ball here, and I'm trying to collect these little other blue dots that show up. So 1, and then 2, and then 3, 4, 5, and then make my way to the exit, all without touching anything. And the levels get more and more frenetic. That is not the first level. And you don't even have to collect all the dots. You can see I missed a few right there. And eventually you get to branching paths, and you can choose which level you want to go to. It has some very innovative touch controls, different patterns you can choose. Like, you can put your finger right on your character, and it'll move wherever you go. But then you can't really see it because your finger's blocking it. So you can actually do an offset as well. Like, you're an inch to the left, your finger. So you can see where the thing is moving parallel to your own finger. It's really great. It's available for Steam if you want to play with a mouse or a touchpad. I enjoy it most on iOS. A lot of fun. This was this developer's first solo game ever. And this episode of the podcast was the first time he'd ever been interviewed, which was really exciting. And this game sold gangbusters, and now he's working on his next game. So highly recommend Ellipsis if you like Crystal Quest. Let's take a quick drink here. Action adventure. I combined these 2 genres. And actually there were so many games that I may be skipping a few, but let's start with Dino Eggs by David Schroeder. Classic Dino Eggs game. We actually just reviewed the original in Juice Yes about last year, I think. So this is a time travel platforming game where you go back in time to save dinosaur eggs and bring them back to the present. So you're this time traveler, there's your time warp gate, and you can warp around the level, and you have to pick up all the dino eggs and bring them back to the gate with you, while avoiding all the natural dangers that exist in prehistoric times. So there might be Mama Dinosaur, who suddenly decides to stomp on you with her foot. There are mosquitoes and worms and all other things trying to attack you. And again, you touch anything, you die, because that's a good action-adventure aesthetic, I guess, or gameplay mechanic. That spider is falling down trying to get you. So there was a indie developer who really loved this game, and he wanted to make his own homage to it. So he came up with his own sort of indie sequel, and he called it Dino Legs instead of Dino Eggs. Not an authorized sequel. But David Schroeder, who made this game, he's still around. He was on the internet. He found this game called Dino Legs, and he's like, what the heck? I didn't make this. I'm making a sequel to my game. I didn't authorize that. So the developer of Dino Legs said, oh, do you want me to take it down? And David Schroeder said, no, I want to work with you to make it an official sequel. And so they created Dino Eggs Rebirth. This came out early last year, 2016, even though it says 2015 there. So it was like the 24th anniversary or 34th anniversary or so. And this came out for a whole bunch of platforms. Here's the trailer, the official trailer for Dino Eggs Rebirth, where they compare the original and the new one. So now you're playing as the original explorer's daughter.
With nothing to shoot and nothing to shoot with.
So you can see it's like
have triggered the demise of the dinosaurs. What are you gonna do about it? Shoot everything that moves? I told you there's no shooting. But you can drop boulders. Find dino eggs. Rescue dino eggs. Warp into the future. Watch out for Dino Mom. Catch baby dinos. Capture baby dinos. Rescue baby dinos. Or out. Dino Mom is not pleased. Eat prehistoric flowers. Get contaminated. Contaminate others. Devolve into a spider. Find healing powers. Power up the time quartz. Start fires. Smother fires. Play at night. Smash creatures. Smash other players. Climb spider threads. Rescue your daughter. Rescue your dad. Even steal baby dinos from each other.
So as you can guess with an indie game, that was David Schroeder you were hearing narrate, talking about how all the different modes you can play as. There's a puzzle mode where you have a limited number of moves to finish a level. But my favorite actually is the multiplayer mode. You can play 4 players simultaneous, where you're all running around trying to get the eggs at the same time. I hooked up some joysticks to my laptop and gathered some friends around, and it was really cool. It was a lot of fun. I found the traditional action mode very similar to the original. I didn't think it was a huge upgrade, but when we added more players, it was a lot of fun. So if you want to go back in time with your friends and save baby dinosaurs, Dino Eggs Rebirth is your game of choice. A little bit less action, a little bit more adventure, Out of This World. One of my favorite games growing up. I actually played on the Super Nintendo, which, as you know, has the same CPU as the Apple II GS, which made for a pretty easy port. Anybody remember this game? Yeah. Known in most of the world as Another World. It was only in the United States it was released as Out of This World, which was a little confusing because it was also like a 80s sitcom about this young girl with time-stopping powers. Anyway, I guess that was my generation, not yours. So anyway, you are, I don't know what, I forget his name, Lester the Unlikely or something, and you're running around you find yourself on this alien world. You've conducted an experiment with a physics particle accelerator, and all of a sudden you wake up and you're being besieged by strange creatures, the likes of which you've never seen before. It uses rotoscoping graphics, which was relatively unheard of back then, especially on the Apple II GS. And in every particular environment or situation, there is a correct action to take. Like here, you have to run from the tiger all the way to the left, grab the rope until it breaks, then run all the way back to the right. And then here, you bump into an alien who shoots the tiger, and you think you're saved, but then the alien actually captures you and puts you in a cage. If you actually know all the correct steps to take, you can beat the whole game in about a half an hour. But figuring out what those steps are without cheating can take you hours, days, weeks. There was a sequel that only ever came out, I think, for the Sega CD called Heart of the Alien, and I don't think the original developer was involved in that, but I always wondered how the story ended, so I watched it, somebody play it on YouTube. This game has been re-released for iOS, Android, Steam. You can play like the 30th anniversary edition, so it's actually really easy to get a hold of. 10 years ago, that was not the case. I could not find this game anywhere. People had heard of it, it just wasn't easily accessible. Now it is. But I also recommend a game a little bit similar, a little bit more actiony, called Outland. Originally released for the Xbox 360, we actually talked about this on one of the very early episodes of the Open Apple podcast. I don't remember why. I think, Steve, you were on that episode, actually. So that might have been like episode number 4 or something. And Outland is similar to a game Jeremy was just showing me called Chameleon Run, also similar to an old shmup game called Radiant Silvergun, where you are either blue or red, and you can swap colors at any time, and you can only stand on platforms that are the same color as you. And you can only be hurt by bullets that are the opposite color of you. So you're exploring this world, trying to find items and increase your inventory, defeat the bosses, save the world, and all the time you're constantly swapping colors while you're going back and forth. So a little bit less puzzle-like than Another World, but the graphics are very similar, sort of like silhouetted, real but not quite real kind of look. It's a great game, and I really enjoyed it when it came out like 5 years ago. I made it all the way to the end boss, and they were just too hard. I'm like, ugh. I played for like 5-6 hours. I just need to play for 6 hours and 10 minutes to win, but that last boss just got me. Anyway, here's a game I hope everybody knows. Just from the footer, you should probably recognize it, and then the game opens up, it's Lode Runner. One of my favorite Apple II games. I was on this other podcast called New Game Plus, where 3 guys spend 7 days playing one old game, and then they talk about their experiences. They had me on as a guest. They said, Ken, pick any old game for any platform, any year ever. What game do you want to play for a week? And I said Lode Runner. They'd never heard of it because they're all younger than me, and they said it was actually the oldest game they'd ever played on their podcast. And they loved it, because at the end of the podcast, all 3 of them have to give it a thumbs up or thumbs down, and all 3 of them gave it a thumbs up. Great game. I loved it a lot. And you can still play it nowadays, because just a week ago today, July 13th, Lode Runner Legacy came out for Steam. This is a Windows-only game, but it is an official sequel. It's by the people who own the rights to Lode Runner, and they've made a whole new Lode Runner with a very different aesthetic, for better or for worse. So they're kind of going for a super enlarged pixel look, I guess, to play to the retro scheme. But this is Lode Runner Legacy. And even though some people are not huge fans of the graphics, you can see that the gameplay is the same, where you're running around trying to capture gold. There are these guards who are chasing you. They may have gold that you need to get from them. So you dig holes, they fall in, and you bury them. You can also make your own levels, which is one of the appeals of Lode Runner back on the Apple II. Actually, I think it's how they got all the difficult levels for the Championship Edition, was people made their own and submitted them. And it's also actually how Doug E. Smith made the original Lode Runner, was he crowdsourced it to the neighborhood kids and had them make levels. And they're also the original 150 classic levels, as you just saw, in the original aesthetic. So that's an easy way to play the Apple II game on Windows today without downloading a ROM or installing an emulator. Just grab Steam, grab Lode Runner Legacy, and it's in fact 20% off for the first week of its release, which ends today. So if you want to get Lode Runner Legacy, today's your last chance to get it at 20% off. Such a deal. So.
What's your commission?
None. I get no commission. I do engage in affiliate marketing, but not on Steam. So
Just 20% off of what?
100%. Anyway, let's move on to a different genre, survival. I want to show you a game that everybody played when I was a kid, and which was in this presentation last year, Oregon Trail. Everybody wants to make their way from Independence, Missouri, all the way to Oregon. What part of Oregon are you going to?
Willamette Valley.
That's it, Willamette Valley. Thank you. Thank you. So it is 1848. You're stocking up on supplies. You get to choose to be the banker or the carpenter. You get to caulk your wagon to ford the river. You get to buy oxen. You know how Oregon Trail works. Classic graphic right there. It's on the cover of the Oregon Trail card game that came out last year. It's been parodied a number of times. In fact, last year I showed you a game that started off as a parody and then became a full-fledged game, and that was Oregon Trail. Not Oregon, but Oregon, O-R-G-A-N. It was the zombie apocalypse, and you've loaded up your station wagon, you're trying to make it out west to a safe haven, free of zombies. It's actually a really good game with a lot of innovation, a lot of new features. They started as a joke on Facebook, it was just a Facebook game, and then they released it for Steam, iOS, PlayStation 4. Like, you can play Oregon Trail on everything. But that's not the game I'm here to talk to you about today. I'm here to talk to you about The Flame in the Flood. This is from a company that was formed in Boston when the company that made BioShock went out of business, Irrational Games in Boston. They were a huge employer in the Boston area where I'm from, and all of a sudden they released all these developers into the employment market. So a lot of them formed their own studios, and one company was formed called Molasses Flood. Molasses Flood is actually a historical event in Boston where this canister broke open and flooded the city with molasses. So much that people actually drowned and died. Like, this was a tragedy in the city of Boston. And now it's a company making video games. So The Flame in the Flood is similarly set after a flood. The world has flooded and you are floating down a river, Mark Twain or Huckleberry Finn or Tom Sawyer style, and you get to land at these little islands, or you can sail past them if you want, but each island has something that you may need. It could have some animals that you can trap and use their skins or pelts. It could have somebody who's willing to trade you for something. You might have parts for your boat so you can upgrade it to make it sturdier so that when you hit the rapids and you bump into a rock, you don't drown. It's a really, really difficult game. It's a resource management game. If you've played something like Don't Starve, it's very similar to that, which is probably one of the reasons I'm terrible at it. It's also what's known as procedurally generated, which means every time you play, it's a completely different layout. The river bends in different ways, the islands are in different locations, and what you find on those islands is different. So to give you an example, you might build a trap like that. If you can find enough lumber, if you find an axe, cut down trees, build lumber, set a trap, capture a wolf, use the pelt, stay warm, so that when it rains, you don't get cold and die. Jim?
Are these different versions that you can get with different runs of the program, are they generated at the time, or are they just stored and eventually it'll run through all the different storage routines?
So the question is there a set number of paths that are stored and it produces a different one every time you play? It picks from a pre-generated set? And the answer is no. It is generated on the fly every time you play, so that you are experiencing something that has never been seen before by anybody, including the developer. Now, it's drawing from a limited number of options. Like on the island, there are only like maybe 100 different things you can find, and obviously different combinations of those 100 things. But it's still a finite number. You'll probably never see every combination. I don't think that's possible. But The Flame of the Flood is a really good survival game. So they actually, when they were building it, they went on Kickstarter. I backed the Kickstarter, if you're looking for conflicts of interest there. And they advertised it as Oregon Trail on a river. And so I found the end result was very similar to that, with a lot more additional modern features like the resource management. Puzzle games. I actually have Carrington to thank for this one, because I had a modern game I really wanted to talk about, and I said, what old game is this like? And he said, oh, that's a lot like Pipe Dream for the Apple II, which I didn't even think of because I played Pipe Dream on my Game Boy, my black and white Game Boy, the original model, which some people have called the Fat Boy. Pipe Dream is a game where it has a starting point and they give you these tiles that you cannot rotate, and your job is to build a path for the liquid to flow from that starting point all the way until a certain number of tiles. That number expands as the game continues to make it longer and harder to play. But right here, you can see that he's built a path that's going to go this way, and right now it's going to hit a dead end unless he puts something there. But the tiles that he's given are randomly chosen, so he might not have what he needs in time. And oh no, it flooded. Game over, man. So, this is a lot of fun. It's something you can play over and over because it's different every time. Again, a finite number of tiles, but you never know which one you're going to get. You can see in the upper left corner there which one is supposed to come up next, so you can do a little bit of planning. But yeah, and he needs a curvy piece there, and he didn't get it.
That's really hard.
Yeah, so he really built himself into a corner there, which was not a good idea. If you like Pipe Dream, I really recommend World of Goo. Now this game is already about 10 years old because it was a launch title, or nearly so, for the Nintendo Wii, which came out, I believe, yes, in November 18th of 2006. I knew I had that somewhere. World of Goo is an awesome name for a game. It's also an awesome game. So what it does is it gives you all these little blobs. And the blobs, they love each other. They want to connect to each other, just like people do, right? And so you get to drag and drop them and form these structures from this living goo. But your enemy is physics, because you can see he's trying to build a bridge across so that he can connect to these other blobs, but the bridge is starting to lag, or built to make it happen. So you can build up, down, left, right. Again, if you build it too tall, it might fall over, and there are levels where you have to build very tall towers and get it just right. Kind of like when you're sitting at the restaurant and start playing with the cups of cream. You just build towers and they fall over. And then Denny's brings over your moons over my hammy. Anyway, slight tangent. But yeah, so World of Goo is a great game. Anybody ever played World of Goo?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, like
It's
4
a
or 5 of
great
you. What's that?
Fabulous game.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And it's available for almost everything. In fact, they just released it for the Nintendo Switch, which is a brand new video game console that just came out 4 months ago. And it's a 10-year-old game, but they figure there may be people who still haven't played it yet, and the Switch might be their first opportunity to do so. I recommend it on a system that you can do point and touch or point and click, so that's why it was really good for the Wii when it first came out. If you have a trackpad or a mouse, I guess that would work too, but probably a mobile device would be even better. So anyway, World of Goo. Here he is playing with the albino goo, which has the exact same properties. But the goos themselves, I don't believe, change. See, he has to build them all the way up there to that tower, which is ridiculously high. So, but yeah, if you like Pipe Dream, I recommend World of Goo. Lemmings. I think, I don't remember what studio made this for the Apple II. Has anybody heard of them? Anyway. The FTA, that's right. I knew it was some French group. The FTA. That's
I thought
right.
it was the French United Crackers Clan.
That's right. Or French Touch. I don't know. There's so many French groups. They just start to blur together after a while. Anyway, so Lemmings, which was originally created by Psygnosis. Hi, Jason.
DMA Design.
That's right. I'm sorry, DMA.
Who then made Grand Theft Auto.
Right, right. And then ported to the Apple II by Brutal Deluxe. And this is a game where you have these little lemmings. They're almost like Smurfs, and you get to assign each one a job. You have a limited number of jobs that you're allowed at the beginning of the level. In this case, you're given, I think, 10 diggers, and you have 10 lemmings. So you make each one a digger. They dig a hole, they drop down, and then they march to the exit. And thus, you have saved your lemmings. Other lemmings include umbrella lemmings, exploding lemmings, crossing guard lemmings that stop people from walking in certain places, stair building lemmings, mining lemmings, where they take a pickaxe and they dig a vertical or horizontal hole. And there, you've saved the lemmings. Very good. If you like lemmings, oh, and there's the soundtrack. Now see this one, if they fall too far, they go splat. Oh no! Oh, but he assigned them the umbrella job. So that's the occupation you get in this level. You get 10 umbrellas to use, you give them to your 10 lemmings, and they safely parasol down to the exit. Phew! Alright. So last year I got a pitch to cover a game that I'd never heard of, and they said, hey Ken, if you like lemmings, you'll like Inklings. I was like, tell me more. I don't know how they knew I liked lemmings, but Inklings originally came out for iOS, now is available for Steam, and it's almost the exact same idea. On this level, build a bridge, and they come out of that hole on the left, and you need to get them into that hole on the right. And these are, it's using a portal, if you ever played Portal, so it goes down there and comes out there. And he built a bridge, and he assigned them wall climbing ability. Or when they pass that little spider, it makes them able to climb walls. And that's how they got them up to that hole, because you change their ability. Oh, but sometimes you can't save everyone, but you've saved enough. You have to save 4 Inklings, and he saved 4, not all 5 that were available.
Yeah, it's like Lemmings.
Yeah, it's very like Lemmings. So there are some of the jobs, I think. Actually, this game has a very unusual aesthetic. The art style is... There are some levels that look like they were drawn with crayons, and that's intentional. It's not that it's bad art. He's trying to make it look like a children's playroom. And you can see it right there. He didn't even stay in the lines. My goodness. But yeah, you can make portals to make them teleport to different places, give them jobs, try to save enough of them, and you'll succeed. So. Inklings. Very similar to Lemmings. Text Adventure. You wouldn't think that there'd be a lot of modern equivalents to Text Adventure, but in fact, the Text Adventure community is super alive and super fanatic, very much like Apple II enthusiasts. They love making new text adventures in systems like Inform, which we saw earlier today. This, of course, is Zork. You are west of a house, you're sitting in an open field, there's a small mailbox here. You can go in different directions. You type north, south, east, west, get lamp, get axe, kill goblin, etc. Very technically possible for a system that is not very graphic intensive, just a lot of text. Modern machines like this one that I'm using here can do really complicated and advanced graphics. And so, of course, you can also do just text. You can have text adventures on a modern machine. And this one in particular is Leadlight Gamma. Leadlight was made by an Apple II developer named Wade Clark in Australia, and he developed it in Eamon or Eamon for the Apple II? Eamon? E-A-M-O-N is how it's spelled. I made Eamon games when I was in grade school. It's a fantastic system where you can carry players from, you create a character, you can carry it through all these different adventures. You can go to the Eamon Adventurers Guild website nowadays and still download hundreds of different adventures that you can go on. It's a lot of fun. And so Wade Clark took his Leadlight adventure that he released for Eamon and he ported it to Inform, which is the modern interactive fiction engine that a lot of people use nowadays. So this is the Inform version of Leadlight. If you've already played it on the Apple II, it's very similar, except now it has a lot more features like an auto map, so you can actually see how the rooms connect and where you've been and what the exits are. It has a soundtrack, so there's actually music that plays as you go from room to room. You can save your game, of course. It's built, I think, in a system called Gargoyle, so you don't need to install anything. It just like comes with Gargoyle, you launch it, and it runs. And it's a lot of fun. When he submitted Lead Light Gamma, no, I'm sorry, when he submitted the original Lead Light to the annual Interactive Fiction Competition, which JuiceGS supports every year with donations and prizes, he won what was called, I think, the Golden Banana. He had the biggest difference between the highest score and the lowest score. So like some people are like, oh, this game is okay, might be an 8, maybe a 9. 8 and 9, not a big difference. People with Lead Light, they're like, wow, this is amazing, this game's like a 10. I hate this game's a 0. You win the Golden Banana for the biggest range of scores. And I think one of the reasons he got such a low score is because the original Lead Light was built in Amen. You had to have an Apple II or an emulator to run it. Everybody else was running on Inform, you just download it to your Mac, it works. But with his game, he's like, no, you need to have a machine from 1977 or an emulator with a ROM that you can't legally procure. So here's a ROM grabber for your 1977 machine that you own, of course. People are like, are you serious? You want us to go through this much work to play a game? 0. So now he can play it on the Mac. It's native to this operating system, super easy, super fun, and unlike the original, not free. He actually is now making it a commercial game because games and developers who do hard work deserve to be compensated. And also, if he released this game for free when other interactive fiction developers are releasing their games commercially, he's undercutting them. He's setting a new expectation that games should be free. And they really shouldn't, because people work hard on these things. All right. I think this is my last genre. I actually cut out some because I wanted to be sure to get to this. This is very similar to Text Adventures, but I'll go through some of the ways it's different and why, even though I have just 9 minutes left. So, choose your own adventure. This is a twist-a-plot from Scholastic Microzine. If you've ever met me at any previous Kansasfest, you know I love Microzine. A twist-a-plot is just, like I said, a choose-your-own-adventure, just like the books were, where there is a story being told, and at certain points in the story, it asks you, what do you want to do? Do you want, like in this case, it's a haunted house adventure. That's the Belnord Manor, I believe. And the story begins with you waking up in the middle of the night, dripping in sweat, because you had a nightmare. So, press spacebar to continue. Come on. There you go. You're about to enter a twist-a-plot story. And there you are at home. It's 3 a.m. And suddenly it says you wake up in the middle of a nightmare because you dreamed you saw Kevin Savage trapped in the old abandoned Belmore house. He was screaming to you for help. But was it really a dream? And so the game asks, what do you want to do? Do you want to go back to sleep? Do you want to call Kevin to check? Or do you want to just go directly to the Belmore house? It's 3 a.m., you wake up in the middle of the night, and you're going to believe a dream. So even though I typed 2 there, I actually typed 3. And I go to the house because I am so concerned for Kevin's welfare, and I have so little faith in his ability to watch out for himself, that I'm going to go to the Belnor house at 3 a.m. and make sure he's okay. So that was a choose your own adventure. You pick 1, 2, or 3, and the story proceeds from there. You could even just draw a map to see all the different branching paths of which way you can go. Now I actually have, I think, 4 games I'm going to recommend if you like choose your own adventure. The first is called Emily is Away, and this game has all kinds of nostalgia built into it. One of my first instant messages, besides CompuServe and Genie chat rooms, was AIM. So I would get on AOL Instant Messenger, and I would pull up my friends list, and I would chat with people. And that's what this game replicates. It starts off where you're a senior in high school, you're a guy, your friend Emily is online and you're chatting with her, and you're talking about how you hope you stay in touch when you go to college. And every time she says something, you are presented with some choices of how you want to reply. And you can, so right here, it's waiting for me to type something in, and I type on the keyboard, and no matter what letters I actually press, it's going to type option I chose on the previous level. So I'm not actually typing Emily Howdy. I could be typing ASDF, ASDF, and Emily Howdy shows up. And then I press return, and she talks to me. Xenon is the screen name I used when I was in high school because I love elements on the periodic table. And so we're chatting. Now she says, what's up? Nothing much, the ceiling, talking to you. Just like in AOL, I can choose my fonts, my colors. I even choose my avatar, which says Lord of the Rings, because those movies were just coming out back then. This character is a bit younger than me. I was out of college when Lord of the Rings came on, but I can still empathize with what he's going through, because online communication with people of whatever gender you're attracted to can be super awkward, no matter what age you are. And so this was a lot of fun for me. The sequel actually just came out. I think it's called Emily is Also Away. No, Emily is Away 2, T-O-O. But this game, the first one, is free. It's absolutely free. So not only is it a choose your own adventure, but it's also AOL Instant Messenger with all the sound effects, which I don't have playing right now, but you hear the door open when somebody on your buddy chat comes back online. It's ridiculous. Another game I recommend is Open Sorcery. Open Sorcery, not open source. Made by Abigail Korfman, and it is basically like a hypertext adventure where you play a sentient firewall. You are a fire elemental who has been bound to protect a computer network. So everything in here, it's sort of like Shadowrun. It's a combination of technology and magic. And every day you scan the local area to make sure that there are no other spirits or ghouls or demons trying to infiltrate the network. And you do that just by clicking on the red text. So here, what do you want to do? Do you want to talk to this person? Do you want to alert your creator? Do you want to do nothing? And you just click on the option you want. I asked the creator of this game, why do you choose this sort of interface instead of a text parser, like a text adventure? She had a fascinating answer. It was the longest episode of IndieCider I've ever done because we had so much to chat about. She said that with a text adventure, there are two games you're playing simultaneously. One is you're trying to decipher the logic of the puzzle and how to solve it. Oh, I need the key to open the door. Oh, I need to give the comb to the mermaid. Okay, I can figure that out. The other metagame you're playing is what commands does the creator want me to use to convey that solution? In this game creator's opinion, one of those games is fun. The other one is not. Oh, you want me to use get instead of take, or drop instead of remove. I understand how to solve the puzzle. How do you want me to solve the puzzle? That's frustrating for her. So she says, this is just the first part of the game. How do I solve this puzzle? And there are multiple different endings. Like in this game, you can interact with different people in the environment, build relationships with them, and as you get to a certain point in the game, you need to have a certain proficiency of relationship in order to recruit them to help you fight these demons. And I got what I considered a bad ending. I was able to defeat the enemy elemental that was trying to infiltrate the network, but at the cost of my own life. I was just gaining sentience, but I had not convinced enough people to help me because I had made bad choices earlier. And so I started the whole game over and I played it again and got a little bit better, but still not the ending I wanted. But it doesn't look like much, but of all the games I've played for IndieCider podcast in the last year, I probably played this one the most because it was so much fun. The Warlock of Firetop Mountain is another modern game you'll like if you like Choose Your Own Adventures, or if you like Dungeons and Dragons, or if you like game books. Has anybody here ever used a game book? Ever played with a game book? Jason has. Anybody else? Yes, Ralph. So a game book, it's kind of like a Choose Your Own Adventure. It's a print book, but very often there are random elements involved. Like, do you want to fight the goblin, it says? Yes. Well, in that case, roll the dice that came with the book. If you rolled a 6, you kill the goblin, go to this page. If you rolled a 2, you didn't kill the goblin, go to this page. It's like a one-player D&D adventure that you don't need a dungeon master to run you through. The Warlock of Firetop Mountain was a game book that was published by Steve Jackson and Ian Livingstone in 1982. There have been multiple games based on it. The latest one just came out last year, and I am such a fan. So here I am. I hope it's not too dark for you to see. I'm just entering the dungeon, and it says, do you want to turn west or do you want to turn east? And so right there's your choose your own adventure. Which part of the dungeon do you want to go to? And you can't see the rest of the dungeon. You don't know what the result of your action will be. If I choose turn east, my little piece jumps along, like goes on a board, which is super fun. And then it says, oh no, there's the sound of marching. Do you want to face what's coming at you, or do you want to hide inside this little hole in the wall? Again, a choice. So I'm going to choose to hide, and he ducks into that little corner, and then it says, oh, there's a goblin army marching by. They don't see you. Do you want to jump out and attack them and get the surprise element, or let them pass? And I choose let them pass. Let's see, can I... Whoops. I was trying to jump ahead in the video, because there actually is a... Let's see, turn that on. Yeah, I have a minute and a half. I will be done by then, which is super exciting. Here we go. And at certain points in the game, there are monsters, and you get to fight them. And it switches to a grid-based battle system. So everybody moves simultaneously, so you need to predict their action. So I choose I'm going to move to this path, or this block right here, that tile. And then there are 3 slime zombies. I can choose different camera angles to see exactly how it's laid out. And when I move, so does everybody else. And then you can attack them. There are also different characters you can choose to play as, like the ranger, the cleric, the thief, the fighter. They all have their own backstories. Like at one point, I went into the dungeon and somebody said, "Oh, I know you from so-and-so town." I'm like, I didn't know that. That's cool. Last game I want to bring up in my last 36 seconds is Firewatch, which came out for PS4 and then for Steam. And it is a game set in 1989 in the Shoshone National Forest, just south of Yellowstone. You are a fire tower fire watcher, and you are trying to decipher some mysteries that are going on around town, which is very odd in the forest. And Delilah is talking to you. She's her boss, your boss. She's talking to you on the CB radio, and she gives you choices of what do you want to do. And so you go exploring through the forest while you are trying to solve these mysteries. So here I am in the forest walking around. I'm out of time. And you get to examine different things, pick up some inventory. There's no fighting, no monsters. This is what some people call a walking simulator, because there's no way to die. You're just exploring an environment. But the story that is crafted over the 90 days of the one summer that you're in this forest, it is super awesome. It's very compelling, very engaging. I love this game. The voice acting is fantastic. I think it features one of the main actors from Mad Men, actually, which I never saw, so I can't tell you who it is. But that's it. So if you want to get a list of all these games, they'll be posted to Apple II Bits in the next week and a half. You can subscribe to RSS or email subscriptions, both free, to get my weekly updates every Monday. And do I have time for questions? Yep. And I don't have time for questions, but I'm here all week, so feel free to chat with me about games anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. We are going to roll right on, without a break, to Michael Sternberg, who's going to talk to us about a build pipeline for Inform, correct? Yes. Excellent.
Oh, I was looking for that. That's where it was.
So you need a download of some sorts?
No, what I was able to do last time was testing it was stretch this stretch this across.
This what?
Oh, I see. You're going straight into projection. Okay, sure. That works.
Oh, yeah, Albert. Yeah. No? I haven't played in a while. I guess
We're pretty close to you. And then this just goes in your pocket.
Yeah, would you like a microphone back?
Yes, please.
They usually play
exercising you all the time.
All right, for this talk, I have a document that can go along with it because I'm going to be typing in a lot of commands, and you wouldn't be able to remember all those. And so there's a PDF and some demo files available at 16kram.com. But I do have some hard copies available, and just a limited number. So I'll just put a few out, and the people who are especially interested can grab one. Otherwise, that PDF is the same document. So several years ago, Carrington gave a talk on Inform, how to use Inform to build a text adventure, and I recall leaving that talk with being excited about the prospect of creating a text adventure that runs on an Apple II, and I never really followed through on that. It turned out that it's possible, but it seemed to have been kind of lost knowledge. So I earlier this year I was had the idea of making a text adventure to play while here at Kansasfest, and as I was working on that project, I was more intrigued about how to get Inform to run on the Apple II. So that's what this talk is about. So a little bit. So again, at 16kram.com is a PDF. Did you find it? Did you go there? Yeah. And people of future, it may not be right there at the top of the web page. You'd have to search for KFest 2017. And then I'm using the GNU tool, so Mac OS should be good if you already have, say, Xcode and command line tools installed. Linux, you're good. Windows, you're good if you use Cygwin. Just want to acknowledge some of the people who really done all the real hard work. So Graham Nelson for creating the Inform compiler and reverse engineering the Z machine specs. And then I'm going to be using partially a minimized Inform library for targeting computers with limited memory resources called MinForm. And then really, as far as Apple II goes, there's a gentleman named Steve Nicholas who created a couple tools. The first one in 2002 called it was to handle some of the interleaving that's required to get the story files onto a disk image. And then he revisited it last December and created a tool to write the version 5 Z code story files, like the end of the Infocom era, like the Border Zone and Sherlock Holmes. Those were version 5 games. So those spanned across 2 disks. So the second disk is like 18 sectors. So he solved that problem. So he really, any applause really should go to him. So again, the goal of this, we have an Apple II. We want to have a disk image at the end that has the Infocom Z machine interpreter and a non-Infocom story file. And I'm going to be looking at mainly 2 versions. Version 3, which is like the grand majority of Infocom titles were version 3. So think of spell like Starcross all the way to the Lurking Quarter. So it's like from 82 or 83 to the late 87s. So that's version 3, and then version 5 is a little bit more sophisticated interpreter. You get get to make larger files. You have more control over some hardware, like you can place the cursor wherever you want, and it may be able to make a more interesting adventure game with that. So I'm going to be covering these ingredients, these three things. So the first we need to get is an interpreter, the Z Machine interpreter. We're going to get that from an Infocom disk. And then our own Z code, which we will build using an Inform compiler and Inform libraries. So we'll get to that. And then, as I mentioned before, Steve Nicholas's sector interleaving tool to write it to a floppy disk image. So there's another 40th anniversary here. That's for the mainframe version of Zork. It was written in MDL, a Lisp-like language, and ran on a PDP-10 that had about, it's different word size, but I've read that it's about a meg of memory. It started development in the winter of 1977, and there was probably something substantial by this time of year in 1977. And it kept on being added to until the spring of, or the winter of 1979, when they had basically exhausted that 1 meg of memory, and the game couldn't grow anymore. But when those MIT programmers decided to form Infocom, one of their first products they decided to work on was a microcomputer version of Zork. So here I'm pointing out that their target platform was a 32K Apple II, or II Plus, and the TRS-80 Model 1, also with 32K. So the problem they faced was how to get a game that was requiring a meg of memory to something that requires 32K of memory. So that's well documented. I won't go into that, but their solution involved building a Z machine, virtual machine, to handle to run their own language. I think we'll have some details in a moment. But this was Infocom's build process. So they would create an MDL. They made an MDL-like programming language called Zork Imitation Language. So that saved them a lot of time there because they didn't have to rewrite everything they had done for the deck. And then they had a compiler called Zilch, but that outputted a machine, an assembly language for the Z machine. So very similar to, say, the CC65 build process, where you go to the CC65 creates assembly, and then CA65 takes this assembly and makes machine code. So here our machine code is Z code, which I'll be calling a story file or Z code interchangeably. So the Z machine is a virtual machine or imaginary machine. It's optimized for running text adventures. They took some inspiration from Pascal because they saw it was possible to create a cross-platform interpreter, a bytecode interpreter. And Pascal had P machine and P code. Infocom called their machine the Z machine, and it interprets Z code. And so they would cross-compile on a deck, PDP 10 or 11, this MDL-like source code to generate the Z code. Then once you have that Z code, it needs to run inside an interpreter. So we're talking about what is a Z machine interpreter program, and what versions of that interpreter exist on the Apple II, and how are we going to get this interpreter off of a disk image. So just briefly, you can think of the interpreter as being an emulator of the Z machine, and much like very similar to me, like BASIC. There's a BASIC interpreter and there's BASIC bytecode, so that same concept there. These are the major different versions of the Z machine interpreter. Version 1 through 3, I'll be calling ZIP. version 1 would have been the very, very earliest personal software version of Zork, and I saw some that doesn't even exist on archive as the Mob Archive. There's only version 2 of Zork 1, and its story file was limited to 128K. And over time, machines started getting more memory, and it used to be just just uppercase characters, and so they now had computers that could do uppercase and lowercase instead of machines that just had 16K RAM. Now machines started coming out with 64K RAM. So around 84, 85, they came up with a new version of the Z machine called EZIP or LZIP, and it could handle larger story files. And then the other version we're going to talk about is version 5. So I would say some of the main differences is that on version 5 requires a computer with 128K RAM, and often it could require 2 disks. And where if you want a simpler game, you'd be using version 3 of the Z machine. So that was the major versions of the Z machines. Here are some minor versions. So if you can't read it, I have, and here's something that's interesting. So there's a serial number that you see when you boot up an Infocom game, and initially they expected that to be a unique serial code for every diskette. But luckily for us, it's the compile date, and so we get a nice timeline of when these were actually compiled at Infocom. So at first there wasn't even a minor version. You won't be able to figure out what it was for the earliest version of Deadline. It just doesn't return anything. But by Sorcerer, there was a version 3A that's 84, and then Sea Stalker's version B, and so on. And then out of the version 3s, as far as I know, M is the most mature version of it, 86 in this case, for Moon Mist. And then 4, these are I think the only titles in version 4. A Mine Forever Voyaging, Trinity, Bureaucracy, and Northern Burt.
Hey Michael, can we switch mics? Yours is cutting out. It just started doing that.
And then on the version 5, there's a Border Zone. This is 87. And then there were some re-releases of some earlier games, like Hitchhiker's Guide came out as a solid gold release. That was also on the version 5 zip machine, and Sherlock Holmes. So we're going to take a look at what an Infocom disk looks like. How is it organized? And there are three segments. So the first is the boot code and the Z machine, and then the Z code or the story file, and then the remainder, just unused space. So if I were to show it as like this this picture here, we have a kind of a standard 16-sector disk. The first 3 tracks, or 12K, is the Z machine interpreter. And then immediately after that, so starting at 12K plus 1 bytes, is the beginning of the Z code. That goes however far it can go, up to 128, which luckily is like right at the very end. There's maybe 2K to spare. If you had a full 128K story file, it fits happily underneath the disk's 140K capacity. That's for the earlier version 3 of an Infocom disk. For version 5, the X zip or experimental zip, it would normally span two floppies. So the first one is 16 sectors, and up to 98.5K would be on the first disk. And then it spans to the next disk, which is the 18 sector, and then it would end wherever it ends. This was not needed for space capacity, because if you had a full 256K Z machine or Z code file, it would fit happily even if this were 16 sectors. I think they did it for speed purposes, because you'd have to traverse less media to read in the file, and perhaps it's a way of foiling casual piracy, because I think most of the titles are not copy protected. Then using Charles's imaging tool, the Z code is, for the most part, is written in an interleaved order. So if it were non-interleaved, so I have these three bands, or the three tracks of the boot code and the Z machine interpreter. Then the rest is the Z code. If it were written in a non-interleaved order, byte 0 would be right here, and then it goes up to byte 255, and then when it starts the next sector would be at 256, and so on, up to 511, and then to 512, and go on around. But a common disk optimization would be to interleave it, so that because it takes some time for the computer to ingest what it just read, the media is still spinning, and so in this case, after it's read this sector of bytes, it would have to wait for this media to spin all the way around before it could start reading sector 1. But here, with about 6 or 7 sectors between, when it gets about to here, it's ready to read the next sector, and so from 0 to 1, to 2 to 3 to 4, and so on. So most of there's one exception that I'll cover later on, but for the most part, all the Infocom titles are written with this Z code in this interleaved order. So to extract a Z machine, we're talking about version 3 right now. I mean, if you needed it to just understand what major version it is, there is a way to look at it at a disk image and find out. For the minor version, you can find that out within the game. And then we're going to use a Unix tool, the head tool, to read out 12K and write it to a file. So it's pretty simple. So to determine whether you're running which version, major version it is, 3, 4, 5, you can boot up the game and you can take a look at the serial number. In this case, it's 850501, so May 1st of 85 was the compile date. And then if you were to take a peek at the, using some sort of hex dumper, in this case I'm dumping this out, and then I search for the string 850501, and it finds it here. You're at the very beginning of the Z code header. The Z code header is right here at the beginning of 12K plus 1 bytes. That's 3 is hiding there, so it'd be a 4 or 5 in the other versions. Well, the other versions are bigger, so we say it. But if you found the serial number, just look about 19 bytes before that, and you'll find the major version number. To find the minor version number on a zip version 3, you'll run within the game, instead of saying go left, or go west or go right, north, you type in $verify, and it will do a disk check, and it will also return the minor version number, unless a minor version number is undefined, like with the earliest one, like deadline. So here it's version E, and here it's version M. So it'd be like 3M or 3E. I'm going to be talking about it later on. So this is on Wishbringer, and this is the Lurking Horror. And then to extract the first 12K from a disk file, we're going to be using the head file, the head command, which normally, for those of you who aren't as familiar with Unix commands, this would normally print out the first 10 lines of a text file. but there's an option to count bytes instead. And so I'm telling it to read it, to print out or list out the first 12K, and I'm going to write that out to a file instead of to the screen, which would be gibberish. To determine the minor version of a version 5 game, instead of $verify, it's the command is called version, and it's probably hard to read because of the 80 columns. But this one is version A. This is Beyond Zork. It's out on Asimov, and then this one says version F. I only know of 3 versions: A, E, and F on X-Zips. And very similar to before, instead of 12K, it's 16K. So now we're going to demo time. So I'm going to download some disk images from archive, and I'm going to extract the zip and X-Zip and save it to a file. So, in the zip file that I put out on the site, I think I already included the disk files, so you wouldn't have to get them. But I'll push my luck and get them here. So they, like I said, the version 5 games, Beyond Zork and Sherlock, are 2-disc games, so they brought over 4 files, and then Wishbringer and Lurking Horrors, 1 file each. That was version E a moment ago. Sorry. We have 2 12K files that contain the zip interpreter. I'll go ahead and do the, let's see. Okay, so I guess I do need to do the 5 as well. All right, so we have our zips, our interpreters. that was our first ingredient, so to get the interpreter. Second ingredient is to get Inform compiler, and later on we're going to get the Inform libraries. They're distributed separately. So our build process will be using Inform to compile our source code into Z code. It's one step, but it requires the libraries to implement the parser. Now the current version of Inform is 7, but if we're interested in writing out Z code for a version 3 interpreter, we need to go back 20 years. Last time that version of Z code was supported by Inform, and that's Inform 615, and that's available as source code on the Interactive Fiction Archive. Now there's some tarnish, there's some rust that is accumulated on that code, and so there's a few little fixes that I have to do to get it to compile. So in this next demonstration, we're going to download the source zip, which you'll find in the demo, the file that was distributed from my website. We need to unarchive it, and then what's funny is that the files don't have .c or .h extensions. We need to add that. Then we need to modify a header file, and then it will build. And then we'll write a very simple Inform program and test it out. Is that time remaining or time elapsed?
Time remaining.
Okay. So I've already downloaded.
I'll just leave it for you.
Thank you. So I will unzip the Inform code. Into a subdirectory. And like I said, all the files are lacking extensions, and GNU compiler won't like that. So I'm going to use a command called rename to modify anything that all the end of lines, end of files, we're going to replace with the .c for all the files there. So now everything has a .c, but that really got too much. There's a header file I need to rename. It's a .h, and the release file that needs to be .txt. And then we need to fix the header. Not really fix it, but it's set to compile for the Archimedes, which I know. Boo, Acorn.
Hit on Acorn?
Yeah.
Don't you mean nuts to Acorn?
Oh.
Thank you. I'm here till Sunday.
And then to compile it, to say cc out. We're going to create a file called Inform using all the C files. It does make some noise, but we do have an executable called Inform now, and it does do something. I'm going to write a very simple hello program. Let me copy that to something in my path.
You know CP.
Thank you. And then I can go back here. .inf. What's nice is that Vim understands Inform language as a syntax. So C-like, but not all the way. Caret is end of line. or new line. When compiling with Inform, you can say version 3 or version 5 or version 4, whatever. We want to make a version 3 using hello. And now I have a new file, this hello.z3, which is the Z code. So here I'm going to, because we've been going through so much boring stuff, I want to throw a bone and create a disk image using some trickery. So I'm going to do something. I have a 3E interpreter here. That one is magic because it's the only one that doesn't do interleaving. So I'm going to just cat the interpreter and our Z code into a file. Now it needs to be 143K, so I need to figure out what's the remainder. And I'm going to use head again to read out 129 bytes of zeros. Into... Oh, yeah, thank you.
This is so cool.
So now I have 143. Oh, I do want to say, just to make sure that we have something that runs, if I run frots on that Z code, it does spit out something. So I'm gonna run WinApple.
Awesome.
Finally, a text adventure I can finish without cheating.
All right, so that's not a text adventure, though, right? That hello, hello, hello. Or it's the worst text adventure ever. So you need a parser, and that's implemented in the libraries, as Evan discussed earlier this morning. The Z machine does not innately contain a parser. So for that, we need to get an Inform library, and it's going to define the grammar, and it has the parser that you shouldn't have to touch, and a list of verbs that maybe you do have to touch. And for this example, I'm going to use the MinForm library, which is a minimal set of features. It takes away a lot of the stuff like the take all, and it reduces the Z code by about 20K is what I saw. So a little example that I tried was 40K without it and 20K with it, with using MinForm. So really it shouldn't matter too much because the Z machine has this virtual memory, but maybe it helps you out if you're targeting say a C64 or an Atari. So I'm going to download and archive MinForm. It also has a little bit of Rust, and then we're going to compile that. There's a little example text adventure that comes with the library, and we'll run that. All right, so I have the MinForm downloaded as a zip file. What I need to fix is that, I guess this was written for an operating system that didn't care about case. And so I need to just rename grammar to be upper G. I need to rename parser to be uppercase P. I need to rename verblib to be capital V, capital L. And then I can compile. And it creates minform.z3. And so that's the text adventure we just compiled. I'm going to leave that for now, and we'll come back to that and put it on a disk later. If you want to go with the full featured Inform library, there's there's a library called 6/3. So they had a numbering system like 6/1/2/3/10/12, but /3 seems to be a good fit for 615. So in the next demo, we're going to download that one. It also has similar problems we just need to fix. Again, I need to rename these files to have a .h extension. And I need to fix the file name for verblib to be uppercase. And need to compile. I'm sorry, no. I'm going to copy this adventure. It's like the original adventure game that's out there on Interactive Fiction Archive to this directory. Specified version 5 as my for Inform. So now I have a Z5 file. And that runs within Fraught, so So the last ingredient is the sector interleaving tool. So the original one from 2002 was written in DOS for QBasic. I did a modest amount of work to convert that to a C program. So and then like I said in December, Steve Nicholas created a tool for handling version 5 interpreters. So I'm going to get the interleaving tool that I wrote. It's on Bitbucket. And I already have it compiled, so I'll skip that. And I have the minform example from earlier. I'm going to go ahead and just use that. I'm sorry. already have it compiled, so I'm gonna just run it, right? So now we have a minform.dsk. And that's running the text adventure, the min form example. The same thing, it's basically the same steps for the version 5.
Yeah. So kind of close up.
Yeah. And so really it's just the same command, but with a different executable to create version 5. There is one thing, is that you have to give it 2 file names, your first disk name and your second disk name for the 16 sector disk and then the 18 sector disk. But it's documented in that PDF, so everything I was going to say, probably more eloquently, is on the PDF. So that's about it. I've run out of time. So thank you.
Dinner time. We will be back this evening with a special session of lightning talks.
Oh, there was one thing I meant to just point out, is that one thing that's interesting is that you can go out to the Internet Archive and grab Z code that other people have done, like award-winning authors like Andrew Plotkin, and write an Apple II disk with his adventure game, like A Change in Weather.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Can we keep the handouts?
Yes.
So tonight we'll have lightning talks, 1 hour of 12 5-minute talks, all in a row, starting at 6:45, right here. It was over in
Someone who was stay around and talk. Good chance if you stay up and start talking now.
I figured it's a PDF, right?
Oh, that would be wonderful. I forgot that Sean said we're playing D&D during that. I will not go to D&D.
No, I planned. So, guys,
Is there a break after? There's a little and so we know the I got a photo of it, but it is still upstairs.
was the time.
One thing is, one thing that
I think a lot of guys because when the PC raised, it was already in the package. So
I've got to sign up in the lobby for
too expensive to reach the US $1,000 something. And France decided to decide. So you post something, the guy has this one.
All I have to do now, I'll try to make it
cheaper to 20 more books parallel to standard. Download for hours. Everyone can see the high school. You sit around the front games, the center, or you are able to read far from anyone. Density of people was high. That's like super cool. I never would see it. I think I could have figured out ships and interpreter.
Yeah, like I said, I never thought about that. It is more spread out here. I don't remember growing up, like I didn't know about high school. Pockets to
what I did mention with the big Dynamax, you play each one for each background.
I believe so. Because yeah, this one's
Once again, there was a way to do just make sure they know he's not a good drink. So that's 6.2. Okay? And there's a slide in the same time. You take the and you put some glue at the top of the I think and it's a soft glue you can remove with 6.3. So you wait it's dry and it's simple because you got the so yeah, you start it and when you take the sponge with a hot number and you see it does that. So it's really good for the ink. And so you reuse the same stuff 10 times.
I love it. It's kind of the post office phone ringing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because of all their names on that stuff.
The guys know her and if you see you with no money, something everywhere, so you didn't pay,
In which case, somebody's got to build something here. That's why I'm having to type the same thing. Sorry.
I understand. Very cool.
No reason. So what the hell happened? At some time, cut off the screen, so back in again. So you look at
So people are commenting, and here you guys can see the analytical metrics. Over here for full analytics. So over time, what people, what they're generally using, 360, 240, to watch it. Yeah, and then you can also say,
very expensive.
like you say,
Even today,
that's playback. As you
So
can see,
now
went as high as
there is voice over
39.
IP.
There's something average people. This is like right. And there was something else.
We have cable TV, internet,
The health is good. People generally watch for about
where you are,
21
even in
minutes.
France, US, it's
204 views few hours. A few hours.
Right.
So the game status is good. But you know it's good. It's good. It either cuts out completely or it's fine. It's so tight. So whatever they were doing, it
looks like it's been mostly up.
Yeah. So it's good. You know, like I said, people have chatted on and off over time. They don't say very much. They generally go out what's going on. And then people look on the watch page. People use external sites. So people look about the channel page, zero, nobody uses that. This thing for camera angle. And yeah, so for this thing, you know, like I said, it doesn't have the. I was hoping it would have like how many people because not going to have that here. So how many people are total, how many different
Choose what you want to pick. You're going to pick everything a lot. And this is why.
And then I can actually do this.
You never find a guy who was everything because it was requiring too much disk. So they were reusing their disk. And so like a buffer you reuse. So the guy has only the latest one of the game. Already everything
it runs itself because we're not only challenging it. We have basically a live stream indicator. I put the Kansasfest board schedule in, so it's like you go figure out yourself when things are. Nobody has to sit here and make cards. Coming up, it's actually following board. It just doesn't say.
And do you like stop it and start it between like for dinner time?
Just let it go. Just let it rip.
Yeah, it's not like it's showing a large swath of
For the lightning talks, do you want
whoa!
That's
what my estimate is. Send it all the time now. It's just connected. The machine broke. Everything's gone.
do you want
I would like to collect everything that you have.
Okay.
The other one remove added something and stuff.
Do you have a thumb drive or I can use, I can
I do have a thumb drive.
So you need much more than only one disk.
So you just want the JPEG screen slider that you
Hello again, live stream. Once again, in 1 hour, there's going to be lightning talk, so you don't want to avoid that one. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Oh yeah,
I remember floppies. Just tons of games on each disc.
It's kind of sad, really. I've got the wireless up, and for the drop dead, if we screw up or in a desperate mode, I have the Ethernet connected. But like, it doesn't work. Let's turn on the Ethernet. Here goes nothing.
It was very focused on adventure game, war game, and arcade game. Was very considered as a low end. It was never was a push. Was always adventure game or Dungeons and Dragons game. So for us, the West market was very for adventure game or games like that. In Europe, it was more for arcade game. And when you read the book, read, you say this everything, but the first one you see is arcade game. Oh, that's right. When you're passing the books around, I noticed that. Very, very arcade. So at the end of the book, you have that game. Yeah, but it was not what you thought, probably because the age of the guy who was playing at the time was younger in Europe than he was. Because the computer entered a little bit later the European market. So kids was playing, but at the time it was already adult probably in the US. So of course adult prefers to game and it's not they are more in the war game, traditional game like adventure or infocom. I have never played that. First because there is a language problem, but also because it's interesting. It's trying to monitor the sound. You want to make music, thank you for trying to sound, monitor the sound and so on.
I know you can get through all your material, but I don't really do it.
In Europe, it was mostly games that take advantage of the multimedia part of the computer. You need to have the sound, music, the game. Cinemaware games was pretty good.
especially you have something on the screen, it's nice, you take picture of the thing.
And the interleaving. Sorry? Yeah, you can make them with bitmap which is part of my failed attempt at a Hackfest entry. You know, those images, those disk images. I was trying to reverse that process, make an image, and make it into a disk.
Yeah, the
and then
graphics
have
and sound
and get it back.
make sense, and I can see why the GS
But because it loses the synchronization when you rip those, unless you rip it with applesauce. Well, unless you use applesauce to create it, it has no synchronization. So my hello world got all over the place, and so it wasn't even like skewed hello world. 90% of your friends. It was just garbage everywhere. And as he's imaging his structure, this is fascinating. Secrets here, and they're all over the place. How many sectors is it? It's not like that. I messed around with graphics editor and made a bitmap that was the right size and the right shape. Made my text on it, and then made a DSK of that. Had Mark make me a disk. It would have been really cool if it worked.
It would have been, but the synchronization was lost.
But because there's no sync, there's no sync on the disk too by default. So
Very happy that applesauce has rescued the word sauce from Apple's crappy attempt. This is a much better applesauce.
Yes.
To answer your question about what wasn't covered.
So what was?
So there was this Minform example is like very hello world version of it.
Right.
It's 2 rooms and a few objects, very minimal.
Okay.
So with the version 5, I picked the Crowther and Woods reimplementation of Venture.
Okay.
So it's much bigger. It's like over 100K of story file, and so that requires
it needs
a
version 5.
So here you would use that here lead tool to write out the zip and the interpreter,
right,
and the Z code across 2 disks. Except for the and then here is running. There's sometimes, like at the very beginning, there's a graphic hiccup, but it's it's easy to let it go. It's just like some white space or something. And then I went to Asimov and I grabbed all the infocom files that I could find. There could be some place
listed out there. You found out what's
sorted it by serial number, so it should be chronological.
Yeah.
And then it makes sense for a part on the minor version, so that I'm trying to see like what titles had, and they had many releases for each. Not 27, but they had several releases. Could have some releases for each title. And then what was the minor version of it? And then what I found were these anachronistic examples where I think someone took their favorite story file and their favorite interpreter, because otherwise it'd be like and then maybe M, like I don't know what these are. Okay, then M. So these don't belong. And then here are the version 4s.
Interesting.
And then here are the version 5s. So they were still using 3 for looking for statistics. So that Wishbringer is the only one with that E interpreter that doesn't get deleted. I found a version F that not on archive, not on Asimov, but on hiding on archive.org. Cool. That's mainly it. So that there were several titles released in solid gold with the version 5 interpreter. Which interpreters guide. There's only one example of it. So I think there's just, even though we've been saying like don't worry about book runner and so on, here's an example of the overall titles that should like beloved and should be everywhere. And I think there's a lot of gaps as far as every release that was out there. Yeah. And some of them have cracks and weaknesses.
What was the limitation on Inform 7? It needs version 5 or even higher than that?
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't even messed with it. It was kind of bewildering because it's this huge GUI thing with like a million tabs.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah, this is just a command line.
Yeah,
Which is easier to
which I understand. So that was good. It was really interesting. And you researched it a lot and the demo got to me.
Yeah,
Everything
almost.
worked.
Almost.
Pretty much everything worked.
Everything worked.
Yeah.
I was trying to tab to autocomplete my executables that were finding it.
Everything else worked. I mean, it was, as demos go, it's very clean.
Thank you.
Yeah, I liked it
Thank you
too.
for presenting.
I had, again, I've been saying, I had no idea that any Inform version 5 engines were ever released on Apple II. Because I had not bothered to even look.
There's even 6. Shogun and...
See, and you just told me that yesterday. I had no clue, because I assumed, because all the other, because I knew Atari and Commodore never got 5 or 6.
Yeah.
But it's because they were out of RAM. I forgot about
Out of RAM.
more RAM.
I don't even know how Zork exists on an Atari disk because that's 80K. I don't even know what kind of magic they had to do to get the.
Well, especially Zork 3. Zork 3 is fairly large.
Yeah, and yeah, I think Apple II. I meant to say this, but Apple II enjoyed probably 8 bits. Was most favorably represented by.
Well, a lot of things, because it was so much more expandable. If you compare it to all the other 8-bits, they were very... In fact, there's no one else that could be expanded like that. So if you look at all the other platforms, the thing that didn't happen is anything that wasn't built in never got support. But there were add-on cards that had medium amounts of support for the Apple II, like the marking board and things like that, and 80-column support before Apples and things like that. So,
and for me to give a talk about Infocom, I'm like at least qualified.
But you stood up and said it. That's the difference, though. Because I fooled around with stuff like this last year, but I just gave up. It's not.
Did I say that when I was up here? Anyway, yeah. I've only dabbled in games. But for example, the Lurking Horror on the Amiga, it has like heartbeats and things and sound effects. I don't know what it does on the Apple II. It's glossed over that.
Well, Lurking Horror on C64 does nothing. Which it certainly has the same capability that may have just didn't bother, or although I tend to stay away from hard games, they really scare me. I'm a chicken. So I would suggest you to just wait like that. I've had enough of problems for being able to judge about the barbecue place to do that. I think they're kind of about it. Okay. Even
Charles. Hello, Mr. Gagne. So do you recommend buying the tickets beforehand for the Spider-Man movie?
I don't think
are they assigned seats or anything like that?
They're not assigned seats. I've never seen this theater sell out.
Okay. Because I'm on the fence about whether I want to go to that or if I want to just go to an arcade park.
Sure. So, and there are some arcade games at this movie theater. Only like 10 though.
Yeah. Well, it's 10 more than there are in most movie theaters.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not doing a head count of movies this year. Okay. Anyone who wants to go can get their tickets. Smart man. Just trying to minimize efforts. Oh. How are you doing? I'm good. Having a good K-Fest? I am. Also been trying to minimize my efforts. Do the things that I want to do and not spend so much time doing as much stuff for other people. Yeah, exactly.
VGA, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think that HDMI.
The white one's HDMI?
Hopefully they have HDMI.
Yeah, the long white one should be HDMI.
Okay. The HDMI is easiest.
Yes.
Oh yeah, right there. Yeah. It's way over there. Okay.
Cool. Should work.
Does yours do HDMI?
Yeah.
Full HDMI or does it have the big? Does it have a
Yeah,
mini?
it's got the full.
Oh, nice. Didn't make those very long, did they? I need to turn it on.
It's got a really oddball. It's got a micro HDMI.
Is that it?
There should be an actual HDMI.
No, my computer has a micro HDMI.
Your computer's odd.
It is, indeed. I've never seen one of these before.
Are you giving a lightning talk?
Yes.
I think Martin was trying to get everybody's slides onto the one computer.
I have to do demo, so I can't.
Oh, okay.
I can't use this computer.
Exciting.
I'll bring that forward a little bit. That would make a big difference. Well, the laptop was moving there.
Thank you. This works.
They have a tendency to say interesting things, and then I want to write it down. Okay, lunch is now over. Dinner is now over. It's 6:30.
Yeah?
Or 7:30. No, it's 6:30.
6:30. It's time zone's on.
Yeah. Mine's on too. It says
Okay,
4:30.
4:30.
I discovered my desktop computer, which I brought with me this time, has to be connected to the internet in order for this thing to interact with it. Absolutely right. What is this, the Internet of Things now?
Yes, it is actually.
All I gotta say is contemplate the uranium enrichment centrifuges in Iran. They were on the Internet of Things briefly. And somebody ran the program.
I think they
caused them to speed up and go away.
I don't think they were on the internet. They traveled. Stuxnet thing traveled over USB sticks also.
Well,
I don't.
their first pass, their first failures were you were hooked to the internet from the controller, and they discovered that was a problem. So they had their controller on a USB stick, and somebody got their USB stick infected. But too many things to be controlled remotely, whether it's through the internet of things or not. It scares me. How generations on it, or is it accessible from it? There's a thing about water treatment plant in Riverside, Governor Sigmund Concord, and the water treatment plant people say, you know, we made sure it can't be on the internet of things now.
Hasn't there been 2 outages, 2 power outages in Ukraine that
Yes.
considered to be
Probably.
I test packs, but and they're not going to get a lot of blowback from the Ukraine because they continue to
Well, they got some blowback from the Ukraine. One of their hacks that was used against them and modified it slightly and returned the favor to Russia. Only instead of, it said, you will pay us $300 in Bitcoin.
Test yours out.
Just like the other one.
Take your
Only
time.
instead
Are
of
you?
accepting
What's your
Bitcoin,
output? Are you making a display for it, or?
It's actually micro HDMI, which is
Okay.
I had to bring my own cable.
Alright. Hey, take your time. I was going to try mine, make sure mine resolves the resolution.
Yeah. Alright, so there's the white cable down there, and they've got just regular HDMI, and then I think they got various adapters. Which one's the? What's this? The cable? Oh, for RGB? Or no, just VGA. Oh, VGA? It's just this one, I presume.
Wrap it up.
Do you have something to display?
Yep, I think so.
No, because the only thing I could display would be pictures of my students, at which point I wouldn't be able to stream it online. So I figured I'll just talk at it.
Martin was asking us to check because we're plugging these.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've got nothing.
Curious.
I've got no visual, just I'm used to working without a net.
I have visual, but I might as well not have it. Whoa, look, I'm not an artist.
Somebody's gonna be coming looking for my car keys at some point.
Did you know there's a bug in Global Program Line Editor?
Which one? On GPLE?
Yeah.
Really?
It is set up in such a way that if you don't install it as something gets inserted between the DOS and its buffers first,
Yeah.
it fails.
Really?
Because I was writing something I needed a 4K block. So I put the 4K block in and then installed it, it failed. And then I tried it the other way around. And mine, I know, connected correctly, but it still failed.
Oh.
GPLE.
This is the version before Beagle Brothers acquired it. Strangely enough, not that it matters, but so my version probably has the bug you're talking about.
Oh, the Beagle Brothers one had it all the way through. So.
Well, I thought it was originally this Neil Kunzen guy, but maybe I didn't have my history wrong. I thought they later acquired it because it was under.
They probably
in the
did.
first.
Probably did. I believe it was originally done by the Open Apple people up in Washington.
Oh, it was.
Because they had it on their list for a long time before. But no, it's just I think the assumption is that people don't do that with the buffers very much.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in what way is Jason different?
Oh, that's the eye.
Yeah. Have you seen what happened? I removed two of the slot covers because
Oh, it's HP. Oh, okay.
yeah.
I see that. Okay.
Like I have a prop for the last calculator.
Oh, okay.
Like, okay, I know you see the picture. This is the real thing. I don't have any of the older models, and I wouldn't have wanted to carry the first model, even if built. Is that your iron over there?
Yeah, I need to take that back upstairs.
I'll use it as a prop tomorrow morning. Move it there.
For real?
Well, I don't need a prop.
Oh.
But yeah, and I say you can do it with this one, but if it messes up like I think it will, you'll have to buy her a new iron.
What's yours on?
On a technique, a hypothetical technique for copying discs. With all the protection, everything's still in place.
Okay.
So did you try out your computer?
Yes, I was just saying, just plugged it in and it was fine.
So you just walk in, plug it in, and go?
Yeah. All right, good. I don't know if you had one of those, extra about that. Plug it in the VGA, I'm good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, probably just keep it with you.
Yeah, because I looked on the table to see if you had an adapter.
There's various adapters.
And I saw it was a Heinz 57, so I figured, well, it's safe.
Yeah.
It's mine, I'll be good to go.
Is it safe?
I need to ask, what version of PowerPoint?
Would not know that.
What version of PowerPoint do you have available?
We have to ask Ken, we're going to be using his computer.
Okay.
Or you can save it to a PDF.
I'm going to save it both ways, I think.
Yeah, but I have a PowerPoint version of mine, but that's a PDF just to be safe. That's what the email said.
Unlike almost
Yes,
everybody
please.
here, I don't
Hi,
have
Martin.
a Mac.
I have my computer with me.
You have your computer?
You still want to use it?
Yes, please.
Great. I understand the first speaker has to use his computer though, because he has a demo he wants.
Several people, but so they have each checked out that they can just walk up, plug in and go.
Okay.
They have all the characters ready.
Okay.
So,
and Eric sent me his presentation, so I have that on my computer.
All right, I have Charles Mangan's for you, and then I think that's it for your computer.
Oh, okay.
Charles Mangin.
I like that face.
These here.
Half full with Antoine?
It is waterproof.
Yes, I know.
Pressure-proof.
That's why I like that.
So, Saturday night, are you feeling
Some
free
definitely.
or vegetarian?
I've been vegetarian twice in a row now. I think I want to go back to free.
Sounds good to me.
See.
Ask them what order will I be?
So here's the order. Kate's going to be first,
All the company here is
and then Kevin, who's here outside.
Sure, just go with that. Sure.
And then Ken, version 1. Later we're going to have Ken's clone. And then I will go, and then it'll be you.
With a goatee.
After Mike will be Charles. Who's there? Rob McMullen, who I saw. Jeff Weiss and Tony Diaz, who I have not been able to find or talk to, which is normal.
Is this being recorded and streamed as usual, or I talked to Jeff coming back from one?
This will be recorded and streamed.
Good.
Then we'll have Ken's clone, and then Eric Drucker.
Who is on my computer? Whose presentation is on my computer?
Right.
I could be on your computer if you wanted.
And then Ivan X, who has no electronic presentation, just using paper signs.
Are we extending the lightning talks? Because he was looking for room
Hey,
somebody
they're rounding
canceled.
up people for
Oh,
the
good.
lightning talks.
Good for him.
And then 2 people asked if they can add on to the end, and I said, if we have time, we'll add you, and if we don't, we
You're
won't.
heading downstairs right now, okay.
So that one of them is Jeremy.
Okay, bye.
Cool.
Okay,
And the
Jeff
other
Weiss
is, I have no idea.
Jeff Weiss is heading downstairs right now.
That's good.
I even created a user account on my computer just for lightning talks.
Oh, that's so cool.
Very nice.
You have 5 minutes to break the protection.
That's going to be my late
Martin, is
Hacking
that?
Ken's laptop.
So I want you
For
all to
footage.
know that you will have this timer available to
That's
you.
what I'm throwing my
So I was gonna do it on my,
Yeah.
So this
you guys can
will,
do it on my fancy birthday watch.
at 1 minute, this will start to turn red,
Okay.
and eventually it will start to blink.
extremely itchy.
And then it blows
And
up.
at the end, it will make a clapping sound. I will also start clapping. So if you go over 5 minutes, you won't go over 5 minutes.
So it's like every
was the right man to put in charge of this.
I'm gonna tap my artist at 4:30.
So for the next, so when you're up there, I'm no longer your friend. I'm the friend of everyone coming after you.
But I'm last, so then you're.
You have no
Your
I'm
friend, not
especially your
mine.
friend.
No longer
If I don't succeed, you.
He's our friend.
If you go, we all jump you.
So where am I going to plug into?
So far, we've got VGA.
I tweeted that I would buy that. Okay.
Got HDMI. And I think we've also got HDMI. HDMI?
Yes. Okay. Computer. You're a teacher. As an example for supplies.
The problem is,
Ken
I
just
sit
took
like
my
that
picture
on
with
my
flash
desk,
and I'm still not.
and
Can't quite see it.
Nobody can see it, so I always sit wrong.
Great.
I'm also
Right, and is that what you want it to be showing? I mean,
That's
it's
fine.
showing your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so, good, we can plug in and go. Hi, Jeff.
What time Tony is? What number?
So, you are after Rob McMullen?
Yep.
Do you have slides or are you just talking?
I have a computer HDMI.
All right, we need to test it beforehand to make sure that
Yes.
we can just plug in and go.
Thank you. So test now.
Test now.
Okay.
Right on the Kansas website.
Thank you.
It's not up for debate. I think it's a JPEG or PNG. It's not, that's
More wormy.
Okay, so it says 4 miles away. 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers? Sorry, okay, that's probably not where it is.
Oh, and Erica drives for me, so if I said that I was going to take care, there we go.
Oh, that's I mean, I'd like to ask you where we go, so I can make sure I get the right thing.
So you can come on.
Oh,
All right, sure. I'm no dual screen.
That's all.
You're going, so we have a look at it.
All right.
I think that's one of your name programs. Is that an application? What is that?
It's just a web.
Oh, it's a web.
It's
Oh, neat.
Okay.
And I like that your timer counts down because I actually
Yeah,
read
there's
all my
2.8
timings
miles
and
away,
my
that's
notes
the way it goes.
based on counting down. Because I have them counting up at first.
Yeah.
Not sideways?
I haven't discovered 3 much of it.
I have a clock that makes one rotation per year. That would not be very useful.
No, not.
So you can speak until the equinox. Go.
Can you speak?
There are people here who can, and I think it's something they have.
The Kansas League weekend? The Kansasfest filibuster?
I love it.
Maybe we'll just use one mic and we'll just trade off.
So
For something like this, we don't have a standby.
Yeah, standby can be faster. Shouldn't it be the card and we have a card and day
Yeah, that line was not concurrent.
Also, how are we doing slide advancement? Are you advancing the slides or are we just hitting? Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Armagh and Tanagra, Shaka, with walls. 5 minutes. The river comes in winter. His hands open.
His hands at rest. Text over the slide to prep the email.
I don't even know all the language except that
Because
first part.
it's basically going to be.
Yeah.
It's all English.
I'm obviously not a Trekkie, or at least not as good a Trekkie as I should be.
They're all kinds. All kinds. And they're all welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
We're going to do a new thing. Actually, there's always new things at Kansasfest, but tonight we're going to do lightning talks. We've talked about doing this for a couple of years and finally getting around to it. Managed at great cost to carve out an hour of our incredibly busy schedule, and it is going to be a busy hour. So we're going to have 12, possibly 14 talks, depending on how many we can squeeze in. The format is 5 minutes per talk. The presenters are going to come up, they're going to plug in their thing, and they're going to go. I'm going to be brutally timing them, and when I start clapping, everyone start clapping, because their time is up. They're done. Any questions about the lightning talk format?
If they ignore the
the clapping, can we expose them to actual lightning in the form of a taser to get them
Actually, I
off
can cut off
the
their
stage?
audio.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, and I have one announcement. Jason Scott has requested some help with manning the video camera. It's extremely simple. You basically hit a button to turn it on, to turn it off. You make sure that it's going okay. He will train you, and there is a sign-up sheet on the big board in the lobby. So I think there's like 6 or 7 slots. So if you are interested in learning that and helping out Jason, that would be great. And then he can take a nap once a day. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to hand this over to Kate. Scott Nicky.
No one can say my last name.
Go.
I'm setting my own timer. So what I'm going to talk very briefly about is my experience of using my Apple IIs in my classroom. As I said the other night, I'm a teacher, and one of the classes I teach is called Teacher Cadet, and it's basically Introduction to Education for high school seniors. They get the opportunity to see what it's like to be a teacher. They do some field experience. It's a really neat class that I teach. A couple of years ago, I got the brilliant idea. I can see it. You're good.
Okay.
I got the brilliant idea to talk a little bit about education technology and how it has changed. Oh, cool. Thank you. So I know shortly. It was it before? I think it was before I even came to the K-Fest the first time. And so I decided that it would be fun to take my apples into my classroom and expose my students to what it was like when I was a kid. So I did. Then this is this coming year will be the 3rd year I've done this. I take the metal in and I set that up in my room, and then I do put up some the big classes, so I do put up some emulators as well. And they play Odell Lake, and they play Oregon Trail, and they play Microzine, and they play Operation Frog and Carmen Sandiego, and they get very confused because there's no directions, and the mouse doesn't track properly, and it's hard. And it's fun for me. It's fun for them, but it's more fun for me because I'm sitting in the back going. But that's not the best part. The best part is what I've learned from them. And the fact that they are perceptive enough to see, and of course, being a teacher, you can't just play games all day in class. There has to be a worksheet that goes with it. The worksheet is a reflection. And it's things like, what did you like, what did you not like? Do you think these are still relevant? Could you still use them in the classroom? And the answers, and I really hope they weren't just trying to suck up to me. They might have been. But some of them said, yeah, these could be useful. The idea that there's no internet connection on these computers to distract you. It's a lot easier. You always know the kids are on task. There's no ads. There were a lot of things that came back that the kids thought was very positive. There's negatives too. The kids are like, these are boring. These are stupid. I'm like, this is what it was like. But it was really cool for me to see these. I think they really appreciated what they have. If you have been in a modern classroom recently, you walk into my room, and I'm in the front of the home economics suite. You walk in, smartboard, projector, 10 computers, Wi-Fi, open Wi-Fi, bring your own technology. These kids, we're supposed to use their phones. We're supposed to use websites like Kahoot and websites like Kahoot's the one that the kids all like for use the phones as clickers and whatnot, and they take this for granted. And it's really nice to give them a taste of you shouldn't take this for granted, because I was like, guys, this is what it was like. It was the dark ages. There was no spell checker on the word processor. You had to print out your paper and find all your mistakes, and they're looking at me like, what? No, the mouse did not track. No, the game did not come with, it was not on a website with little directions and then click here to start. They were playing Carmen Sandiego, and I'm like, did you guys look for clues? They're like, no, we just started going places. And that's kind of part of it too, is you realize that, it's a very different vibe. Modern educational games have a very different vibe than what we grew up with, and it's good for them to see it. So fun for me, fun for them, mostly fun for me, fun for my colleagues, because I get to flex the nerd cred. And so, yeah, but it's fun. So I'm still using them in the classroom. Yay! And I'm looking forward to you exposing them to the Apple IIc I just got with the green screen. There's no color.
One color.
Brain explodes.
Brain explodes. All right, thanks.
Kevin Savitz.
Last year, my Hackfest entry was Cowards of K-Fest, and it won. Do you want to know what happened with that in the last year since? Thank you. Do you want to know what happened with Cowards of K-Fest in the last year since it won, or do you want to know how to physically clean a floppy disk that's so dirty but you have to archive it because it has super raw source code on it? Which do you want? Who wants Cowards of K-Fest? Who wants to know how to clean a floppy? Cowards of K-Fest.
Talk about how to clean a floppy of Cowards of K-Fest.
Yeah. All right, so last year I did Cowards of K-Fest, and it was fun, and it was my first assembly language program, and that was awesome. I could not figure out in the time allotted. I was getting tired and punchy, and I was just really scared to screw. I said on a podcast or something that I wanted to do an Atari version, and then I didn't do it. A few months had passed, and this guy named Peter Dell, who's an Atari guy, he came to me. He's just like, "Okay, you're doing this now. You got time today?" I'm just like, "Not really." He's just like, "You're doing this now." So he showed me how to convert it to the Atari, and so this is Cowards of K-Fest, the Atari version.
Which Atari?
The Atari 8-bit, 800 or whatever. So this is really the same code. I'm trying the joystick here. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, so this is the same code running. I don't know what I did. Anyway, there we go. Just kind of converted to work on the Atari, and it's got custom graphic for the ship, and the sound still is just as dumb, and it's got the scrolly thing, and the colors are a little better because we have more colors to choose from. But it's basically the same game, and yay, isn't that nice? And then every year I take part in a 10-line basic programming contest, and so I created a version of Cowards of K-Fest. I ported it into BASIC for the Atari. Took my first assembly language thing and turned it into BASIC, and created a program called Descend. And the rules are a little different. You can't choose to go down. It forces you down every once in a while to make the game harder. But this one has even more custom graphics, and so that's Descend. And this came in second place in the basic contest for programs that were 80 characters or less per line. So anyway, did this in 10 lines of BASIC on the Atari. Let's see you do that on your Apple IIs.
Challenge accepted.
Great. Anyway, that's it. That's what I want to show you.
Very nice. Ken, number one.
Okay, I'm here to talk to you about a problem I had with Juice.js and how I solved it and how it can solve that same problem for you. The problem is URLs in print. If this was a web page, this would be easy for you to use. You would just click on that URL, you would go to that page. Not so easy when it's a print magazine. You expect somebody to sit down with the magazine and type in that long string, which is the latest episode of Open Apple. It could be even worse though. It could be that the URL is that. And this is an actual situation we had earlier this year. where I want the link to Chris Torrance's video, his Assembly Lines podcast. It's a YouTube URL. It's watch =equals T8BXXMPNCY0 ampersand index, etc. And it's all case sensitive. I can't put that in a print magazine because I have limited space and my readers have limited patience. They're not going to type that in. So what I've been doing is using snipURL, which is a URL shortener. It allows me to create a custom URL, snipurl.com/ap40, which is the product Chris was reviewing. And I did that for many issues of Juice.js. So now I can just type in snipurl.com/ap40. The only problem is that about 6 months ago, snipURL began migrating to a new server, and they never finished. So all those URLs that I put in Juice.js over the years are now broken. They don't work anymore. Now, there are a lot of other URL shorteners I could use, like Bitly. Of course, Bitly is very well known. And it even has an Apple IIGS CDA, where you can make Bitly short URLs right from GSOS. But there are still problems even with Bitly. For example, bit.ly stands for Libya. Not the most stable part of the world. What happens if Libya goes away? Well, actually, the answer to that is a little bit more complicated than I am fear-mongering you to believe. But nonetheless, the case remains that URL shorteners may be one of the worst ideas, one of the most backward ideas to come out of the last 5 years. If we lose tinyURL or Bitly, millions of weblogs, essays, and non-archived tweets lose their meaning instantly. This is a quote from a very well-known archivist, Mr. Jason Scott, March 30th, 2011. And he is very correct, because whether you're using Bitly, snipURL, tinyURL, the Twitter shortener, Google shortener, they all have the same shortcomings, the same dangers, dependent on existence of a third party. If that website goes away, snipURL went away, all those links break. All your short URLs will reside in an external database that you don't have access to. You can't back it up, you can't export it and then import it somewhere else. Those URLs belong to Bitly, snipURL, whatever. Competes with other users for unique URLs. I can't go make bit.ly/ap40 for Chris because somebody else already made that URL. It's taken. I'm competing with the millions of users who use Bitly for those short URLs, and somebody else is already squatting on it. And you can't change where those URLs are pointing to. What if Chris moves his podcast and I want to update that short URL to keep my print magazine that is not changing because it got published 3 years ago current, modern, accurate? I can't, because you can't update or change where a Bitly URL points to. Sometimes it's blocked by filters. I found out that I can't text my partner a Bitly link because it won't show up at all. She thought I was mad at her and not talking to her. And I was sending her links, and finally she emailed me and like, Ken, we have to start talking again. I'm like, I've been talking to you all day. What are you talking about? Bitly is so well known that sometimes it gets filtered. And finally, it's not unique to your brand. There's nothing about bit.ly that says Juice.js or Apple II. So I asked Mr. Martin Hay to find me a domain name that is unique to Juice.js and does say Apple II. And he found something that we can use, which is a2.click. So that's what appeared in Juice.js with a2.click/ap40. Now Martin found the domain name, and I was wondering, what can we do with this besides just use it with Juice.js? And Eric Shepard suggested, why don't we make it available to everybody? And then Kelvin Sherlock wrote some code for me, and the result is a2.click, which is a new website that anybody can use. Let me show you, for example. Let's see, here we go. A2, oh fuck, it's down.
Migrating to a new
A2Click, great. So I punch in the latest URL for OpenApple. I type OA72. I click shorten, and there, a2.click/OA42. Any Apple II user can use this. That's great. Or what if you go here and people will do this? I want to shorten Pornhub.com to porn. A2.click/porn.
Test that.
This domain is not on the whitelist. There's a whitelist. You have to be a verified Apple II website for your URLs to be shortened. And there's a link to submit your URL, and that is A2Click with 1 second to spare.
Wow.
All right. Next up is Martin Hay, and you guys are going to have to keep me honest here. So here we go. Okay. Very brief Lawless Legends update. You're probably wondering what the heck we're doing. The 3D rendering engine that I demoed a few years ago, you know, it's kind of like, for me, it's like making candy. It's fun, it's delicious, you eat all you can possibly eat. This year has been all about eating our vegetables. We have been doing inventory management. We have been doing a very in-depth combat system. We have been doing character creation. We have got gender in there. We've got, you know, we're just checking off the boxes. These are all the things you need in an actual, fully fleshed out adventure game. So that's what we've been doing. It's getting pretty close. We are ready to have a small cadre of beta testers. And so I'm hoping to emerge from K-Fest with 5 people who are interested in playing a game that is broken in very many ways, and telling us, and being really communicative online on Trello, telling us all the things that are broken and working with us to fix those things. Oh, I'm doing great. So that, you know, we're shooting to release sometime this coming year. I think we're going to get there. So we're really excited. If you're interested in being a beta tester, please approach me. I can't promise you very much in the way of rewards, except when the game comes out, we will get you whatever the fanciest version of it is that comes out. Okay? That's my talk. Okay, we're doing great. Mike Goodell. Did I pronounce that right?
Goodell, that's right, Mike Goodell.
Goodell.
Okay, my topic today is AppleSoft Basic. As you know, the AppleSoft Basic was first introduced with the Apple II 40 years ago, introduced with the birthday today. Yes, I read Steve Weinrich's book. And so I already preloaded Star Trek into Apple Emulator here, and it kind of took me back to when I was writing programs 30 years ago, how it really was. Remember back in the day, you type list. I was on an Apple II Plus, you only see things 40 columns at a time. And then remember, if you're going to edit a line, you have to just type in the whole line or just use funny escape sequences to make changes to that line. It's just very cumbersome. And then in today's world, as you know, we all have the full screen editors and that kind of stuff. And so what I wanted to create was just a real easy way to take some of my old programs I wrote, bring them into a modern editor of your choice. You use whatever you like. And so right now, it's just a working demo of the program. So Apple Tools program here. And I got a feature where first I started with doing a hex dump, and I'm going to also do a detokenize, where I'm detokenizing the AppleSoft Basic to the program. First I'm going to show you the hex dump, because I realized it was kind of reverse engineering. I don't know if anyone else has created anything like this, and so it's just something I was doing on my own. And so I'm sure someone will speak up if they did. And so I'm just using the editor of my choice. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. And first I'm going to look at the hex dump of the program. And most AppleSoft programs, as you may already know, starts at hex 801. And so I wanted to create a custom version of the hex dump so it's readable, because I was trying to decipher how the AppleSoft tokens work, because I was just kind of a learning process as I go. And basically I made it so the hex dump goes way longer than 16 characters, so that's one whole AppleSoft line, and then I have the decode of the program. And so as I figured out how to do that, then the next step was I want to now bring it into a regular source file that I can work with. And so that is this right here. So this is that program that I just brought over from AppleWin into my editor. And so now I can go through and I can make changes to the program, whatever I like. And so now I can actually look at my program and look at it as a whole. I blew up the screen so you can see the text. Normally it's not that big, but I just blew it up so you guys can see. And so that's great. So the next step is, what if I want to write stuff back to AppleWin instantly? So the program I loaded with Star Trek is originally ported from mainframe in 1974, or was written on the mainframe in 74, and then it was ported to AppleSoft in 1980. And so this is that program right here. So let's just make a quick change. I did some code beautifying where I made it so that the line numbers line up nicely and that kind of stuff, but let's just make a quick change here. This little animation actually draws the enterprise, but let's make a change. And let's just say, make it Kansasfest. And since we're not yet in the future, we're going to make it 2017, even though that's really not the year, but that's what we're going to do. And then let's also have some fun, and we'll change some other things too. And let's change the aliens from Klingons to maybe something more sinister, the Carringtons. And we'll say replace all. So there I'm using replace all in my AppleSoft program. That's awesome. And then, so basically it's a full screen editor. I do all the parsing, so you can format the lines however you like. It'll fix it all in the end. So I don't have time to show you everything. So I'm going to quick save that program. I'm going to flip back to my program that actually does the magic. Then I'm going to click this button. You probably can't read in the bottom where it says tokenize. That sent it back to AppleWin. So now when I flip back to AppleWin, and then if I say run, there's the program I changed, USS Kansasfest. Let's see if my alien race got changed to the Carringtons. It's slow, it's AppleSoft. There we go, and I'm just gonna leave. And I'm just gonna leave the game real quick. Oh, there's the map where the Carrington ships are. You know, we must destroy all. Sorry, I type ahead. And then leave the program. So then there's also reverse too. Now that I could have a way to bring a lot of my emulators just right in there, I thought it'd be nice if I could just drag and drop programs right in. And so I'll do that. I'll just do a browse. And then I'm getting real close, and this is just Networks BBS, and I'll load that, tokenize, and then AppleWin, and now if I do list, that's my program. Thank you.
Nice job. Okay, next we have Robert Mullen. No, Charles Mangan.
I've got it on my laptop. Okay, great. I thought I was going right after you, so it's no, it's fine. This is the HDMI. Okay. All right, so this is what it looks like when you open up the hex dump of an EDD file. It's a bunch of bytes. And what can you do with a bunch of bytes? Well, you can convert it back into a disk. You can crack it. You can do a bunch of other stuff with it. Or you can run a little image magic, which is not my invention. It's something that's actually out there in the world on Linux and Mac, and there's probably a version for Windows. I haven't used it yet. And convert those bytes, actually in this case, bits of 1 bit depth into a bitmap. So this is the visual representation of the bits of that EDD file. And it's really wide and squish, and it actually goes well to the other side of the building because this is several thousand pixels wide. So what I can do from there is you can zoom in and you actually see the bits of the quarter tracks here, tick, 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 and then there's a bunch of nothing in this disk image, and then there's more data, and then nothing, and you can see the actual bytes separated by sync bits, etc., etc. Mark actually knows what this is. He can read this from the back there, can't you? Okay. And from there, I'll take that really long skinny image and convert it around a circle and give you a visual representation of the disk and the bits that are on the disk from that EDD. This is made a little irrelevant by what John Morris showed off with applesauce, but he was he didn't have that graphical progress meter running when he started, probably the start of this week, when I was putting this together. So this is an image from Choplifter. So you can see the spiraling tracks here, and you can see where it makes that sort of signature noise of loading Choplifter in, and you can zoom in all the way, and you can see the actual bits kind of going around the circle in a little bit of a moire pattern. And I just think this is pretty cool. So there's a little bit of noise in amongst the zeros, and you can see the bits going back and forth between ones and zeros, bunch of ones, bunch of zeros, bunch of ones. And if you want to get a little trippy, you can rotate it each time and see how it compares to other disk images. This is the DOS 3.3 master disk. So it has well delineated sectors, but they're not synchronized at all. You can see the I guess a prologue and epilogue for each of the sectors, and it's on nice whole tracks instead of quarter tracks. This is Frogger. This is a Spire disk, so you can see where it got the name Spire disk, and the areas of no data are where the disk head or the drive head is supposed to skip to the next quarter track as it's going in and loading, and it's read, skip, read, skip, read, skip, read, skip, and then back to the beginning, and it's going around in that spiral to load Frogger. This is Hard Hat Mac, which again, because of the synchronization from applesauce, you can see that there's a really clean line here, unlike the DOS master disk, where each sector is synchronized with the ones above it and below it, so that when it loads in, they can tell that this is an original disk, presumably by the timing. And this is Karateka or Karateka. We'll take a vote on whether it's pronounced correctly or not. And you can see that it's a totally different structure altogether. There's no tracks and sectors. There's no prologues and epilogues and delineation between one sector and the next. There's data and then a bunch of nothing, and then a whole bunch of data to load in the game. So that's it. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. And you can make pretty pictures out of it.
What's on your shirt?
Choplifter's on my shirt.
Getting ideas, Kate?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Charles.
Thank you.
Rob McMullen.
HDMI?
Actually, I got to plug in. I'm going to drop all. Sorry. Got some mic on.
There you go.
There we go. All right.
Oh, grab your mic.
Oh. Right, so this is Omnivore. Charles Mangan used it earlier. It's cool to see it being used by people. You know, I should have spent like $100 on an IDAPro disassembly license, but you know, rather spend 18 months writing my own stuff. So, so I spent a lot of the work on the disassembler. So the disassembler is now written in C, so it's super fast. I disassembled the entire thing now, and
Cool. And assembler.
it also it knows any jump targets or any load or store instructions. It'll automatically create a label for it. You can export all this to a disassembly file, and it supports multiple assemblers. Merlin is probably the one that Apple folks would be interested in. The other thing it does is I have a static tracing disassembler, which means it knows enough about the assembly language to know what a jump is, what a branch is. So let me turn on. So if you have a bit of unknown code, turn on the tracer, find the start of some code block. Let's see, where's it break? All right, so this.
Part of it's off the screen.
Sorry about that. All right, so start here. It jumps through all the stuff that it can find that's code. It marks as code now, and so it knows enough about like a regular instruction just goes to the next instruction. A jump goes somewhere else. A branch could go somewhere else, or it could follow. So it's got a branching path that follows both paths. And a subroutine jumps somewhere else, but could possibly return. So it also creates two paths and explores these individually. And then you just keep marching down code. Find another code path. And then we'll go look somewhere else in the code. I didn't put anything in there. Let's see where it comes from. But eventually, yeah, like it. Where'd it go? It located that piece that I wasn't on the screen at all. So. So I've just done a lot of work, and if anybody would like to use it, it'd be cool.
Jeff Weiss.
Hello, good evening.
Wait, you're not plugged in.
Oh, thank you.
Your 5 minutes hasn't started yet, don't worry.
But on the other side.
I'll start when you start talking.
All right, good evening.
Hey. Hey.
So, have you wanted to take a sound file from a modern computer, take it off to the 2GS, create a brand new R sound?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. It's going to be a cross-platform solution. I'm going to convert sounds to the 2GS. It can be done from Windows, Macintosh, Linux, Solaris, or pretty much any other modern operating system. And because what I have, we'll be doing from Solaris. So the conversion will be done on the modern computer. It will use the program called SOX, SOX, stands for Sound Exchange. It has tons and tons of features. I should also let you know that there is a presentation on the Kansasfest website for those who want to look at what's going on. It has all the instructions. And this is just a completely side way of doing all the same steps as well. Some of the supported formats include RAW, AIFF, OGG, AU, WAVE, Opus, and a bunch more. MP3 is a format that some versions of SOX may support or may not. But if you don't have MP3 support, whoops, I have to go to Festival 17. So, don't have MP3 support, then you can use Lane, which is a decoder. So we will convert this MP3 file to a WAV file. get converted, then we will use SOX to convert this. It needs to be converted for the 2GS format. It needs to be converted to an 8-bit, unsigned, single channel, means no stereo, raw file that is either 22 kilohertz or 11 kilohertz. Technically, the 2GS can handle more, virtually any frequency, but we'll use a relatively standard 22K or 11K. So that's the wave. So you put in the source file. C1 is channel 1. R is the frequency bit rate. In hertz, we're going to use 8-bit encoding. Oops. Spell that wrong? Thank you. Encoding. Unsigned. And the output will be a raw file. All right, that converted. So I'm going to go into kegs, where I have 2Pro for getting files into kegs, into a disk image. You can, of course, use other tools available to get it to a real 2GS. No emulator is needed for any of this. All right, that's converted. Let's bring up kegs. Have to get it over to the computer here, to the screen. So let's look at audio zap to look at the file. Different audio programs for the 2GS will handle frequencies in different ways, so we'll look at both ways. So as you remember, I set this to a 22K file, 22 hertz. So let's load, oops, I can type.
Did it not convert?
It
kind of looked like there was an error message.
Okay, I didn't pay attention to.
C/10.
So I have the raw file. So CD kegs, CD bin, 2Pro.
Tilde slash
Yep,
KFest.
I
Yep.
do the slash.
There it goes.
So instead of skipping audio zap doesn't use frequencies, it uses a different format, so you have to use 429.
You got 7.
Yep, 7. Now we open up the file. I'm running, I know I'm going slow. 2200. Setting 0. And make sure they can save, play, and I have to turn the volume on, so I stuck with that.
Come on.
Should we keep laughing?
Nice. Thank you. Okay, next up, thank you, Jeff, is Tony Diaz. Is Tony here?
Yeah.
Come on up. You don't need a computer. Okay. Let me give you a mic, though, if that's okay.
Alrighty.
Ready?
Oh, we've got a timer right in front of me. Here we go. Yep.
No pressure.
No pressure, none. I just like to I'm Tony Diaz, and I'm usually active, but the last few weeks or months or years maybe I haven't been really as much, but kind of getting back into things again here. And things that comes clear to me is it's really cool how much new activity and interest has come along in the Apple II. But I like to look at things as a lot of things aren't necessarily new. How am I trying to? That word isn't working. We're always inventing new ways to do things. That's not to say we'll never figure out something new anymore, but we've in maybe some of your eras, your experimentation was in the form of a big box of parts that they'd mail you, and you'd put it together and you'd turn it on and it'd make some noise and you'd be really happy. And now we put all kinds of little pieces together and it makes many noises at one time and we're all really happy. And so if you look back at the, I like to take a look at the Apple Pi today, at the Raspberry Pi today, and look at the Apple IIe of the 1980s. They're both very similar. They both brought creativity out of people and solutions to problems. They both provided a platform for solutions to problems. If you look at the Apple IIe, 8 slots, a keyboard interface, a video output, turn it on, and you can start using it right now. You can even make it do things. You can interact with it. You can hook up I/O switches to it, have it toggle things on and off. You can do that with the Raspberry Pi as well. Look at the size difference. How many of those can you fit in one Apple IIe? In fact, I think there's a card that puts them in there, isn't there?
Yes,
you probably put 7 in there and have a parallel processing nightmare. But for a while, when I was growing up, probably high school and after era, it seemed like maybe this was the end because the computers were becoming closed. And it was all about making a device that did a function rather than a device you could make do many. And I just think it's really cool that things like the maker fairs and whatnot, and I'm seeing kids solder again, seeing people break out stuff, and even Radio Shack, of course they look where it got them. But if they had gotten into this much earlier, they had a really good selection of maker scene type things with 3D printing and Raspberry Pi and other type of microcontrollers. Imagine if they only had that a few years earlier, where it could have been picked up on, because it's the other part of the problem is getting it to the masses. So with now kids learning and wanting to do all that stuff again, it's even more cool to see them take the new and let's go back to the old and say, let's make the old do the same thing, and let's see if we can make them work together. Then all the creativity really comes out of it. So with that, I think I have covered what I wanted.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, next is Ken, number 2. He did wait for a while to make sure that nobody else was signing up for his slot before he signed up for a second slot.
I'll actually just pick you up where the last one left off. It's a 10-minute talk. No, I'm kidding.
You're kidding.
I am kidding you.
Okay.
Going on hiatus to focus on other things. There are still contributors to the site, but there are not as frequent updates as before, so I have less information to draw from for dumplings. Problem number 2, Yahoo Pipes. For the last 6 years, I've been curating a private list of over 100 RSS feeds for Apple II websites. And then I would put them all into a Yahoo pipe, which was a tool that allowed me to subscribe to just one RSS feed instead of 100. And I would share that RSS URL with some of my friends and colleagues. But Yahoo Pipes, September 30th, 2015, shut down. And now I have 100 plus RSS feeds that I don't know what to do with. Problem number 3, Kevin Savitz. So Kevin has been running this website called Retro Roundup. It's basically an RSS aggregator where you click on the headline to these different news sources. It's sorted by source, and it takes you back to that website. In fact, it was through this website that I first met Kevin. Back in 2008, I emailed him and said, could you please add the Kansasfest RSS feed to your website. And he wrote back and said, sure. However, this website is built on decades-old plus technology. It takes a long time to load, and I wasn't sure how often Kevin was paying attention to it. So, solution. Without knowing any of these things were running through my head, Kevin emailed me this past January and said, do you want Retro Roundup? You're the only person who's ever mentioned it to me, so maybe you can make it better. So I said yes. So I thought, great, now I have an opportunity to put all these RSS feeds into one place. I will tear down the old technology, replace it with new stuff, and I built a brand new Retro Roundup, which I'm here to show you today.
Yay. Yay.
So this website is available now at retroroundup.com. It's very similar to Kevin's. It uses a variety of sources, but now you get the thumbnail, the headline, and the first 100 words. How do I turn off flux? Whatever. All right, so the page is a little bit yellow. That's my problem. Anyway, so, however, instead of sorting it by source, it's sorted by topic and content type. So, for example, computers, Apple II, Atari, Commodore, Mac, Tandy. Games, both arcade and console. Format, conventions, blogs, news, podcasts, vendors, videos. You can go to any one of those categories and get just that kind of news. However, these checkboxes on the side allow you to find the intersection of those news. So for example, let's say I want to find all the news from podcasts, all the different podcast updates. Great, a lot of different podcasts on here. What if I want to find just the podcasts that are about games? Well, here are just those. It dynamically updates in real time without refreshing the page. Here are all the game podcasts. What if I want to go even more granular? Commodore. Here are all the podcasts about Commodore games. So you can find that news source. And here's one that was updated just a month or two ago. So you can find all these news sources that you're not familiar with before. When you find one you want to go to, you just click on the headline, opens it up in a new tab at the original source page. So it leads you to these places. That's not a good example. Let's see, that was working not too long ago. So, all right, here we go. So that will open up on the YouTube page to watch that video, for example, or etc. However, the neat thing is that you can, in this search box right here, like let's say I type in Persia, and so it's going to bring up all the things that have Prince of Persia in the headline or in the first 100 words, or in the entirety of the original post. So, for example, let's see, where is digital? Right here. So this post right here does not have the word Persia in the headline or the body, but you click on it and it's still in that original source. You can also, if you want to see what sources I'm pulling from, here they are and how they're categorized. You can submit your own for consideration. Each category has its own RSS feed, and you can also get all these updates available through email. So if you don't use RSS, like most people don't, you can get email updates. And that is retroroundup.com with 1 second to spare.
Go for 3.
I donate my remaining second to the next person.
Eric Rucker, you have 1 extra second.
Oh, right. Sorry. I should not be going anywhere with this. Sorry about that.
This is Mike.
Yes.
This is Mike. Great Mike.
You can use either one, as long as it's on, not standby.
It is on.
Okay. Oh yes, it's definitely on.
Yes, it is.
Do you want to open like Preview, Adobe Acrobat? Doesn't matter.
Just full screen it.
Yeah. There you go.
HP 41 CV forever.
Hello, I am Eric Rucker. This is my 6th Kansasfest and my first presentation, and it's on early Hewlett-Packard scientific calculators. Ooh. What does this have to do with the Apple II? Well, Woz, as you can see. He worked at HP from 1973 to 1976 working on these calculators at the same time as working on the Apple I and Apple II. And he also cited several of the early scientific calculators that HP made as influencing the Apple II's design. So HP calculators use reverse Polish notation. So here's a reverse Polish sausage that I stole from XKCD. If you're not familiar with RPN, check the links at the end, and that I've also just emailed out to the Kansasfest mailing list. So the first calculator we're going to cover is the Hewlett-Packard 9100A, which is their first scientific calculator. It's a desktop machine. If you're familiar with RPN, it uses an early 3-level RPN rather than the 4-level you're used to. It's programmable, saving to magnetic cards. It has I/O capability supporting a printer, a plotter, a marked card reader, and extra RAM. And it led to both the handheld calculators I'm going to talk about next, as well as industrial controllers and desktop computers. It sold for $4,900 in 1968. Next up is the HP 35 from 1972. It's the first handheld scientific calculator, electronic scientific calculator. Bill Hewlett wanted a shirt pocket size 9100A. He didn't get it. No programmability or input and output other than the keyboard and screen, but it's quite successful anyway. It had 4-level RPN and basically worked like the later calculators, and it sold for $395. Next up is the HP 45. It's an enhanced HP 35 with more inbuilt functions, multiple storage registers, display formatting options, and tweaks to make it easier to use. Also for $395, the 35 was reduced in price. The 65 is a programmable calculator, so that's one feature from the 9100A that this now adds. Has even more inbuilt functions. It has a magnetic card reader and writer. And it had a large software library, and there was a user group, the HP 65 Users Club, which later became the Personal Programming Center that formed around it. Still didn't have any I/O other than what was built in, or inbuilt on there. And it sold for $795. Next up is the HP 55. It's a lower cost programmable, more inbuilt functions than the 45. It also had a crystal-driven timer. No ability to save programs though. Shut it off, it's gone. $395, and the 45 dropped in price when this came out. Next we have the 67, which is an enhanced version of the 65 using a second-generation chipset, commonly known as the Woodstock chipset. Has an improved programming model that needs less memory for your programs. And it was $450. So nice big drop in price. So this is the last model that was mentioned as inspiring the Apple II. Then we'll look at the HP 41C, which was the replacement for the 67. Depending on how you count, it's either 3rd or 4th generation hardware. It has an alphanumeric LCD, so it can tell you what a command or an error is, rather than just giving you a number that you have to look up in the manual. No more magnetic card reader, as you can see. But it has continuous memory, so you can turn the calculator off, turn it back on, your programs are right there. Also, it has 4 expansion slots. I have 2 covers removed. You can install a magnetic card reader, install memory expansions, connect a printer, and there's an HPIL interface that you can connect to plotters, disks, video interfaces, serial interfaces, a lot of things. The calculator itself was $295. And this was your handheld 9100A in 1979. I have some links for more info. hpmuseum.org. That's where there's more in-depth info on all these, and that's where I got all those calculator photos. They also have a great primer on RPN. This site here has a lot of info on the chipset on the earlier calculators I was talking about. There's an emulator. This site has a lot of information on this calculator. And there's a conference in September in Tennessee. I have no affiliation with that conference, but I might be going. And thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And now for my third talk. No, I'm just kidding.
Next up is Ivanix.
Not plugging in or anything.
Okay.
Is your microphone? Merci.
Hello, Kansasfest.
Oh,
It's good to see all of you. I just want to say that it's been super fantastic that there are so many new people here this year. I want to thank you for coming, and I hope you come every year, which is what several of us did when we started coming a few years ago. And it's more excellent because of that. Okay, so first of all, these are my slides. Didn't want to mess with technology or anything. I am Ivan. I'm Ivan Drucker, sometimes Ivan X, and I am a Mac consultant by day and Apple II sometimes software developer at Kansasfest. I wanted to give you a quick update on a couple of my projects and tell you about something new that I'm into. So first of all, nothing has changed with any of these, but for those of you who don't know, I have 3 AppleSoft utilities for AppleSoft programmers. Slammer lets you elegantly include machine language in your AppleSoft program listings. New Input is a much more awesome input than AppleSoft's input. And Magic GoTo allows you to go to and go sub by label rather than by line number. None of those have changed, and nor are they going to unless somebody else changes them, but I thought you might want to know about it. These are all available at my not well-maintained website, ivanx.com. What I've been working for on the last many years is projects for the Raspberry Pi, A2 server. It's a file server for the Apple II. It turns out that I released a version that was compatible with the current Raspberry Pis and had new features like a year ago, and I just didn't tell anybody. So I am, and it actually has some good stuff on it, like you can get on the internet without, in GSOS without an Ethernet card. It has proper case insensitivity, which was always a problem in previous versions. It works on all the current Raspberry Pis. What's on the website still doesn't, because the website is out of date, but hopefully it will not be by the time I leave Kansasfest. Also, there's a cool command line utility called CPPO that copies files out of a ProDOS image. It can preserve resource forks, and now it can also work with Shrinkit archives and disk images. So those are cool enhancements to A2 server. A2 Cloud doesn't do anything new, but except to be compatible with the with all current Pis. Raspberry 2, it will probably go away, and you will need to install each of these individually. There's a Mac utility I have called PiFiller. There will be a new version of that by the end of Kansasfest. Because what it does is it takes a Raspberry Pi disk image, or any sort of disk image really, and it writes it, the raw blocks, to an SD card for use in a Raspberry Pi or whatever it is that you need a disk for. It fixes a bug that the previous version had that made it not compatible with the current version, and adds a couple new features. All this stuff is available at ivanx.com. Okay, now, the last thing that I wanted to spend my last minute and a half talking about is something that has nothing to do with Apple II, but it's actually sort of, I don't know, I didn't think of a new Apple II project, and I got into something else instead that was very surprising how deep a dive I did, and that is travel hacking. That's an airplane, that's a credit card, because those are the things that are involved when you're travel hacking. Basically, travel hacking is just like cracking a disk or writing code or figuring out how ProDOS does things or figuring out how to do things that are undocumented. It's about working these sort of complex and arcane point systems that credit cards offer and airlines offer and hotels offer. And basically, since last year, it's been probably about 14 months since I sort of started doing this. I've actually now, we're flying to Paris in business class. My partner Caroline flew to Bali in business class, all for free. And that's just really by understanding how a system works and getting to know the ins and outs and working it, just like anything we do here with Apple II. I am going to be giving a much more in-depth intro talk about how to do this in the little room over there immediately after this event. And if that interests you, then you know, hopefully it will be fun. I get a little excited when I talk about it. And that's it. Thank you all for coming, old and new. It is great to see you every year.
are officially over our time. Do we want to give Jeremy R. like a minute?
I can do it in 3 minutes.
All right, you got 3 minutes.
It's a simple thing. We're just going to create 4 GS programs from scratch
Pick up your
and execute them.
Sounds quick.
So, where's the microphone?
It's right in front of you.
Okay, so this is Xcode. Let's create a project. New project. Can't see.
Coming.
Awesome. New project. Apple TGS. Let's create a CDA. Classic desk accessory. CDA test. We'll give it a name. We're going to put it in this directory. And the template comes with the code. There's the template code for your CDA. Build and run. Up comes the GS. Go to the control panel here. CDA. There's your CDA. One CDA done. Let's go on. New project. I'm going to do this. Yeah. Here we go. New project. Let's do a control panel. Control cdev test. Call it that. We're going to put it in this directory. Here's our cdev. Here's some code. H file, some resources. Build and run. Up comes the emulator. Here we go. Here's the control panel. There's our cdev. Open. There it is.
Cool.
Help there too. Okay. cdev done. Next one. New
That was a minute, 10 seconds.
project. NDA. Let's do a new desk accessory. We'll call it NDA test. We'll put it in this directory. Here's some code. This is your template code for a basic NDA. Some resources. Build and run. Up comes your emulator. There's my NDA. Hello world.
Very nice.
Okay, last, desktop application. New project. Desktop application in C. Next, desk test. Oops, create it here. There we go. Here's some code, some resources, build and run. Up comes your GS. There's your desktop application. We can create a window. It's got an about. And that's it. All this is made possible by Golden Gate by Kelvin Sherlock, available from Juice.js. And I've built Xcode project templates around it and a build engine to support it. I don't have the project up. You can see it on GitHub, and I don't have a package yet for it, but it's coming in a week or two. And that's it. Is that a 3-minute time?
That was 3 minutes, with a few seconds to spare. Okay, Javier asked for very fast.
Let's do it.
Is Javier here?
I think he went up to dinner.
All right, Javier's not getting anything then.
No.
Snooze you lose. Okay. So, lightning talks, yay or nay? Yay! Okay. That's it. Have fun. Go hack on things.
I'll get you before you go. Do it.
Hey maniacs. Hey. I'm gonna sneak something right in before you don't even know it. I know. They'll walk out, they'll find out later. No, it's okay. It's not that thing, don't worry. Here's the deal, people. You know how it says video games, like this week, like video game time?
Yeah.
Okay. How many people here know what multi-bowl is? Has anyone ever heard of what multi-bowl is? Okay. So here's the deal with multi-bowl. Multi-bowl is a hack of MAME that 2 game professors from NYU created. And what they did was they hacked 230 different video games on like 8 different platforms, including arcade games, so that they became 2-player competitive games. And what happens is that you're given a constant roulette wheel of up to 2 minutes, or actually up to a few seconds, I think 30 or 40 seconds. So he'll put up Ms. Pac-Man, but it's a 2-man Ms. Pac-Man that you have to win at, and whoever wins 5 first wins. It is insane. It's like playing video game on acid. So they've never been able. They don't distribute the code because they're afraid to. But I'm not afraid to bring it around with me, so I have it. So you'll get to play it. Next couple, I think it's what's the time?
Tomorrow night. It's on the schedule.
I think it's tomorrow night. It
And
says
we have
video
all the
game.
hardware, we think.
We weren't really publicizing it in terms of whatever, but it's this thing called multi-ball. If you look it up, you'll be like, oh, I'm playing that tomorrow. I guarantee it will blow your brain out.
Thank you.
No problem. Tell anybody you want to if the thing that is happening.
Okay.
Of course it's streaming.
Of course.
There's nobody here.
Then sit down to close the session.
Yeah, I think the next section is it's a workshop.
Yeah,
Well, that was exhilarating.
That was it's cool.
That was fun, and you did great. Like you said, you were right on your time.
I'm like still.
No, I only used the 200 for my notes. That's better.
I was wondering what you were using for your slides.
This is an XT. It's an XT built by the HP calculator division.
Ah, okay.
And then I have a Windows 3.1 laptop that has the same design language built a year before this. That's also made by the HP calculator division.
Very cool. Yeah, it's got a nice little.
Yeah,
that's it.
Was it okay?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. And only one person went over time?
That was me.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Feels like it's supposed to be brutal in our house.
Slowly getting fixed there. But maybe I'll just get the.
And that was an awesome experience.
That was awesome. Did you ever get the juicy? That's what I figured doing it. I didn't think he was.
Oh. I think the one major disadvantage of the lightning talks is if you're trying to teach us something, I can't get it down fast enough.
Right.
It's just like your application builder.
My goal there was just to say this exists.
It exists.
There you go.
Yeah.
And ask me for details if you want to know. Like, do you want to know more? I'll show you more.
I need to learn programming for next year's Hackfest. I got an idea and I want to implement it.
Start with that.
I actually have 2E if that's a problem. I've got a 2E and a 2C.
Graphical. You don't have to learn the frameworks like it does graphical stuff for you. It's, I can't remember what it is. G-Soft.
Sorry to keep
So if you want
housekeeping.
Well, but I've got a 2E, so I can.
Oh, well, just turn on the power switch.
And tomorrow morning, I'm doing a presentation on AppleSoft lineup without line numbers.
Great. Because I definitely need to learn.
Full screen text editor. That's it. So it's one of my favorite programs of all time to have the little magazines, the enhancements I made, and then a demonstration of a cross-platform Microsoft preprocessor. Kind of. Yeah.
Because
it's compared to all of the geniuses in here who see out their asses and assemble out their other orifices. I am humbled to hear what they do.
Yeah, because I just got my
present company definitely included.
I just got my 2E this just a couple days ago in the free
well,
app, so I don't know how.
Well, yeah. Sorry, let me.
Well, if you get hold of Justin Scott, if he can't get it going, then
oh no, it turns on and I get the 2E on front. But like how to access disk drives because I know somebody types in like PR and something.
Yeah, well, he can help you make sure that your drive controller card's working fine, that the drives are working plugged in.
Yeah, it's the 5 1/4 one, the one that accepts the platinum.
So what happened was, like I had it before.
Not the disc 2 drives, but the 5 1/4 inch. I mean, it's fully loaded. I just have no idea.
So you turn it on and the drive
found that line endings
are drive lights come on, or
should I do something with line ending? It seems
does the
to
drive
like
lights on?
if I
No, it doesn't cycle the drives.
Do you know what slot the controller is? I've just basically taken everything from my world and just
Possibly.
I think 6 is right. That gets you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe one of you guys could. Well, maybe one of you guys could stop by.
Does it just appear like a little closed square bracket or a flashing cursor? How do you see it?
Well, no, I just see Apple TV.
And it just sits there.
I mean, I can hit Control Reset and get a basic prompt, but.
Right.
I have an image, but it's on my floppy EMU, and I just got a bunch of blank discs. I can easily copy it on my 2GS and then floppy drive. I don't really have that.
Well, would you be interested in playtesting my Mac?
That was like the one thing I missed out on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, maybe one of you guys could look at it after, because I was interested in learning how to make my own floppy sleeves. So I could actually sleeve my floppy.
Unfortunately, I can't. I'm going out. Really, what I'm doing now is
oh, are you getting that scanner?
Yeah, I'm on the scanner.
Oh, fantastic. Let me know when you have it, and I'll bring my boxes and stuff.
My widget's a little more fleshed out.
Okay. Fine, you just want to set it up, I'm just doing the buyers.
Sure.
Well, I was going to put it on my credit card.
So he's the one to give it to.
So I'm the one that you give it to. I'm buying it on my credit card.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So all right, let's go do this. You're very generous.
Yeah, let me know when you guys have it, and I'll bring my box art and whatnot. Ooh, also,
So Andy is your man. And if you find him tonight, give it to him or email it to him. You've got his address. That's fine. I would say just get here, you know, like 15 minutes early in the morning.
I'm trying to avoid first. What if you can't find it?
I don't know where he is right now. I think he's in.
What's his last name?
Oh
yeah.
I have that. I think he's playing D&D somewhere. You may be able to find him. I would guess the first floor of outside in that conference room is where they usually play.
Yeah, and I figured out the proper way to do it. Every person has eyes, and then there's a property of creating basically a hand is eyes open versus eyes closed. Certain things happen when your eyes are open versus you know, or you get a different message when you look, you know, your eyes are closed, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, let's see,
So that's the solution that I came up with is actual solution. And actual solution.
Glad you spoke to Sandy, Malloy. That was nice.
What hardware did you bring up there?
I remember there was a bunch of
Oh, bits and pieces.
So here's like the normal things, like put star into small round pieces. Anything in those small rounds that are more fit. But then you can say, the point of the small round pieces, right? What it does is it goes through the table, tries to find exactly. Yeah. Goes through, tries to do a while.
Do you guys know the guy with the MacBook Pro that was sitting in front of Minecraft?
Steve, I don't know.
Okay. His MagSafe 2 adapter is there, so I don't know if he's been
So I guess order doesn't work.
Yeah, in here, he's got that 13-inch MacBook Pro.
Actually, let's do one over the XML.
I will find him.
Alright, fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I was thinking, you know, if you could do a nested in some ways, you could try the specific one and then try the wild one. I've had this stuff in the order of operations, doesn't matter. I guess that was here's like what like the code. This is you had done so every target tries to be so say if the player is at the top of the same time, that's what I find. And then the game becomes 0 and the score equals 170. Prep time is like for me that's a lot easier.
But I got optimistic.
Yeah, yeah. That's certainly more compact than 4 seconds.
freaked out. A few more people were.
Yeah. It's like,
No, I.
I'm glad. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you. And that's Benny Fenton is glad to see you back. Like, you know, I don't know, like Patrick seems like it's
Do it without?
I'm a homeless person, so I do have 2 inches of purple on each. It's just the spring.
Hide from whatever. You're saying okay, trying to break some bad stuff before they can say something.
You know, I didn't think about it, but I could just take the 2 matches.
Either was never gonna happen.
Yeah, then you.
I'd have a lot more. I'd have a lot more arm on that.
Yeah.
From that deal, I'd have a lot more arm.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, hey, thanks for the call.
All I did was a couple of Google searches.
You know, I did all the same searches. You know, I think I was locked into looking for the wrong things.
You know, I totally agree with you about the Raspberry Pi being the new Apple II. So I do both. In my classroom, I've got all the old computers, but I've also got Raspberry Pis.
The thing I statement is not the Raspberry Pi lacks, each lacks one thing the other doesn't. While the Raspberry Pi lacks the onboard ROM.
Yeah.
The fact that you can just get it
Easily.
kind of makes up for that.
Right.
And the fact that the the Raspberry Pi lacks a keyboard. Apple II, with the Raspberry Pi card, brings it together, and now you've got
But you can get
kinds of
but
fun.
you just go to
I know.
Goodwill and get a keyboard for $1.
Okay, what's going to give you more fun? The Apple II.
Yeah, because the stream's over with, right?
That's what I'm trying to say. Marry the two together and continue on. Even though we've taken stuff like this and we married this together, they made mockingbirds that use vacuum tubes.
Right.
So,
I just think that I don't know if you saw my talk, but like I had a picture of me as a kid in a Timex Sinclair user magazine, and like I think the Raspberry Pi is like the Sinclair, like it's this dirt cheap thing you can give a kid. Yeah, for a computer. Yeah, like
even though when you typed on it,
horrible.
you're pushing.
Horrible keyboard.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Yeah. But I love that. I love that idea of like this tool that can do anything, and you figure out what it's capable of, and you make it do what you want to do, and it's not the advanced computer of the 1990s.
And then you have to set that piece of paper on a cutting board and use it.
He's our age, like, and he was one of those kids that grew up like in England. They had BBC Micro, and like England was trying to push computers.
I'm a modeler, right?
He said like that he's working at Cambridge, that all the kids coming in, it's okay. They know like basic, they know assembler, assembly, they know they do like Pascal or something like that. And then like as time went on, they show up and do little JavaScript.
Remember that guy? The vehicle to training.
Yeah, he's like
turned into a box that you can't open.
Yeah, so he's like, what the hell happened, right? So that was why he went and like started, tried to push the Raspberry Pi, or he invented the Raspberry Pi. It was like we have to create we have to create a modern equivalent of the BBC Micro and the Apple II and the Sinclair. Yeah.
I'm only interested to see what replaces it.
Yeah.
Can't get much smaller. You lose it.
Right. You know, and you don't want
it.
And you don't want it. It doesn't have to be more powerful. And it doesn't need to be more complicated. What it needs to have is stuff that you can wind up and watch it go.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the first thing I touched was the good book.
The white one? Or
the black.
The black.
It's a computer. This manual's only this big. But obviously, it wasn't. He came back from the hospital 2 months later. Go west.
Yeah.
The elf walks west.
Yeah.
Oh, I can talk to it now.
Right.
That was the end of that. I wasn't going to.
power supply class? Are these your power supplies you
No,
made?
no, this is, I grabbed this just so I can have some.
Oh, it's a
stuff, just so I can say,
visual.
Yeah, look at, I remember the box was upstairs and I wanted to get a 2-way motherboard and a Pi, but I had something else in my mind for the last couple of days. And I was trying to do it.
Oh, all right.
You know, here it's scatterbrained.
Well, I'll let you get deal with it.
No, well, I'm
All right.
I had scatterbrained. I wanted to be here at the same time. It's one of my things. As I say, no, it was good.
I think for 2 years I did have to win a lot of
that I'm really grateful for is that Roz chose the shoe guard mini disc system.
Operated steadily,
sloppy,
held the
coming up with the floppy
held the
solution for the Apple
title.
II. Otherwise, it's just be ridiculous.
The title of
This
Kansas.
thing.
Oh wow. Sorry, it's my first year here.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm still fully on the template.
No, it's totally different. I just had some of the personal issues with these things masking things. Using things as escapes when we really don't realize what we're doing is masking more things by using them.
Yeah, I'm procrastinating.
I'm sure you can make nice free sleeves for the United States military for their new codes, because they're still stored on 8-inch floppies.
Well, and also, I just made my voice happen to go to Boy Scout camp this week. As soon as I saw them, their overlap to Kansas stuff.
No, I need to see this now. You go.
I was just like,
can we go? Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm so out of here. I'm so going to that.
For archival, like, they don't have as many things as this or something.
So what? Where do I sign you up?
Yeah, no, it just had it just. Well, see, we don't get a choice because like the Boy Scouts, it's like your troop is going to this.
No, I
don't.
We'll take it here.
All right, good time. Don't call because I'm not driving from Kansas to come pick you up.
Send me that hell of money, hell of fun over
Yeah.
I don't want to hear what's wrong at Camp Granada.
Oh, do you? That would be amazing. Right, I get like really bad wrist pain. Constant. Oh. I get really burning wrists all the time. With constant keyboard.
That's the one thing I don't never do. All that time on the TV is going to ruin your eyes. Okay, well, I don't have that problem. In fact, other than getting old and I have to look this far down the computer. But I don't have any of this. I've always had the thing out. And I think I wonder if that wasn't part of it.
Yeah, what I have is the like it's leaning like that.
Yeah, so I've never done it. I've always had my history out there. Maybe that's why I didn't.
Yeah, I just want to
Since
think
you got it
about
off
like,
the cash register.
Goes on purple and then.
This way, then, there's one, there's 24
has where it accepts the disk?
Yeah, it'll be like, yeah, there'll be a gap, like when you put the disk in, like, because this is all flat, you just work it in, like it's a little wider than it has to be, so it's spread out. Maybe you get used to it too, like sometimes it can be like, they're not fully flat exactly on the edge. Distance. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of Atari soft games that when I was young, a lot of the sleeves were misplaced, so I ended up double sleeving a bunch of discs. And you know how not good that is.
Yeah.
So. Or be able to like get one, either 3D printed or get some acrylic.
Yeah, on his website, he's got the plan.
Yeah, I have it, posted for the, right now. Something that, I went through like, Noku, which only serves as the laser cut stuff. I don't know if you can check that, see like it looks like
different numbers.
Yeah, it looks like they're part of a larger photo that is door sign that we're supposed to look at. Yeah, one file line. They are like little pieces, so Yeah, that's what we did. It's gonna get
So
glue.
that blue floppy.
Hello, 911. Yeah, I need help. I glued myself to myself. Yeah, that's what's coming. I'm getting better. Now I just have to think how many floppies are in myself. I wrote several articles for juice.gs, juice.gs, and Ken said, hey, if you consider going to Kansasfest, it's a lot of fun. And I had been reading about Kansasfest prior editions of juice.gs, and so I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll go ahead and sink a large portion of my tax refund into this little venture. Why not? And to be honest, with the amount of apple gear that I walk away with, the eBay value, and no, I am not selling. I have a reputation of being an apple hoarder, and I intend to maintain it. But the total value of the Apple II stuff that I swiped during that free giveaway is easily double what I paid for a ticket here.
Oh yeah.
I made my money back.
The ticket might be different, like the cost of it is so cheap. I mean, you can't find them for anything else.
And the food. I mean, they actually freaking feed you here. I'm used to going to, because I used to, well, I used to, I used to serve with the Air Force Auxiliary, and I'm used to barracks food being just absolutely terrible, you know, when I lived, you know, in dormitory style during basic. And holy crap, everything's so nice here. I'm spoiled rotten. I don't eat this good at home.